Chapter 654. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, and Hongda clenched his teeth and sighed, "Brother Yi, although Zhong Chuanren's loss of his son is very painful, this matter really has nothing to do with us. If we compensate him, wouldn't it be telling others that this matter is our Shadow Alliance's fault?" Yi Tianhua sighed, "Since it has come to this, there's no point in thinking too much. Even if we suffer losses, as long as we can solve this matter, I think it's fine." And Hongda shook his head, "Brother Yi, this matter, no matter how I think about it, I still feel a little unsatisfied. This matter clearly has nothing to do with us, but we have to compensate. This is simply unreasonable. If we agree, what if someone else does this, then won't we have nothing to say?" Yi Tianhua sighed, "Then what should we do? We can't just watch Zhong Chunren lose his only son and do nothing." And Hongda shook his head. "This matter has nothing to do with us in the first place. Zhong Chunren finding trouble with us is already an unreasonable act. If we agree to his conditions, wouldn't he be even more convinced that we deliberately didn't tell him about the snow leopard in order to harm his son? Wouldn't Zhong Chunren hate us even more?" After hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment before he slowly shook his head. "That's it. How about this? Let's talk to them and see if we can reduce the free time. If it's possible, we'll agree to his condition. What do you think?" Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, An Hongda nodded. "If Zhong Chunren is willing to reduce the free time to less than a year, we'll accept it. On account of his only son, we'll agree to his request." At this point, An Hongda paused and turned to look at Yi Tianhua before continuing. "Even if we agree, we'll have to tell him that we don't owe him anything. We're just doing it out of morality. However, if we help him, we can't let him think that we're in the wrong and that helping him is a matter of course. Only then can we agree to his condition. Otherwise, we definitely won't agree to his condition." Hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua was about to nod when Du Wudai suddenly said, "Brother Yi, this matter is a little inappropriate." Yi Tianhua frowned after hearing Du Wudai's words. "Du Wudai, is there anything wrong?" Du Wubao nodded. "Big Brother Yi, I don't know if I'm right or not. Let me tell you." Speaking till here, Du Wubao paused for a moment before continuing. "Big Brother Yi, think about it. Regardless of whether we promised Liu Chunren 5 years of free information or 1 year of free information, if we only provide it to him alone, our losses would not be too great. But if we don't provide free information to him alone, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" After hearing Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. "No, that won't happen. We only promised Zhong Chunren. Why would we provide free information to others?" As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, An Hongda exclaimed before Du Wudai could say anything. "I understand now. Du Wudai, you're saying that Zhong Chunren will ask for information on behalf of others, right?" Du Wudai smiled bitterly and nodded. "That's right. That's what I mean. If Zhong Chunren takes advantage of our free information and asks for information on behalf of others, what should we do?" Speaking till here, Du Wudai paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, he continued. "That's not the most important thing. What's more important is that if Zhong Chunren sells the information in private after asking for information from us, then we're in trouble." After hearing Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. After a while, he reacted. Just as he was about to speak, An Hongda spoke first. "Big Brother Yi, it seems that we can't agree with them on this matter. If we agree and Zhong Chunren really does that, then wouldn't our Shadow Alliance become Zhong Chuanren's Shadow Alliance? All the information will be sold by Zhong Chunren, and we won't get any benefits. This is absolutely unacceptable." Yi Tianhua sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. "It can't be. No matter what, Zhong Chunren is still the Vice Hall Master of the Secret Thunder Sect. Would he do such a thing? I think it's impossible." "You must be wrong." After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, An Hongda said in shock, "Big Brother Yi, if this matter is fake, then it's still fine. But if it's true, even if we sign a 1-year contract with Zhong Chunren, within this year, I'm afraid our Shadow Alliance will become Zhong Chuanren's Shadow Alliance. At that time, wouldn't we be in trouble?" After hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai sighed. "Actually, if Zhong Chunren only sells information, then it's not a big problem. At most, our shadow alliance will suffer some losses. It won't be a big problem. Speaking till here, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing. But, if Zhong Chunren uses this information to do something bad, then that's the worst thing. After listening to Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua's face turned ugly. Du Wudai, do you think Zhong Chunren will do such a thing? Du Wudai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know. I just said this to let Big Brother Yi be on guard. It's not that Zhong Chunren will definitely do this. No, he will definitely do this. Before Du Wudai finished his words, he was interrupted by an Hongda. Big Brother Yi, think about it. The people of the secret Thunder sect went to the Qingling Mountain to look for the fire soaring stone. As a result, they encountered a snow leopard on the mountain. Zhong Chuanren's only son, Zhong Huasheng, was killed by the snow leopard. According to reason, this is because Zhong Huasheng's skills are not good enough. It has nothing to do with the information we provided. But even if it's this kind of thing, Zhong Chunren still has the nerve to use it to settle accounts with us. I also understand Zhong Chuanren's pain, but his pain is based on his own carelessness. What does it have to do with our information? Big Brother Yi, under the situation that we have nothing to do with this matter, Zhong Chunren can still use this matter to blackmail us. It can be imagined that Zhong Chuanren's character is definitely not good. I felt that I wouldn't be surprised no matter what a person with such a bad character would do. So I also think that what Du Wudai said just now is right. It is very likely that a person like Zhong Chunren will do such a thing. After hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua could not help but frown and murmured, is Zhong Chunren such a person? He won't use this to do such a thing, right? An Hongda shook his head. Big Brother Yi, let's not talk about whether Zhong Chunren is such a person for the time being. But we have to be careful. If he really is such a person, then wouldn't we have been fooled by him? Du Wudai sighed. Being fooled is a small matter. If he uses our information to do bad things, wouldn't it ruin our reputation and make us unable to establish a foothold in the South region? An Hongda nodded. Du Wudai's words make sense. Zhong Chuanren's only son, Zhong Huasheng, was killed. He might vent his anger on us, thinking that we were irresponsible and gave him false information. That's why Zhong Huasheng was killed by the snow leopard. Zhong Chunren is dissatisfied. If he uses this to take revenge on us, then we really can't guard against it. Speaking of this, An Hongda's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his words, he continued. I guess this is Zhong Chuanren's plan. He wants us to agree to his condition and then take revenge on us. Maybe the 5 years of free information he proposed is just a pretense. In fact, he doesn't care if it's 5 years or 1 year. What he cares about is the opportunity. As long as he grasps the opportunity, he will take revenge on us. After hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head and asked with some doubt, but we are only selling some information. If Zhong Chunren wants to take revenge on us, how will he do it? An Hongda sighed. If Zhong Chunren wants to take revenge on us through information, it's simply too easy. Speaking of this, An Hongda paused for a moment before continuing. For example, just like the information we sold to Zhong Chunren, saying that there was something on a certain mountain. Then, he sold this information to others, but he didn't tell the truth. What was said on a certain mountain was true, but what was on the mountain was false. When the person who received this information went to the location provided by Zhong Chunren, he didn't find such a thing. In the end, when he came back to look for Zhong Chunren said that we told him the information and gave us the money for selling the information. In the end, the person who didn't find the thing will naturally come to us. At that time, we will definitely not admit it, because this is indeed not the information we sold. In the end, both sides will definitely fall out, and our reputation will be ruined by Zhong Chunren. After hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. After thinking for a moment, he slowly shook his head. You're wrong. If Zhong Chunren sold the information, why would those people come to us? The most important thing is, why would those people believe what Zhong Chunren said? So, if Zhong Chunren wants to use this method to take revenge on us, it's basically impossible. An Hongda shook his head. Brother Yi, I'm just making a simple analogy. If such a thing really happened, then when Zhong Chunren sold the information, he definitely wouldn't show up himself. He would find someone to pretend to be a member of our Shadow Alliance and then sell the information to others. If Zhong Chunren does this, I believe that the people who bought the information will definitely think that we did this. At that time, even if we are in the right, we won't be able to explain it clearly. After hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai sighed, if it's just one person, we can deal with him no matter what. But if there are too many people, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with them. At that time, I'm afraid our Shadow Alliance really won't be able to stay in the South County anymore. After hearing the words of the two, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and said with a bitter smile, although what you said makes sense, I don't believe that Zhong Chunren would do such a thing. An Hongda sighed, I don't want to believe that Zhong Chunren is such a person, but if he really is such a person, then wouldn't we be the unlucky ones? Yi Tianhua pondered for a long time before slowly saying, no matter what, let's talk about this in detail after we meet Zhong Chunren. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Du Wudai nodded his head and said with a bitter smile, that's the only thing we can do now. When we meet Zhong Chunren, let's see if he will raise such a condition. Then, we will know whether he is such a person. An Hongda suddenly asked, Brother Yi, I remember you said there were 2 conditions. We were talking about the second condition just now. The first condition seems to be about compensation, right? Yi Tianhua nodded. Zhong Chunren made a total of 2 conditions. The first condition is about compensation, and the second is about free information. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, An Hongda frowned and asked in a low voice, Brother Yi, what does Zhong Chunren want us to compensate? Yi Tianhua said with a bitter smile, 1 million gold coins. Zhong Chunren wants me to compensate him with 1 million gold coins as compensation for the wrong information. No. As soon as he heard Yi Tianhua's words, An Hongda exclaimed, no, absolutely not, that's too much. So much gold coins, we can't give it to him. Yi Tianhua nodded with a bitter smile, indeed, I can't give it to him. It's not that I don't want to give it to him, but I don't have that many gold coins. Du Wudai shook his head with a bitter smile. Could it be that Zhong Chunren is crazy? Does he know how much 1 million gold coins is? An Hongda sneered, I'm wondering if Zhong Chunren has ever seen 1 million gold coins before. Yi Tianhua sighed, I originally thought that the second condition would be easier. I never thought that the first condition would be difficult. This 1 million gold coins, I can't take it out no matter what. An Hongda sneered, Big Brother Yi, I'm sure that Zhong Chunren is definitely not a good person. He actually dared to ask for 1 million gold coins. He didn't even think about whether his son is worth 1 million gold coins or not. Du Wudai also sneered and said, what's more, he not only wants 1 million gold coins, but also wants to secretly destroy our Shadow Alliance. I think this kind of person is definitely not a good person. Yi Tianhua shook his head, don't talk about Zhong Chunren like that. If he's not a good person, how could he become the deputy head of the secret Thunder sect? Maybe there's some misunderstanding between us that made him say such outrageous conditions. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua's tone paused, and then he continued, when we meet, we should be able to know what kind of misunderstanding there is between us. Misunderstanding? An Hongda sneered, Brother Yi, what kind of misunderstanding is this? It's clearly Zhong Chunren's plan. His first condition is to get a sum of gold coins from you, and his second condition is to take revenge on us for Zhong Huasheng. He thinks that the reason why Zhong Huasheng was killed is all our responsibility. Chapter 655. After hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai nodded his head. He turned his head to look at Yi Tianhua and slowly said, An Hongda's words make sense. Zhong Chunren wants the gold coins and wants to take revenge on us. It's a good plan. An Hongda sneered, since Zhong Chunren wants to harm us, we might as well not agree to any of his conditions. Let's see what he can do to us. After hearing An Hongda and Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua slowly shook his head and sighed, the two of you, don't be angry. No matter what, Zhong Chunren's son Zhong Huasheng was indeed killed by the snow leopard. We should understand that he is angry. When we get there, we will persuade Zhong Chunren. Hopefully, he will be able to get over it and not take it to heart. An Hongda sighed, hopefully, Zhong Chunren will repent and stop doing such harmful things. Du Wudai smiled bitterly and shook his head. We are hoping that Zhong Chunren will stop doing bad things. But, who knows, maybe Zhong Chunren is thinking about the bad things we did. And Hongda was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled and said, Du Wudai, are you talking about the news? Du Wudai nodded. Maybe Zhong Chunren thinks that we did it on purpose. We purposely gave them a fake news to lure them up the mountain. Then, the location we gave was the place where the snow leopard appeared, and used it to harm them. And Hongda smiled bitterly and shook his head. If he really thinks so, then we are wronged. It was just a piece of news about the flaming stone. How could it be transferred to the snow leopard? It's really hard to understand. Du Wudai frowned and suddenly asked, Zhong Huosheng was killed when he was looking for the flaming stone. But, who can prove that Zhong Huosheng was killed at that time? Or, was he really killed by the snow leopard on Qingling Mountain? After hearing Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. Then, he hurriedly waved his hand with a smile. Du Wudai, you're thinking too much. No matter what, Zhong Chunren wouldn't do such a thing to shift the blame onto others. And Hongda shook his head and said with a solemn expression, Big brother, after Du Wubao's reminder, I feel that it is possible. At this point, and Hongda's tone paused before he continued, think about it, we have been selling information for so many years, and this has never happened before. I can be sure that this kind of thing must have happened before. The information we provide is only a single piece of information. For example, where are the ores, or where are the spirit beasts? In short, the information we sell is relatively simple. Just like the news about finding ores, I'm sure that in the past, there were people who received our news and ran into powerful monsters while looking for ores, and then died. I'm sure that something like this has happened, and it's not a small number. Then, since something like this has happened, why hasn't something like this happened to him before? And Hongda paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued to speak. That's because no one would think that their accident has anything to do with the information we provide. So even if someone was killed by a monster, no one would come and find trouble with us. At this point, and Hongda paused for a moment before he continued, but, knowing that this matter has nothing to do with us, why would Zhong Chunren come and find trouble with us this time? Big brother Yi, don't you think it's suspicious? After hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but frown. After a while, he shook his head. I think this is just our imagination. We don't have any enmity with Zhong Chunren. He buys information from us, and we sell information to him. It's just a simple relationship. Why would he want to harm us? And Hongda shook his head. What if Zhong Chunren doesn't want to harm us this time, but what if he just wants to get some gold coins? Du Wudai nodded his head. That makes sense. His first condition is 1 million gold coins. This clearly shows that he wants gold coins. As for his second condition, he wants us to provide 5 years of free information. And the free information for these 5 years, Zhong Chunren can provide it to others, and then he will get profits again. After hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. If Zhong Chunren wants gold coins, he can just ask us for 2 million gold coins. Isn't that simple? Why does he need a second condition? And Hongda shook his head. Big brother Yi, you can't think like that. I believe Zhong Chunren also understands that if he asks you for 1 million gold coins, it's impossible for you to have it. At most, you can only give him a few 100,000 gold coins. So, no matter if he asks you for 1 million gold coins or 2 million gold coins, the result will be the same. It's impossible for you to take it out. At this point, An Hongda's tone paused for a moment, but then, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, and continued to speak. Big brother Yi, let's make an example. Zhong Chunren asks you for 1 million gold coins, but you only have 500,000 gold coins. Then, Zhong Chunren will ask you to give him the 500,000 gold coins. In other words, even if Zhong Chunren asks you for 2 million gold coins, you still only have 500,000 gold coins. And Zhong Chunren, no matter if he asks for 1 million gold coins or 2 million gold coins, he will get the same amount, 500,000 gold coins. It's because of this reason that he will ask for the second condition, 5 years of free information. If it's done well, Zhong Chunren will definitely sell the 5 years of free information for a high price, even far exceeding the 1 million gold coins. Hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai nodded. If it's like this, if Zhong Chunren wants to ask you for gold coins, this should be the best way. On one hand, he can take away all your gold coins, and on the other hand, he can use the information to sell for money. This way, he will get even more gold coins. After hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua's face turned ugly. That's impossible. How can Zhong Chunren be such a person? An Hongda sneered. I think this Zhong Chunren is definitely such a person. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask you for so many gold coins just because of a piece of information. This is a bit too ridiculous. It's obvious that Zhong Chunren is here to cause trouble. Hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai couldn't help but frown. If they are here to cause trouble, then doesn't that mean that meeting them today will be very dangerous? Yi Tianhua shook his head. I don't think so. Everyone is here to discuss the conditions. If the discussion doesn't go well, we can talk again next time. There shouldn't be any danger. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Du Wudai suddenly remembered what happened last night. He couldn't help but bitterly smile and shake his head. Water Spirit and Fire Spirit only wanted to take away the people from Kikyaromen, but they never thought that things would develop to this point. For the sake of 6 pieces of level 20 equipment, the 3 families actually beat them up so badly. Du Wudai and Shadowless left early, so they didn't see what happened next. If they did, they would be even more emotional. And Hongda frowned. This time, I dare say that Zhong Chunren is definitely not here to negotiate. Because, his goal is not to negotiate, but to get gold coins. Yi Tianhua shook his head. That's impossible. We can't have that many gold coins on us. Even if they catch us, what can they get? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Du Wudai suddenly said, Big brother Yi, I advise you to be careful. Speaking up to this point, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing. Just like Water Spirit and Fire Spirit last night, they didn't have any equipment on them. But, as long as they write a contract, it's very likely that the equipment will be exchanged from the Tiangongmen. And Hongda nodded. That's right. If Zhong Chunren really catches us and makes us write a contract, then this contract will become an IOU. Even if we want to renege on the debt, I'm afraid that we won't be able to. Hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua coldly laughed. If they really dare to do that, then even if I have to risk my life, I definitely won't let them get what they want. Du Wudai bitterly smiled and shook his head. Big brother Yi, don't underestimate the enemy. Last night, Water Spirit and Fire Spirit were the same as you. They clenched their teeth and didn't write a contract. Speaking up to this point, Du Wubao paused and laughed bitterly before continuing. But in the end, after being tortured, didn't he still obediently write down the agreement? Hearing Du Wudai's words, cold sweat suddenly appeared on An Hongda's forehead. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Tianhua and quickly said, Big brother Yi, Du Wudai is right. We have to be careful. If Zhong Chunren does something, the unlucky ones will still be us. Hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and thought for a moment before slowly shaking his head. This matter is just our guess. No one can guarantee that what you said will happen. This matter, maybe it's just Zhong Chunren's heartache for his son, so he's angry and wants to ask us for some compensation to appease the anger in his heart. Maybe it's not as complicated as you said. And Hongda sighed. If things are as Big Brother thinks, then it's good. But what I'm worried about is that things aren't as simple as Big Brother thinks. If Zhong Chunren really has bad intentions and we are not on guard, the ones who will suffer will be us. Yi Tianhua smiled and shook his head. He turned his head to look at the people around the table. And Hongda, you're too careful. Look at how many people we have. If Zhong Chunren wants to deal with us, how many people would he need to send to deal with so many of us? And Hongda looked at the people around the table. Although he agreed with Yi Tianhua's view, he was still worried. This time, Yi Tianhua and An Hongda came out with a disciple each. Yi Tianhua's disciple was called Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's martial arts were quite good. Although his Qinggong was not as good as Shadowless, in terms of martial arts, he was much stronger than Shadowless. And Hongda's disciple, Sima Sheng, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. In terms of martial arts, even Lu Chuan might not be Sima Sheng's opponent. In addition to Du Wudai and his disciple, There were a total of 6 people at the table. These 6 people were all experts. Especially Yi Tianhua, and Hongda, and Du Wudai, they were the experts among the experts. No matter who it was, it would not be easy to deal with these 6 experts. It was because of this reason that Yi Tianhua was so confident. Even if Zhong Chunren really wanted to do something to him, he had no need to be afraid of him. Seeing Yi Tianhua's confident look, Du Wudai's heart suddenly jumped. Through everyone's discussion just now, he started to suspect that Zhong Chunren really had other ideas. From Du Wubao's point of view, if it was only because of the news, the Shadow Alliance would definitely not be blamed. But Zhong Chunren just had to use this to make things difficult, wanting to ask for a large amount of gold coins. This was obviously something that should not have happened, but it happened. How could this not arouse suspicion? Du Wudai had just experienced a round of mutual deception. At this moment, his heart was even more fearful. He faintly felt that this matter was definitely not so simple. There must be some inside story. Thinking of this, Du Wudai turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked tentatively, "Brother Yi, this time, only the few of you came out?" Yi Tianhua nodded and said with a smile, "This is not a big deal. The few of us are enough." Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua's tone paused for a moment before he continued, "Now with the 2 of you, the number of people is more than enough. There is nothing to be afraid of. With so many of us, even if Zhong Chunren wants to make a move, we will definitely not be afraid of him." And Hongda smiled bitterly and shook his head, "Brother Yi, this time it is obvious that Zhong Chunren wants to stir up trouble. We have to guard against him." Yi Tianhua waved his hand, "I have just said that everything that I said just now was just us thinking of the worst. Perhaps, this is just our imagination. Zhong Chunren is not such a person. He just wants to vent the anger in his heart." And Hongda sighed, "Brother Yi, if this matter is really so simple, then it is really great. What I am most worried about is what we just said." Speaking of this, and Hongda's tone paused for a moment before he continued, "Zhong Chunren may want to destroy our Shadow Alliance, or he may want to get a large amount of gold coins from us. In short, I feel that this Zhong Chunren is definitely up to no good this time. We had better be careful." After hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai frowned and asked tentatively, "Brother Yi, if he is nearby, can we still find help?" After listening to Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment. Then he turned to look at Du Wudai and asked with a smile, "Du Wudai, are you worried that with our martial arts, we can't block Zhong Chunren's attack?" Du Wudai nodded. Since Zhong Chunren took the initiative to invite us, he must have come prepared. He is already clear about our strength. I am afraid that he has already made arrangements. Chapter 656. Du Wudai sighed, "If Zhong Chunren really wants to talk to us, I'm afraid he has already made arrangements to suppress us in terms of strength. When the time comes, he can use his influence to threaten us and achieve his goal." Yi Tianhua shook his head, "Impossible. How could Zhong Chunren do such a thing? I don't believe it." Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, "Moreover, what benefits does he get from scheming against us? Other than some gold coins, what benefits can he get? Don't forget, when he got the gold coins, he also offended us. Isn't he afraid that we will take revenge on him in the future?" And Hongda suddenly opened his mouth, "I don't think he is afraid of our revenge. Because, as long as he gets our gold coins, I'm afraid he will immediately scheme against us and get rid of us to prevent future troubles." Speaking of this, and Hongda paused for a moment before continuing, "If Zhong Chunren is really such a person, he will definitely do such a thing. It is almost impossible for us to guard against him. Sooner or later, we will fall into his trap." Hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua frowned, "If Zhong Chunren is really such a person, what should we do?" Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, An Hongda sneered, "If Zhong Chunren really wants to scheme against us, then we don't need to be merciful to him. As long as we get rid of him first, we can ensure our own safety." Hearing this, Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand, "No, we definitely can't do that. If we get rid of Zhong Chunren, I'm afraid we will immediately offend the Tanlei sect. Once we offend them, they will definitely take revenge on us. At that time, won't we still be pursued endlessly?" And Hongda sighed, "After we get rid of Zhong Chunren, it is very likely that we will offend the Tanlei sect. However, if we don't get rid of Zhong Chunren, we will have to face Zhong Chuanren's endless threats. At that time, our situation won't be any better than facing the Tanlei sect's pursuit. Speaking of this, An Hongda paused for a moment before continuing, since Zhong Chunren doesn't want us to have an easy time, then we definitely can't let him go. At worst, we will all die together. It's no big deal. Hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. It was just a simple matter. I didn't expect it to become so complicated. After hearing the two's words, Du Wubao turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked doubtfully, Brother Yi, if Zhong Chunren really wanted to put himself in our shoes to deal with us, why would he do that? At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued to speak. Based on Zhong Chuanren's actions, unless there is some deep hatred between them, he would definitely not do this. Could it be that Big Brother Yi has some enmity with Zhong Chunren, so Zhong Chunren did this? Yi Tianhua frowned and thought for a moment. After a long while, he slowly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, No, I don't have much contact with Zhong Chunren. Even if we did have some contact, it was only about information. There is no deep hatred between us. It's not enough to make Zhong Chunren hate me so much. Hearing this, Du Wubao muttered to himself, This is a little strange. Zhong Chunren wants to blackmail us. In fact, even if he succeeds, I'm afraid he will be like us and offend the Shadow Alliance. Isn't he afraid that the Shadow Alliance will take revenge on him? Speaking of this, Du Wubao paused for a moment before continuing. Although the secret Thunder sect is strong, the Shadow Alliance is not weaker than them. Even if Zhong Chunren relies on the secret Thunder sect's reputation, it is impossible for him to offend the Shadow Alliance. An Hongda nodded. You are right. If Zhong Chunren only wants to blackmail some gold coins, wouldn't it be easier for him to deal with some small sects? Speaking of this, An Hongda paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, he continued. With the power of the secret Thunder sect and Zhong Chuanren's deputy hall leader, even if he bullies one or two small sects, I'm afraid these small sects will not dare to say anything and can only let him bully them. However, Zhong Chunren did not bully those small sects but went against our Shadow Alliance. This is indeed a little strange. Du Wubao nodded. The most important thing is that even if the secret Thunder sect and the Shadow Alliance go to war, the secret Thunder sect will not gain any advantage. Perhaps the secret Thunder sect will be at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, why would Zhong Chunren offend us? After hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua's frown deepened. He also felt a trace of unusual meaning from this. Just like what An Hongda said, why would Zhong Chunren offend the Shadow Alliance? It should be known that the Shadow Alliance's strength spread throughout the Anwu country. Why would Zhong Chunren offend such a huge monster? If Zhong Chunren only needed gold coins, he would go and bully those small sects. He did not even need to bully them. As long as he opened his mouth, those small sects would take the initiative to send themselves to his door. Since there was such a simple way to get gold coins, why would he use such a method and not hesitate to offend the Shadow Alliance to scheme against Yi Tianhua? Why did Zhong Chunren do this? What was his purpose? From the beginning, this matter began with a piece of information. Zhong Chunren bought a piece of information from the Shadow Alliance, saying that there were flaming stones on Green Spirit Mountain. Therefore, he sent his son, Zhong Huasheng, to Green Spirit Mountain to look for flaming stones. However, Zhong Huasheng's luck was not good. He encountered a ferocious snow leopard and was killed by it. Because of this matter, Zhong Chunren proposed two conditions to Yi Tianhua. One was that Yi Tianhua would pay him 1 million gold coins to compensate him. The other condition was that Yi Tianhua would sell him 5 years of free information. The first thing was that Zhong Chunren asked for compensation. Although the amount was huge, it was pardonable as compensation. The most suspicious thing was the second condition. If Zhong Chunren used the second condition to harm Yi Tianhua or even the Shadow Alliance, it was very likely that he would do it. The most important thing now was whether Zhong Chunren had such thoughts or not. Up until now, everyone had been talking about the worst idea. From the beginning, Zhong Chunren wanted to ask for gold coins. The 5 years of free information, he said, was just to get more gold coins. If that was the case, Yi Tianhua would accept it. At most, he would negotiate with Zhong Chunren and reduce the 5 years of free information to 1 year. However, if Zhong Chunren wanted to use the free information to harm him, then this matter was too terrifying. The question now was Zhong Chunren a good person or a bad person? If Zhong Chunren was a good person, the 2 conditions he said were just to get more gold coins. This was human nature and it was not a big deal. However, if Zhong Chunren was a bad person, then it was too terrifying. He would use the second condition that Yi Tianhua agreed to set him up. If this was really the case, he would not be the only one who would be unlucky, but the entire Shadow Alliance in South County. What was Zhong Chunren thinking? Yi Tianhua felt a headache. The 2 conditions that Zhong Chunren put forward could become a good thing or a bad thing. The question was, did Zhong Chunren want to do good or bad things? Seeing Yi Tianhua frowning and thinking, and Hongda sighed, "Brother Yi, no matter what Zhong Chunren thinks about this matter, we must not be careless. If Zhong Chunren really has ulterior motives, then something big will happen." Yi Tianhua nodded with a bitter smile. "I understand, but who dares to judge what Zhong Chunren is thinking? None of us know. If we treat Zhong Chunren as a bad person, but if Zhong Chunren is a good person, then wouldn't we have misunderstood him?" Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, and Hongda sneered, "But if Zhong Chunren is a bad person and we treat him as if he is a good person, then we will be the ones at a disadvantage. At that time, not only will we be at a disadvantage, but the entire Shadow Alliance will be at a disadvantage. Zhong Chuanren's reputation will even be ruined. This is all possible. If things develop to this point, then we will be the sinners of the Shadow Alliance." Yi Tianhua nodded. "You are right, we really can't agree. We must be careful." Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. "Later, when we go to the date, we must carefully observe Zhong Chuanren's movements. If he has ulterior motives, then we must make an early response." Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Du Wudai shook his head with a bitter smile. "Brother Yi, if Zhong Chunren really has ulterior motives towards us, I'm afraid that as soon as we attend his date, we will immediately fall into his trap. At that time, even if we know that we have fallen into his trap, I'm afraid there is nothing we can do." Hearing Du Wudai's words, and Hongda nodded, Du Wudai is right. If Zhong Chunren really wants to do something to us, I'm afraid that as soon as we attend the date, he will immediately make a move on us. At that time, even if we want to retreat, we won't have the chance to do so. Du Wudai said solemnly, "This is definitely not a small matter. If we are careless, I'm afraid it will be too late to regret." Hearing the 2's words, Yi Tianhua also felt that the situation was serious. He sighed, "But we have already agreed to Zhong Chuanren's date, we can't possibly not go." Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for the 2 to answer him, he continued. "If we don't go, won't that give Zhong Chunren another chance to say that we are not trustworthy and are not willing to honor his appointment?" Du Wudai sighed. "Brother Yi is right. If we don't go, it will give Zhong Chunren an excuse to say that we are not trustworthy. Once the news spreads, it will not be good for our Shadow Alliance." Hearing the 2's words, and Hongda frowned, "If what you 2 said is true, then we must go to Zhong Chuanren's date?" Hearing an Hongda's words, Du Wudai nodded and said with a bitter smile, "I'm afraid so. In order to not give Zhong Chunren this excuse, I'm afraid we must go to this date." And Hongda frowned and said, "If we go to this date, won't we fall into Zhong Chuanren's trap?" Du Wudai nodded with a bitter smile. "That's right. I'm afraid Zhong Chunren has already calculated this point. He predicted that we must go to this date. Whether we want to go or not, we must go to this date." And Hongda sighed, "If that's the case, won't we fall into Zhong Chuanren's trap for sure?" Du Wudai shook his head. "That's not necessarily the case. As long as we think clearly about what Zhong Chunren wants to do, we can naturally make corresponding arrangements for what he wants to do." And Hongda sighed again, "But we don't know what Zhong Chunren wants to do. This is the biggest problem." Du Wudai nodded. "What we said just now, although not necessarily accurate, at least we can judge the following possibilities. The The first possibility is that Zhong Chunren is just sad that his son was killed by the snow leopard and wants to ask for compensation from Big Brother to make up for his loss. Although the gold coins compared to his son are far from enough, it can at least calm him down. The second possibility is that Zhong Chunren has other motives. His real motive is to harm us, and even the entire Shadow Alliance. Speaking up to here, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing. Maybe Zhong Chunren has other motives, but we can only think of so much now. As for what Zhong Chunren is thinking, we can mainly judge from the 2 points I just mentioned. One is that Zhong Chunren simply wants the gold coins as compensation. The other possibility is that Zhong Chunren wants to use this opportunity to scheme against us. After listening to Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. If it were me, I would rather believe that Zhong Chunren is the first kind of person. He just wants some gold coins as compensation. And Hongda sneered and shook his head. Big Brother Yi, your thinking is too simple. In my opinion, Zhong Chunren clearly has an ulterior motive. He must be doing this for the second possibility that Du Wudai mentioned. That is, he wants to harm us, and even the entire Shadow Alliance. Yi Tianhua shook his head. As we just said, if Zhong Chunren wants to harm us, isn't he afraid of offending the Shadow Alliance? Once he offends the Shadow Alliance, even the secret Thunder Sect won't be able to protect him. After all, he has done bad things. I don't think the secret Thunder Sect will protect him. So I don't think Zhong Chunren is that stupid. Although he has harmed us, he has also fallen into danger. This is purely a situation where both sides suffer. I don't think he will do this. After listening to Yi Tianhua's words, and Hongda sneered and shook his head, slowly saying, things are definitely not that simple. If Zhong Chunren wants to harm us, he must have thought of a foolproof plan. Even if he has harmed us, he certainly can't offend the Shadow Alliance. Naturally, no one will chase after him. So I think that as long as Zhong Chunren has thought of a way out, there is absolutely no problem with this matter. Chapter 657. After listening to Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. If Zhong Chunren has thought of a way out, then what kind of way out can he think of to make up for this mistake? Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua's tone paused, but immediately after, he did not wait for Hongda to answer his question and continued. If Zhong Chunren wants to set us up, this is not a small matter. If he succeeds, no matter what he does, the Shadow Alliance will know that he is the one who set us up. At that time, no matter what excuse Zhong Chunren comes up with, the Shadow Alliance will never let him go. And Hongda shook his head. As for what excuse Zhong Chunren will come up with, I can't think of it now. However, since Zhong Chunren dares to do this, he must have a fearless idea. Otherwise, he would never dare to do this. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Perhaps, we are all wrong. Zhong Chunren only wants compensation and has no intention of harming us. Therefore, he is not afraid of the Shadow Alliance's revenge. Do you think that there is no such possibility? And Hongda shook his head. This is just thinking in a positive direction. Zhong Chunren only wants to ask for some compensation to make up for our mistakes. However, if he only wants compensation, he should only need the first condition. As long as he gets the gold coins, it should be considered as compensation. However, why does he want the second compensation? 5 years of free information is definitely not a small matter to us. Even if it is only a year of free information, it is still not a small matter. If I, Zhong Chunren, want to use these 5 years of free information to set us up, this is simply too easy. Therefore, we have to be careful. Du Wudai nodded. That's right. No matter whether Zhong Chunren has any malicious intentions towards us, we have to be on guard against him. If he really has any bad intentions, then it will be terrible. After hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. I also know that what you said is right, but how can we be on guard? We will go to his appointment later. Even if we want to be on guard, I am afraid it is already too late. There is no time to prepare anything. Du Wubao sighed. Big Brother Yi, you are right. There is not much time left. It is not easy to think of a way to deal with it. After hearing their conversation, Hongda frowned and asked, we don't have much time now, but are we going to go on a date without any preparation? Hongda paused for a moment before continuing without waiting for them to reply. If we go to Zhong Chuanren's date like this, wouldn't it be terrible if he really has ill intentions towards us? Du Wubao smiled bitterly and nodded. Although we know that things will be bad, what can we do? If we don't attend Zhong Chuanren's date, we will be breaking the contract. If Zhong Chunren uses this matter as an excuse, then we will have nothing to say. And Hongda slammed the table and said angrily, why should we care about him? Since we know that he wants to screw us over, why should we go? We might as well ignore him and see what he can do to us. Hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wubao nodded and turned to look at Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. How about this? I am the one who promised Zhong Chunren to go on the date. Why don't you guys go back and I go on the date myself? If something happens to me, you guys can come to my rescue. What do you think? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, An Hongda frowned but did not say anything. Du Wubao suddenly remembered the water spirit and fire spirit, and couldn't help but sigh. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua and slowly said, Big brother Yi, if you go on the date yourself, wouldn't that be exactly what they want? After hearing Du Wubao's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned and asked tentatively, Du Wubao, are you saying that Zhong Chunren wants to make a move on me? Du Wubao nodded. Big brother Yi, you are alone. If you go on the date, once Zhong Chunren wants to make a move on you, you will not be able to escape from his evil hands. Once you are caught by them, even if we want to save you, I'm afraid it will be too late. Speaking until here, Du Wubao paused for a moment before continuing. More importantly, once you are caught by them, I am sure that they will have a way to make you talk. Once you write down the agreement, even if you want to go back on your words, it will be impossible. You can only follow the agreement. Other than that, you have no other choice. After hearing Du Wubao's words, An Hongda sighed, if we really write down something that is disadvantageous to us, then I'm afraid that we will really be at Zhong Chuanren's mercy. Yi Tianhua shook his head, I don't think so. With the two of you outside as support, even if they catch me, aren't they afraid that the two of you will take revenge on them? Du Wubao smiled bitterly and shook his head, Big brother Yi, if they really catch you, then I'm afraid that no matter what we say, it will be useless. Even if we want to save you, Zhong Chunren will not agree. If Zhong Chunren uses you to threaten us, perhaps the two of us will also be controlled by him. That will be a total loss, with no possibility of a comeback. And Hongda also said in shock, Big brother Yi, Du Wubao is right. Once he uses you to threaten us, even if we want to save you, we won't dare to do anything. At that time, it will be really bad. Yi Tianhua shook his head, the two of you don't have to worry. Although Zhong Chuanren's martial arts are not bad, if he wants to catch me, I'm afraid it will be impossible. This kind of thing will definitely not happen. Du Wubao sighed, Big brother Yi, I know that your martial arts are strong, and Zhong Chunren is definitely not your opponent. However, if Zhong Chunren really wants to deal with you, he will definitely know that his martial arts are not as good as yours. Then he will definitely ask for help, at least in terms of martial arts, to come. At that time, even if your martial arts are higher than Zhong Chuanren's, they have the advantage in numbers. The one who will be at a disadvantage will still be you. Yi Tianhua smiled and waved his hand, since you said so, then I promise you that if Zhong Chunren comes to the date alone, then I will talk to him and see if there is any solution. Speaking until here, Yi Tianhua's tone paused for a moment before he continued, if they have the advantage in numbers, then I will immediately return. I believe that if I want to run, they will definitely not be able to catch me. Seeing that Yi Tianhua still wanted to attend Zhong Chuanren's date, Du Wubao was really anxious and hurriedly said, Big brother Yi, if Zhong Chunren doesn't have any evil intentions, then it doesn't matter what he does. But if he has bad intentions, then I'm afraid that your every move is already under his control. Speaking until here, Du Wubao's tone paused for a moment before he continued, if you really attend this date and Zhong Chunren does have evil intentions towards you, then he will definitely think that you will escape and will definitely make arrangements to prevent you from escaping. You have to guard against this. After hearing Du Wubao's words, Yi Tianhua was silent for a moment before he slowly said, just like what we said just now, whether Zhong Chunren wants to set me up or not is still uncertain. Since it hasn't happened yet, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to assume that Zhong Chunren is a person? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, and Hongda snorted coldly. Big brother Yi, this is just a simple matter. The information we sold to Zhong Chunren is not wrong. There is indeed fire soaring stone on Green Tower Mountain. No one can deny this. This proves that our information is accurate. We didn't sell Zhong Chunren any information about the snow leopard. Even if his son, Zhong Huasheng, encountered the snow leopard, it has nothing to do with us. Since it has nothing to do with us, why would he want to settle the score with us? This is obviously illogical. Since Zhong Chunren can do such an illogical thing, then there is reason to believe that he must have a motive. As for whether he wants to set us up or not, I dare not say. But I am sure that he will definitely do something to us. Du Wudai nodded. That's right. Zhong Chunren can push the blame to us for things that have nothing to do with us. It's obvious that Zhong Chunren is capable of doing anything. We must not lower our guard and fall into Zhong Chunren's trap. Yi Tianhua thought for a moment before he turned to look at Du Wubao and said in a deep voice, when we made the agreement with Zhong Chunren, he wanted to meet me and Hongda. This means that even if he wants to deal with us, he will only deal with the two of us. In this way, even if Zhong Chunren has a trap, it will be a trap designed for the two of us. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Now, we've coincidentally met you, and you're also someone Zhong Chunren didn't expect. Even if Zhong Chunren set a trap in front of us, the trap he set was for two people. If the three of us go on this date, I believe that with our strength, we should be able to deal with the trap he set for two people. Even if we can't beat them, it shouldn't be a problem for us to escape. So, I feel that all of us should go on this date together. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, although Du Wubao still felt that it was a little inappropriate, since Yi Tianhua had said so, there was no way to refute. Helplessly, he could only nod silently. And Hongda said with a wry smile, Brother Yi, the trap that Zhong Chunren set may be set for the two of us. But what kind of trap did he set? At this point, Hongda's tone paused for a moment. But immediately after, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his question and continued speaking. On a date in the wilderness, there are only two possibilities if Zhong Chunren wants to scheme against us. One is that there are many people. Zhong Chunren can target our martial arts and find more people who are far stronger than the two of us. This way, he can easily suppress us. This is also a method. The other possibility is that Zhong Chunren may have some kind of hidden weapon that can silently hurt us. If he really has such a hidden weapon, it is definitely not good news for us. It is even more terrifying than having more people. We have to be careful. After listening to Hongda's words, Du Wubao nodded, and Hongda is right. Zhong Chunren can indeed think of these two methods. He can use more people to suppress us, or he can use some kind of hidden weapon to suppress us. At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment and sighed before continuing. Also, they may have some kind of drug that can make people silently implanted with this drug. Either they will lose their martial arts or they will faint on the spot. In short, no matter what the result is, it will be a serious blow to us. After listening to Du Wubao's words, Hongda's expression changed. He said in shock, Du Wubao is right. If Zhong Chunren has some kind of drug, then no matter how high our martial arts are, I'm afraid it will be useless. Du Wubao sighed, if Zhong Chunren is only using some kind of drug to trap us, I believe that with the martial arts of the three of us, once we realize that something is wrong, it is impossible for all of us to be implanted with his drug. One or two of us will definitely escape. So what I am most worried about is that Zhong Chunren will use both methods at the same time. At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for the other two to speak and continued to speak. If Zhong Chunren has some experts to suppress the three of us and then use some kind of drug to deal with us, if Zhong Chunren really does this, I'm afraid that none of us will be able to escape. All of us will fall into his hands. And Hongda nodded, Big Brother Yi, since we know that it is so dangerous, are we still going to attend his date? Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding, since I have already promised Zhong Chunren that I will attend his date, then I will definitely attend. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, at worst, when the three of us attend his date, we must carefully observe the movements of the four people. Once we discover that something is wrong, We must not hesitate and immediately escape, lest we fall into Zhong Chuanren's trap. Seeing that Yi Tianhua knew that it was dangerous but still wanted to attend Zhong Chuanren's date, and Hongda helplessly sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Big brother Yi, since we are going to attend Zhong Chuanren's date this time, since we already know that he might harm us, we must be careful. If we really discover that something is wrong, we must not hesitate and immediately escape from the scene. We must not hesitate." Hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua nodded, "No problem. When the time comes, we must observe the terrain carefully to see if Zhong Chunren has any bad intentions." Du Wubao said with a bitter smile, "To be honest, I am very much against this date. Since you guys insist on going, then I can only accompany you." At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued to speak. "When we go, everyone must remember that we must not casually get close to Zhong Chunren. Even if we find that it is safe, we must not get close to him, in case there is a trap." And Hongda nodded, "That's right. Since we thought that Zhong Chunren might use some kind of drug to harm us, then not getting close to him is the best choice. No matter what method he uses, we must not get close to him, in case we get drugged. That would be terrible." Chapter 658. After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda nodded. "That's right. Du Wudai is right. Zhong Chunren is extremely cunning. We must not get close to him. If he really has some medicine, we will not be able to guard against it." After hearing their words, Yi Tianhua nodded. "You're right. We have to remember this. No matter what Zhong Chunren does, we can't get close to him." Du Wudai sneered, "Not only can we not get close to him, but we also have to pay attention to the direction of the wind. If Zhong Chunren stands at the upper wind and uses some kind of drug on us, we won't be able to escape even if we're far away from him." And Hongda nodded, "I didn't expect there to be so many things to pay attention to. If we didn't have a good talk today, we might have fallen into Zhong Chuanren's trap without knowing it." Yi Tianhua smiled, "Since we already know so much, I believe that as long as we pay attention to Zhong Chuanren's plan to harm us, Zhong Chunren won't be able to harm us." Du Wudai sighed after hearing Yi Tianhua's words, "What we just talked about are just some simple methods. Maybe Zhong Chunren has other ways to deal with us. In short, we have to be careful. We can't let Zhong Chunren have the chance to harm us." Hearing Du Wudai's sigh, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but sigh as well. "I originally thought that it was just a small matter. Through our analysis just now, I suddenly realized that Zhong Chunren is really capable. To be able to develop such a small matter into such a huge matter, and even use this matter to threaten me. If I think about it carefully, it's really strange." After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, An Hongda was overjoyed. He quickly smiled and said, "Big brother Yi, since we already know that Zhong Chunren is playing tricks and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to harm us, why don't we not go to his date, so that he won't have the opportunity to harm us?" After hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. "An Hongda, some things are not as simple as you think. If we don't go to Zhong Chuanren's date, what will he think?" Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for An Hongda to reply and continued speaking. "If Zhong Chunren really wants to harm us, even if he doesn't succeed this time, he will definitely think of an even more ruthless plan to deal with us. We are in the open while Zhong Chunren is in the dark. If he wants to scheme against us in the dark, even if we can hide for a while, we will definitely not be able to hide forever. Sooner or later, we will fall into his trap and fall into his trap." At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, "Since we'll be fooled sooner or later, why don't we meet him today? This way, at least we'll be out in the open. Even if Zhong Chunren has a plan, as long as we're careful, we'll find a way to avoid it. More importantly, we can use this opportunity to find out what Zhong Chunren is thinking. Is he a good person or a bad person like what we said? Don't you think so too?" After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, An Hongda was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Yi Tianhua hadn't thought through the reasoning behind this, so he insisted on going to Zhong Chuanren's date. But he never thought that Yi Tianhua already had a plan and had thought through the reasoning behind this. After listening to Yi Tianhua's words, An Hongda suddenly felt that it was very reasonable. If they went to meet Zhong Chunren now, even if Zhong Chunren had a plan, most of it would be on the surface. At least they could be on guard. But if they didn't go on this date, they wouldn't be able to predict what Zhong Chunren would do next time. Once they lost this opportunity, no one knew when Zhong Chunren would make his move and what kind of method he would use. Since they knew that Zhong Chunren would make his move, but they didn't know when he would make his move, wouldn't they have to live in fear every day? Instead of living in fear every day, it was better to go on this date with Zhong Chunren today. When the time comes, when they meet Zhong Chunren, they would naturally know whether this matter was good or bad. Thinking of this, and Hongda sighed, "Brother Yi, it seems that we have to go on this date." Yi Tianhua nodded, "We really have to go. If we don't take this opportunity to figure out what Zhong Chunren is thinking, we won't have another chance in the future. We can only rely on ourselves to guess. So this time, we have to go and figure out what Zhong Chunren is thinking." Du Wudai sighed, "Although we know that we have to go, I have a feeling that Zhong Chunren's date isn't that simple. He will definitely use some kind of plan to set us up. The most important thing is that we don't know what kind of plan he will use. That's the worst thing." And Hongda nodded, "That's true. What kind of plan will Zhong Chunren use to deal with us on this date?" Speaking of this, and Hongda's tone paused, but then he didn't wait for Du Wudai to answer his question and continued. "Will he hire someone to deal with us, or use some kind of hidden weapon to deal with us, or like what we just said, use some kind of drug to deal with us? What kind of method will he use?" Speaking of this, and Hongda's tone paused for a moment before he continued, "If we can figure out what kind of method he will use to deal with us, then we will naturally have a way to guard against it." After listening to An Hongda's words, Du Wudai frowned and thought for a moment before he slowly said, "From the looks of it, the possibility of Zhong Chunren using the first method is the highest. That is, he will hire some martial arts experts to deal with us." Speaking of this, Du Wudai paused for a moment before he continued, "I'm guessing that since Zhong Chunren dares to deal with our Shadow Alliance, I don't think it's just him alone. There should be others. As long as they join forces to deal with us, it will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. The success rate will also be higher." Hearing Du Wudai's words, and Hongda shook his head, "We don't know why Zhong Chunren wants to set us up. However, our Shadow Alliance isn't weak either. No matter who wants to deal with us, they will have to think carefully before they do so. Because no matter what benefits they can gain from it, they will eventually be hunted down by the Shadow Alliance. I don't believe that many people will dare to face the Shadow Alliance. Even the sects that are stronger than the Shadow Alliance may not be willing to deal with the Shadow Alliance. The Shadow Alliance mainly sells information and doesn't have any conflict of interest with the other sects. On the contrary, it is very beneficial to them. Once they offend the Shadow Alliance will never sell any information to them in the future. At that time, the ones who will suffer losses will be them, not the Shadow Alliance. Therefore, I think that this matter is what Zhong Chunren wants to do. Maybe he is blinded by the benefits, or maybe there are other reasons, so he came up with this plan to deal with us." After listening to An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua nodded, "That's right. What we do doesn't have any conflict of interest with the other sects. Naturally, no one will find trouble with us. If Zhong Chunren really wants to find trouble with us, he shouldn't be able to find someone to partner with him." At this point, Yi Tianhua's tone paused, and then he continued, "Now it seems that the only person who wants to scheme against us is Zhong Chunren alone." After listening to the two's words, Du Wudai shook his head, "What you said is wrong. Since they want to scheme against us, they must have thought through the details. Even if they kill us, it won't cause any trouble." After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda shook his head. "That's impossible. No matter who wants to deal with us, it's impossible for them to kill us silently. Moreover, there should be people who know that we're here for this date. If we're killed during this date, Zhong Chunren will definitely be suspected. No matter how he explains, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to get rid of his suspicion." After listening to An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua nodded, "That's right. An Hongda is right. We are here for Zhong Chunren's date this time. I have already instructed my disciples. Although I didn't explicitly tell them what we are here for, they definitely know that we are here for Zhong Chunren's date. If we are killed by Zhong Chunren during this date, my disciples will definitely spread the news. At that time, even if Zhong Chunren doesn't want to be suspected, it will be impossible. And Hongda smiled and said, so I think that even if Zhong Chunren wants to do something to us, he won't be able to find a partner. In addition, I'm afraid that he won't be able to think of any way to get rid of his suspicion. Hearing the two's words, Du Wudai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then according to what you said, there won't be any danger for our date this time. At this point, Du Wudai's tone paused, but he didn't wait for the two to answer his question and continued. Since Zhong Chunren can't get rid of his suspicion, then he definitely won't do it even though he knows it's dangerous. It seems that this date is just for the gold coins, and nothing else. After hearing Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua smiled and nodded, I think so. If Zhong Chunren really did harm us during this date, then he will definitely be suspected. Once it's found out that he did it, the Shadow Alliance will definitely not let him go. At that time, no matter what benefits he gets, I'm afraid it will all be in vain. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Du Wudai frowned and turned to look at An Hongda. He asked tentatively, An Hongda, don't tell me that you think so too? After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although what Brother Yi said makes a bit of sense, I keep feeling that things aren't so simple. Zhong Chunren clearly has nothing to do with us, but he still wants to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. This is very suspicious. Speaking until here, An Hongda's tone paused, but then he continued without waiting for Du Wudai to answer his words. And the most important point is, if Zhong Chunren wants to claim compensation, then why didn't he come to us directly and talk face to face? Wouldn't it be better for you to do this? But he didn't do this, and insisted on inviting us to this wilderness. Do you think this is normal? After hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai suddenly clapped his hands. An Hongda, you're right. If he really just wants compensation, it's very easy to go directly to Brother Yi. Even if Brother Yi agrees to compensate him, it's easier to prepare the gold coins at home. Maybe he can take the gold coins away on the spot. But in this wilderness, there are no such convenient conditions. Even if Brother Yi agrees to compensate him, it's impossible for Brother Yi to bring so many gold coins with him. He also needs to go home to prepare. It's impossible for Zhong Chunren to take the gold coins on the spot. He still needs to wait for a while before he can go to Brother Yi's house to retrieve the gold coins. In this way, if Zhong Chunren wants to get the gold coins, the best way is to go to Brother Yi's house. Wouldn't it be more convenient than coming to this wilderness? An Hongda nodded after hearing Du Wudai's words. That's indeed the case. That's why I always thought that Zhong Chunren definitely didn't have good intentions. Although I couldn't guess what he wanted to do, I was certain that he was definitely scheming against us in the dark. Du Wudai turned his head to look at Yi Tianhua, and asked tentatively, Brother Yi, what do you think? After listening to An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua's face turned ugly. After hearing Du Wudai's question, he couldn't help but sigh, and then nodded. An Hongda is right. This is indeed suspicious. Since Zhong Chunren can send a disciple to inform me of this date, why didn't he come directly to me? Even if he has some conditions that he can't say, we can still discuss it. Why would he want to meet me in this wilderness? Hearing that Yi Tianhua also understood Zhong Chunren's intentions, An Hongda sighed, Brother Yi, since we already know Zhong Chunren's intentions, I think it's better that we don't attend Zhong Chunren's date, so as to avoid being schemed against by him. After hearing An Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua let out a long sigh. An Hongda, I just said that if we don't attend Zhong Chunren's date, we will have to face his schemes in the future. Are you willing to live in fear every day? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, An Hongda's face suddenly changed. After being silent for a while, he slowly sighed. It seems that we have to attend Zhong Chunren's date this time. Yi Tianhua nodded. The most important reason we attend his date this time is to see what Zhong Chunhua's intentions are. If he really only wants some gold coins as compensation, then we can discuss a suitable price as compensation for losing his only son. Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua's tone paused, and then he continued, but if he really has ulterior motives, then we also know what he is thinking. We should try to resolve this matter this time, so as to avoid getting into trouble in the future. Hearing this, and Hongda nodded, if that's the case, then let's attend this date. Chapter 659. After Yi Tianhua and the other two finished their meal, they hired 2 carriages outside the door and headed out of Qingshuo town. Yi Tianhua had been here before, so he sat in the front carriage and left Qingshuo town, continuing to walk along the official road. Yi Tianhua, who was sitting in the carriage, looked at the back of the coachman sitting in front of the carriage and sighed in his heart. In the hotel, although he said it casually, his heart was definitely not relaxed. From the beginning, he had doubts about this matter. For so many years, they had sold countless pieces of information, but nothing like this had ever happened. It was just a piece of information about the Flaming Stone, but Zhong Chunren blamed his son Zhong Huolin's death on the Shadow Alliance. This was somewhat unreasonable. Yi Tianhua was absolutely wrong. Zhong Huosheng's death had nothing to do with this matter. Since Zhong Chunren was able to pin this matter on him, there must be a reason behind it. But what was the reason? Was it really like what he said just now, that Zhong Chunren wanted to harm him? But there was no reason. Zhong Chunren was not familiar with him and did not have much contact with him. With the two of them like this, why would Zhong Chunren want to harm him? This was what Yi Tianhua could not figure out. If there was some deep hatred between him and Zhong Chunren, it would be reasonable for Zhong Chunren to seek revenge. However, there was no deep hatred between him and Zhong Chunren. Zhong Chunren wanted to harm him. This was somewhat unreasonable. What was the reason? Why did Zhong Chunren want to harm him? If he did not want to harm him this time, then why did Zhong Chunren do this? Gold coins. Did Zhong Chunren really only want gold coins? Yi Tianhua thought of the 2 conditions that Zhong Chunren gave and could not help but frown even more. Zhong Chunren's first condition was to ask for 1 million gold coins. Although 1 million gold coins was a lot, Yi Tianhua thought that it was not worth it for Zhong Chunren to only ask for 1 million gold coins. Zhong Chunren was the deputy hall master of the Tantric Thunder sect and was considered a well-known figure in the South County. However, if he did this and it really spread, it would definitely be a heavy blow to his identity. The Secret Thunder sect mainly produced firearms. If Zhong Chunren wanted to earn more gold coins, then he should be able to earn a lot of gold coins in his own territory. But why would they want more gold coins from him? That was a strange thing. The firearms sold by the Secret Thunder sect were not cheap. If Zhong Chunren wanted to get some gold coins from them, it would be much easier. Why did he have to take the risk of ruining his reputation by coming up with such a plan? There was also Zhong Chunren's second condition, which was 5 years of free information. This condition was even more suspicious. It was indeed a bit too much to ask the Shadow Alliance to waive the information fee for 5 years. The first condition was 1 million gold coins. Although it was a large amount, it was far from comparable to the second condition. Just like what Zhong Chunren had said in the hotel, if Zhong Chunren made good use of the 5 years of free information, he would definitely get more than 1 million gold coins. More importantly, if Zhong Chunren wanted to harm him, he could use the 5 years of free information to damage his reputation. Even if Zhong Chunren wanted to harm him, he could use the 5 years of free information to damage his reputation. Just like what Zhong Chunren had done to him, the news was fake. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. If this was really the case, then Zhong Chunren's intentions were simply too vicious. Yi Tianhua snorted coldly. If Zhong Chunren really had such a vicious intention, then he would never let him go. But there was another problem. If Zhong Chunren used such an obvious trick, wouldn't it add a lot of trouble to him? If Zhong Chunren's plan succeeded, even if it succeeded in harming him, then the Shadow Alliance behind him would not sit idly by. They would definitely seek revenge on Zhong Chunren. At that time, even if Zhong Chunren had great ability, he would absolutely not be able to escape from the Shadow Alliance. Zhong Chunren had the Secret Thunder sect behind him, but Zhong Chunren was in the wrong in this matter. Once the Shadow Alliance sought revenge on Zhong Chunren, the Secret Thunder sect would not be able to do anything even if they wanted to. At that time, Zhong Chunren would definitely not be able to escape. He would definitely follow in his footsteps. However, since he could think of it, how could Zhong Chunren not think of it? Zhong Chunren should have thought of it, but since he had thought of it, Why did he still do it? Could it be that he had a way to prevent this from happening? Even if Zhong Chunren wanted to harm him, he could also guarantee that the Shadow Alliance would absolutely not find trouble with him. Only by doing this, Zhong Chunren would have no worries. However, what should Zhong Chunren do to achieve this? Yi Tianhua thought for a long time, but still could not think of what Zhong Chunren should do to achieve this. To be able to harm him, and yet no one would find trouble with him. Du Wudai and An Hongda sat in the second carriage. The reason why the two of them sat in the same carriage was that they had the same view. They also wanted to sit together and take the opportunity to discuss this matter. As soon as the carriage started moving, An Hongda said with a wry smile, Du Wudai, regarding today's date, what do you think? Du Wudai sighed, although I don't know what Zhong Chunren is thinking, I have a feeling that this matter is not so simple. After listening to Du Wudai's words, An Hongda nodded. Brother Yi refused to listen to us and insisted on attending Zhong Chunren's date. I'm afraid that this time, it will be dangerous. Du Wudai nodded and sighed. Brother Yi's actions may have many drawbacks, but we can't deny that what he said is reasonable. Speaking until here, Du Wudai's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for An Hongda to answer his words, and continued to speak. Think about it, if we really don't attend Zhong Chunren's date, I'm afraid that the final result will be the same as what Brother Yi said. Zhong Chunren's plan will fail, and he will definitely think of a new way to deal with us. At that time, he will be hiding in the dark, and we will have to be on guard against him. Wouldn't this be more tiring? Although there is a certain amount of danger in attending his date, but we can indeed know if Zhong Chunren has any malicious intentions towards us. After listening to Du Wudai's words, An Hongda nodded with a wry smile. Du Wudai, what you said makes sense, and what Brother Yi said also makes sense. However, if Zhong Chunren really has any malicious intentions, then this time we will fall into his trap. At that time, even if we want to regret it, it will be too late. Du Wubao shook his head. This time, Zhong Chunren only invited Big Brother Yi alone. Maybe he didn't set a trap for Big Brother Yi alone. But now that there are two more of us, it's hard to say if his trap is big enough. Although the three of us are not top experts, if he wants to set up a trap to deal with the three of us, it will not be an easy task. An Hongda sighed. If Zhong Chunren has any malicious intentions, he will definitely set up a tight trap, making it impossible for us to hide even if we want to. Speaking until here, An Hongda's tone paused, and then he continued, even if what we said in the hotel is true, Zhong Chunren can invite experts to completely suppress us in terms of strength. He can also choose to buy some kind of hidden weapon, and secretly attack us. The most powerful thing is that he can buy some kind of drug, and silently drug all of us. In short, no matter which method he uses, it's impossible for us to guard against it. Because we don't know if Zhong Chunren has any ill intentions towards us, it's very easy for us to fall into his trap. Hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai pondered for a moment, and then slowly shook his head. Zhong Chunren wants to find experts to suppress us. This is not an easy task. If he wants to suppress Big Brother Yi, then he only needs to find another expert, and two people can suppress Big Brother Yi. But now that there are two more of us, I am afraid he will need 6 experts. Let's not talk about whether Zhong Chunren can find 6 experts, just the trap he set up was originally for Big Brother Yi. Now that there are 2 more of us, will he think of this? After listening to Du Wudai's words, An Hongda nodded. Du Wudai, you are right. Zhong Chunren's original trap should be for Big Brother Yi. Even if he found some experts, the number will definitely not be many, at most 3 people. Now that there are 2 more of us, the people he found, even if their strength is still stronger than us, it is impossible to completely suppress us. If the 2 sides really fight, he will not be able to completely suppress us in terms of strength. Once we escape, then their plan will be completely known to us. At that time, it will be impossible for them to harm us again. Speaking until here, An Hongda's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Du Wudai to answer his words, he continued. But, Du Wudai, have you ever thought that if Zhong Chunren has already expected that the 2 of us will attend his date with Big Brother Yi, then won't he invite more experts to deal with us? After listening to An Hongda's words, Du Wubao thought about it carefully and shook his head. It seems unlikely. It's not a problem to find more experts to deal with us, but where would he find more people? At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment before continuing. To completely suppress the three of us, they would need at least 6 or 7 experts. Even if there were 6 or 7 experts, they wouldn't dare to guarantee that we wouldn't be able to escape. So, to completely suppress us, I am afraid that at least 10 experts are needed. Think about it, why would Zhong Chunren find 10 experts of our level to deal with us? More importantly, if he wants to find people to do this kind of thing, who can guarantee that there will be people willing to do it? Behind us is the Shadow Alliance. In terms of strength, they are definitely not inferior to the Secret Thunder Sect, or even stronger. In this situation, how many people are willing to help Zhong Chunren deal with us? Are they not afraid of the Shadow Alliance's revenge? More importantly, they have so many people to deal with us, what is their purpose? If it is just for the gold coins, how many gold coins can each of them get? This is not equal to what they have done. Since they can't get the same amount of gold coins, why would they do this kind of thing? That's why I'm suspecting why Zhong Chunren wants to set us up. After listening to Du Wudai's words, and Hongda's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise, Du Wudai, do you think that the Secret Thunder Sect wants to deal with our Shadow Alliance? Speaking up to here, and Hongda's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Du Wudai to answer his question, and continued to speak. If it's Tantric Thunder Sect that wants to deal with our Shadow Alliance, then this matter is easy to explain. Zhong Chunren is just a vanguard. He has 2 conditions. The first condition is 1 million gold coins, which might just be a cover. His real purpose is to get the second condition, which is 5 years of free information. If the Secret Thunder Sect wants to attack the Shadow Alliance, as long as they have 5 years of free information, they will definitely be able to do it. Once they use these 5 years of free information to damage the reputation of the Shadow Alliance, at that time, they will make a move to deal with us. At that time, wouldn't our Shadow Alliance suffer a great loss? Maybe the Secret Thunder Sect's plan will really succeed and destroy our Shadow Alliance. After listening to Hongda's words, Du Wudai couldn't help but frown. After a long while, he slowly said, if the Secret Thunder Sect wants to deal with our Shadow Alliance, they will use Zhong Chunren as a vanguard, and then use this opportunity to weaken the strength of our Shadow Alliance. Although this idea is possible, to really implement it is not an easy thing to do. Speaking up to here, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing. First of all, the cause of this matter is that Zhong Chunren's only son, Zhong Huaxing, was killed by the snow leopard. Then Zhong Chunren used this opportunity to propose 2 compensation conditions to us. But the problem is that Zhong Chunren only has 1 son. Is he willing to sacrifice his only son for the Secret Thunder Sect? After listening to Du Wudai's words, Hongda was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, Du Wudai, what if Zhong Chunren's son, Zhong Huaxing, was not killed? Speaking up to here, Hongda paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Du Wudai to answer his question, and continued speaking. Du Wudai, think about it. If this matter is fake from the beginning, and Zhong Chunren's son, Zhong Huaxing, was not killed by the snow leopard, he said this just to find an excuse. After all, Zhong Chunren said that his son, Zhong Huaxing, had been killed, which was only his side of the story. None of us had seen it with our own eyes. Since he said that his son, Zhong Huaxing, was killed, we believed him. But if all this is fake, and Zhong Huaxing was not killed by the snow leopard, they said this just to find an excuse, and Zhong Chunren did not lose his only son. Then wouldn't this matter have a reasonable explanation? Chapter 660. Hongda sneered and said, if Zhong Chunren's only son, Zhong Huaxing, was not killed by the snow leopard, then it is enough to prove that everything Zhong Chunren did was premeditated. His purpose was to harm us. Hearing Hongda's words, Du Wudai could not help but frown. Hongda's words made him feel enlightened. Zhong Chunren said that his only son, Zhong Huaxing, was killed by the snow leopard, but who had seen it? If no one had seen it, didn't that mean that this matter could be faked? If Zhong Chunren could even lie about this matter, then everything he had done could be fake. It was a scheme that he had set up long ago. Thinking of this, Du Wudai turned to look at Hongda and said slowly, Hongda, do you have any evidence to prove Zhong Huaxing's matter? After hearing Du Wudai's words, and Hongda smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I don't have any evidence. This is just my own guess. I'm not sure if it's true or not. At this point, and Hongda paused for a moment before continuing, however, I'm guessing that this is most likely true. Zhong Chunren only has one son. He wouldn't joke around with his only son. It doesn't make sense for him to send his son to search for fire soaring stones when he knows that Green Soaring Mountain is in danger. Even if he sent his son, Zhong Huasheng, to the mountain to look for flaming stones, he would definitely send enough experts to protect his son. It's impossible for him to let Zhong Huasheng be killed by the snow leopard so easily. And Hongda turned to look at Du Wudai and sneered. Although the snow leopard's speed is fast, if he really wanted to escape and had someone to cover for him, Zhong Huasheng would definitely have a chance to escape. But he didn't. Instead, he was killed by the snow leopard. This is really strange. After hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai nodded. You're right. This matter is too illogical. At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment before continuing. I believe that no matter who it is, they would love their only son very much. Why would they let Zhong Huasheng take the risk alone? This is indeed a little too strange. And Hongda snorted coldly. So I think that the news that Zhong Chunren sent us is fake. His only son, Zhong Huasheng, was not killed by the snow leopard. The reason why he said that must be to set us up. Other than this explanation, I really can't think of any other. Du Wudai nodded. That is indeed the case. This matter is extremely strange. Perhaps Zhong Chunren had planned all of this long ago. Perhaps he had already thought of this plan when he received the news from the Green Tower Mountain. And Hongda sneered and nodded. That's right. Zhong Chunren must have thought of this plan long ago. It could even be said that he had already thought of this plan before he received the news from Qingling Mountain. At this point, An Hongda paused for a moment before continuing. Perhaps he had already thought of this plan long ago. Regardless of whether he received the news from Qingling Mountain or from somewhere else, he would still carry out this plan. After hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai sighed. Even if we know all of this, what's the use? Just like Brother Yi said, everything is just a guess. We can't be sure if it is true or false. Therefore, we have to participate in this date. At this point, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing. Only by participating in this date will we be able to find out if Zhong Chunren is what we think he is and if all of this is his plan. And Hongda sighed. Du Wudai, perhaps Zhong Chunren had already predicted all of this. He knows that whether or not this is his plan, we have to participate in this date. Du Wudai nodded. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Zhong Chunren will definitely make a move on us during this date? After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda nodded. If we didn't guess wrongly, Zhong Chunren will indeed make a move on our date this time. Because this is the best opportunity for him to make a move. Apart from this opportunity, he won't have a better chance. Du Wudai nodded. If that's the case, then we really have to be on our guard this time. Otherwise, Zhong Chunren might really succeed. At that time, we will be in deep trouble. And Hongda responded casually before frowning and pondering for a moment. Du Wudai, tell me. Why do you think Zhong Chunren is doing this? At this point, An Hongda paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Du Wubao's reply and continued to speak. I still can't figure it out. If all of this was planned by Zhong Chunren, then what is his goal? Is it the 1 million gold coins, or his second condition, 5 years of free information? Du Wudai smiled bitterly. If it's for the 1 million gold coins, then this matter is relatively simple. We just need to raise 1 million gold coins for him and this matter will be completely resolved. However, if it's for the second condition, 5 years of free information, then we have to think carefully about his intentions. We definitely can't agree to it so easily. After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda nodded. Indeed. If it's only the 1 million gold coins, then it's still easy to resolve. However, if it's the second condition, then it's really difficult to resolve. Because in these 5 years of free information, there will be too many changes. If Zhong Chunren wants to use these 5 years of free information to harm us, it's simply a simple matter. Therefore, we have to be careful with this condition. Du Wudai sighed. What I'm worried about is that if Zhong Chunren insists on the second condition, then it won't be easy for us to resolve it. And Hongda heard and sneered. What's not easy to resolve? To be honest, Zhong Huasheng's matter this time has nothing to do with us. Even if we want to compensate him, it's only a matter of morality. But in essence, we don't need to bear any compensation. Du Wudai nodded. You're right. Things should be like this. We didn't sell him any information about the snow leopard. Even if something happens, it's definitely not related to us. Even if we don't compensate him, others won't say anything about us. And Hongda smiled bitterly and nodded. If it wasn't for Big Brother Yi's insistence, I wouldn't even go on this date. Why should I care about him? Du Wudai nodded. Things should be like this. If it has nothing to do with us, why should we participate in his date? If this matter spreads out, then we can't do business anymore. As long as there's a problem with the information we sold, even if the problem isn't our own problem, they will still come to us for compensation. Then wouldn't we be in trouble? No matter how much gold we have, it won't be enough to compensate. After hearing Du Wudai's words, and Hongda sighed. This is also the purpose of me and Big Brother Yi participating in this date. If I was there and saw this situation, I would definitely stop Big Brother Yi and not let him do this kind of thing, so as to avoid trouble in the future. Du Wudai smiled and nodded. This time, with the two of us and Big Brother Yi participating in this date, even if Zhong Chunren has some tricks up his sleeve, I believe he won't be able to hide it from our eyes. At that time, we only need to expose Zhong Chunren's tricks, and Big Brother Yi won't be fooled. And Hongda nodded. Du Wudai, take a guess. If Zhong Chunren is really scheming against us, then what is his purpose? Du Wudai smiled and shook his head. How can I guess this? If I can really guess it, then wouldn't we have a way to deal with Zhong Chunren? And Hongda nodded and said with some doubts. My guess is that Zhong Hongda is definitely not doing this for the 1 million gold coins. Speaking until here, and Hongda's tone paused. But immediately after, he didn't wait for Du Wudai to answer his question and continued. If I'm not wrong, his purpose should be the second condition, which is the 5 years of free information that he mentioned. Du Wudai nodded his head. That's right. If Zhong Chunren had made such a big plan just for that 1 million gold coins, it would indeed be somewhat inconceivable. It seems that his plan is mostly centered around the second condition. And Hongda sneered. Now that we have already guessed his plan, when we participate in the date later, as long as we don't agree to his second condition, no matter what ability he has, he won't be able to do anything to us. Hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai suddenly remembered the matter with water spirit and fire spirit. He couldn't help but say, An Hongda, what we should pay attention to now is not his second condition, but whether Zhong Chunren will make a move against us. Speaking until here, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing. Perhaps Zhong Chunren's ultimate goal is the second condition that he told us. But, I believe that he should be able to guess that we will definitely not agree to his condition. So, he will definitely think of a way to make us agree to his condition. Hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda sneered. If we don't agree, what can he do to us? Don't forget, there are 3 of us, and he is only one person. Don't tell me that he can use himself to threaten the 3 of us. Isn't that ridiculous? Du Wudai smiled bitterly and shook his head. If Zhong Chunren wants to deal with us, he will definitely not go alone. Just like what we said just now, perhaps his initial goal was only Big Brother Yi, but I can be sure that he will definitely not go alone. Maybe he will find 2 or 3 experts to go with him, so that he can completely suppress Big Brother Yi in terms of strength and achieve his goal. If that's the case, then we don't have the advantage in terms of numbers, and we might even be at a disadvantage. And Hongda waved his hand indifferently. Even if the 3 of them deal with the 3 of us, so what? Do you think that there are many people in the South region who can beat us? When Du Wubao heard this, he sighed. What I'm worried about is not that there are only 3 of them. What I'm worried about is that Zhong Chunren had long planned for this matter. He had even calculated that you would come, so he would find even more experts to deal with you. Speaking up to this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment before continuing. Who knows, Zhong Chunren might have not only schemed against you, but he might have schemed against me as well. He might have found more experts to deal with the three of us. Du Wudai turned to look at Anhongda and said with a smile, Anhongda, if this is the case, I'm afraid that as soon as we arrive at the date, we will be surrounded by their people. At that time, it will be too late for us to escape. After hearing Du Wudai's words, Anhongda shook his head indifferently and said with a sneer, Du Wudai, you're right. Do you think that in the South region, there are many people who surpass us in martial arts? Speaking of this, Anhongda paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Du Wudai to answer him. It's not that I'm looking down on Zhong Chunren. He doesn't need to find more than 10 experts. Even if he can find 5 experts, he's already very powerful. Du Wudai shook his head. Anhongda, I advise you not to be too careless. If Zhong Chunren wants to find a few experts, it shouldn't take much effort. Speaking of this, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing, think about it. In the South region, just the secret Thunder sect alone has many experts. If he calls all these experts over, it will be a great threat to us. We must not be careless. After hearing Du Wudai's words, Anhongda could not help but frown. There are indeed many experts in the secret Thunder sect, but will Zhong Chunren really find the experts of the secret Thunder sect to do this kind of thing? If he finds the experts of the secret Thunder sect, will others help him if he tells them about this matter? I know that Zhong Chunren is being unreasonable in this matter. Even if he is not afraid of offending the Shadow Alliance, are other people not afraid? After all, everyone still has to stay in the South region. If they offend the Shadow Alliance and make another enemy, what good will it do them? Speaking of this, Anhongda paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Du Wudai to answer his question. So, I think that the experts of the secret Thunder sect will not necessarily help Zhong Chunren. If Zhong Chunren wants to find someone to help, he will only find some trustworthy people. These people are likely to help him. Among the people Zhong Chunren trusts, are there really more than a dozen experts? I don't think so. After hearing Anhongda's words, Du Wudai could not help but nod. Anhongda, what you said makes sense. Even if Zhong Chunren is not afraid of offending us, I think that not everyone is not afraid of offending us. According to this, there should not be many experts in the secret Thunder sect who can help him. Speaking of this, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing, but even if there are not many, it is still a huge threat to us. Chapter 661. Du Wubao sighed, we don't know who Zhong Chunren will invite this time. Du Wubao paused for a moment before continuing, however, the possibility of Tantric Thunder sect sending help is very high. Because we get along with each other all the time, our relationship is naturally very good. Just like us and Brother Yi, as long as we hear that Brother Yi is in trouble, we will definitely come to help. Tantric Thunder sect's situation is the same as ours. Maybe, someone will come to help Zhong Chunren. After listening to Du Wubao's words, Anhongda frowned, if they help Zhong Chunren, aren't they afraid of offending the Shadow Alliance? Du Wubao shook his head with a wry smile, if Zhong Chunren has really thought of a way to deal with us, I believe, no one will know that it was them who did this. Anhongda shook his head, no, Brother Yi once said that he came to Zhong Chunren's date, many people know about it. Speaking of this, Anhongda paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Du Wubao to answer his question, he continued. If something happens to us today, the first person to be suspected will definitely be Zhong Chunren. As long as there is a detailed investigation, it will definitely be Zhong Chunren who did it. So, I think Zhong Chunren won't be so stupid to not think of this. Du Wubao shook his head gently, if what you said is true, then we are safe today. After listening to Du Wubao's words, Anhongda shook his head with a wry smile, although it is like that, but in my heart, I still feel a little uneasy, as if something bad is going to happen. Du Wubao nodded, I think Zhong Chunren is definitely up to no good. Maybe this time, he will make a move on us. At this point, Du Wubao paused. His eyes were filled with doubt as he continued, but, if Zhong Chunren wanted to make a move on us, what kind of method would he use to avoid suspicion from others? Anhongda shook his head with a wry smile, this is really hard to guess. Since many people know that we came to Zhong Chunren's date, then if something happens to us during the date, the person who will be suspected will naturally be Zhong Chunren. This point, no matter how Zhong Chunren quibbles, it is impossible to reverse. Since that's the case, what should Zhong Chunren do to avoid suspicion? Du Wubao smiled bitterly and said, according to what we just said, if Zhong Chunren doesn't want to be suspected by others, then he can only choose not to take action. Since we are fine, then they naturally won't be suspected. And Hongda sighed. But if Zhong Chunren doesn't make a move, then wouldn't it be meaningless for him to invite us here? Saying this, and Hongda paused as he turned around and looked at Du Wudai before continuing. If this date is meaningless, why would Zhong Chunren invite us here? If he only wants gold coins, wouldn't it be simpler for him to find us directly? Why would he make such a simple thing so complicated? Du Wubao smiled bitterly and shook his head. If you want to know the truth, it seems like you can only ask Zhong Chunren himself. At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for An Hongda to reply and continued to speak. Seems like Big Brother Yi also thinks so. Since you can't figure it out, then don't think about it anymore. Just ask Zhong Chunren directly, then wouldn't you know the truth? After listening to Du Wudai's words, An Hongda sighed. Du Wudai, this is what I'm most worried about. Since Zhong Chunren invited us here, then he must have come prepared. If he really thought of a way to deal with us, then wouldn't it be terrible? At this point, An Hongda paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Du Wubao's reply and continued to speak. Du Wudai, think about it. Maybe Zhong Chunren had already predicted this and knew that we would definitely come, so he had already thought of this time to deal with us. Du Wudai sighed. The most important thing is, I really don't understand. Once Zhong Chunren takes action on this date, what should he do to dispel the suspicion of others? An Hongda smiled bitterly and shook his head. The problem you mentioned is really hard to guess. It's just like how we can't guess what method he's going to use to deal with us. Du Wudai shook his head. An Hongda, I suddenly thought of a problem. An Hongda nodded. What problem? Du Wudai turned around and said in a deep voice. We just said that Zhong Chunren is the Vice Hall Master of the Tantric Thunder Sect, but we forgot an important problem. At this point, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing. That is the Tantric Thunder Sect. The Tantric Thunder Sect is a place that produces firearms. They are most famous for the Sky Tremor Bomb. We forgot about the Sky Tremor Bomb. Sky Tremor Bomb. After hearing this name, An Hongda sighed. Indeed, we actually forgot such an important thing. Du Wudai nodded. The Sky Tremor Bomb is very powerful. Within a radius of 5 meters, it will affect almost everything. At this point, Du Wudai paused and sighed before continuing. If Zhong Chunren uses the Sky Tremor Bomb to deal with us, I'm afraid it will be really hard for us to avoid it. After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda's expression changed. Du Wudai, you're saying that Zhong Chunren will use the Sky Tremor Bomb to deal with me? Du Wudai nodded. Zhong Chunren is the Vice Hall Master of the Tantric Thunder Sect. He definitely has the authority to use the Sky Tremor Bomb. If he wants to use the Sky Tremor Bomb to deal with us, it's very possible. After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda was stunned for a moment. His expression became more and more unsightly. Du Wudai, if Zhong Chunren really uses the Sky Tremor Bomb to deal with us, do you have any good ideas to deal with him? Du Wudai smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Sky Tremor Bomb is very powerful. The most important thing is that the Sky Tremor Bomb isn't big. If Zhong Chunren deliberately hides the Sky Tremor Bomb, we won't be able to discover it. This also means that he can catch us off guard. If we want to avoid the attack of the Sky Tremor Bomb, it's almost impossible. After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda sighed. If that's the case, as long as Zhong Chunren has 10 Sky Tremor Bombs, even if he doesn't have any other helpers, I'm afraid we won't be his match. Du Wudai shook his head. Although the Sky Tremor Bomb is very powerful, it can still be used as a surprise attack. It can also be used against ordinary people. However, if it wants to deal with the few of us, I'm afraid it's impossible. At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for An Hongda's reply and continued to speak. If we discover that Zhong Chunren wants to use the Sky Tremor Bomb to deal with us, We only need to avoid it. Even if the sky tremor bomb is very powerful, I'm afraid it won't cause any harm to us. Du Wudai turned his head to look at Anhongda and asked with a smile, Anhongda, do you think that if Zhong Chunren throws the sky tremor bomb at you, you won't be able to dodge it? After hearing Du Wudai's words, Anhongda shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Zhong Chunren really throws the sky tremor bomb at us, I believe any one of the three of us can dodge it. However, what I'm most afraid of is not Zhong Chunren throwing the sky tremor bomb at us, but that he will use other methods to deal with us. At this point, Anhongda paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Du Wubao's reply and continued to speak. Du Wudai, think about it. If Zhong Chunren uses other methods, for example, if he buries the sky tremor bomb in the ground beforehand, as long as we pass by the place where he buries it, the sky tremor bomb will immediately explode. At this time, even if we want to dodge it, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, right? Moreover, there are many other methods. Zhong Chunren can hide the sky tremor bomb, but we don't know where it is hidden. It won't be easy to dodge the attack of the sky formation bomb. After saying this, Anhongda paused for a moment before continuing. Who knows, when we are on a date with Zhong Chunren, we might unknowingly be hit by his sky tremor bomb. After hearing Anhongda's words, Du Wudai sighed. If Zhong Chunren really wants to use the sky tremor bomb to deal with us, it will be really hard for us to dodge it. Anhongda suddenly opened his mouth and said, Du Wudai, do you think that Zhong Chunren chose this place to go on a date with us because of this reason? After saying this, Anhongda paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Du Wudai to reply and continued. The reason why Zhong Chunren chose this desolate place instead of going home to look for us, doesn't this mean that he originally planned to set up the sky tremor bomb in this desolate mountain and then use it to deal with us? After hearing Anhongda's words, Du Wudai nodded his head. What you said is really possible. Zhong Chunren chose this place because, on one hand, no one would be aware of it. On the other hand, no one would know how many sky tremor bombs he wanted to set up. If he wants to deal with us, isn't this the best place? After saying this, Du Wudai thought of this possibility and immediately broke out in cold sweat. If Zhong Chunren set up a large number of sky tremor bombs at the place where they were meeting, and they didn't know where the sky tremor bombs were set up, it was really possible that they would be hit by the sky tremor bombs. Although Du Wudai had never seen how powerful the sky tremor bomb was, he had heard of it. Everyone who had seen the power of the sky tremor bomb would have lingering fears. When they talked about the sky tremor bomb, they would be shocked. After hearing about the power of the sky tremor bomb from others, Du Wudai was sure that even if he stepped on the sky tremor bomb, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. He might even be blown to pieces. When Du Wudai thought of this, he turned his head to look at Anhongda. However, he saw that Anhongda's face was also pale as he looked at him. Their eyes met, and then they both smiled bitterly and shook their heads at the same time. Anhongda sighed, if Zhong Chunren really wants to use the sky tremor bomb to deal with us here, then I'm afraid we won't have any chance at all. We will all be hit by the sky tremor bombs, and no one will be able to escape. Du Wudai smiled bitterly and nodded his head. That's true. If we see the sky tremor bomb, we still have a way to dodge it. With our martial arts, it will be very difficult for Zhong Chunren to hit us. However, if he hides in advance and hides in our path, then even if we want to dodge, I'm afraid we won't have any chance. Anhongda sighed, if Zhong Chunren really set up the sky tremor bomb in advance, then won't we be hit by the sky tremor bomb when we join his date? Hearing Anhongda's question, Du Wudai didn't answer immediately. This was because he was thinking rapidly in his heart. If Zhong Chunren really set up the sky tremor bomb in their path, then how confident were they that they would be able to dodge the sky tremor bomb's attack? Du Wudai was silent for a while before he slowly shook his head. If Zhong Chunren really set up the sky tremor bomb in our path, then I'm afraid we won't have any chance to dodge the sky tremor bomb's attack. After hearing Du Wudai's words, Anhongda sighed. It seems that we still need to tell Big Brother about this. We definitely can't join Zhong Chunren's date today. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be schemed against by Zhong Chunren. At that time, we'll really be finished. Du Wudai smiled bitterly and shook his head. If Big Brother Yi is willing to listen to us, we shouldn't go now. Unfortunately, he won't listen to us. Even if he knows about the sky tremor bomb, I'm afraid he'll still join Zhong Chuanren's date. Speaking until here, Du Wudai's tone paused. However, he didn't wait for An Hongda to answer his question and continued. Because Big Brother Yi doesn't believe that he and Zhong Chunren have no fate or enmity. Why would Zhong Chunren set him up? This is something he can't imagine. In order to find out the truth, Big Brother Yi will definitely join this date. Even if Zhong Chunren really has a plan to deal with me, he will still join this date. After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda sighed. Actually, Big Brother Yi is right. Zhong Chunren has no fate or enmity with us. Why would he set us up? He even risked defending the Shadow Alliance to frame us. Could it be that there's a reason we don't know? Du Wudai smiled bitterly and nodded. It seems so. Otherwise, why would Zhong Chunren do this? An Hongda sighed. It's too dangerous for us to join Zhong Chuanren's date. If he uses the sky tremor bomb against us, then we'll definitely fall into his trap. Speaking until here, An Hongda paused for a moment before continuing. Think about it. We know that Zhong Chunren is going to use the sky tremor bomb against us, but we still have to join his date. Isn't this a little too sad? Du Wudai smiled bitterly and nodded. Not only is it sad, but it's also very helpless. Seeing the powerful sky tremor bomb waiting for us, we still have to join this date. It's really very helpless. After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda sighed. So, we must persuade Big Brother Yi not to join this date. Chapter 662. After hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wudai nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly lit up. I remember now. Zhong Chunren can't possibly use the sky tremor bomb to deal with us. After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda was immediately overjoyed. He asked in surprise, Du Wudai, what's the matter? Why can't Zhong Chunren use the sky tremor bomb to deal with us? Du Wudai turned to look at An Hongda and sneered, we know that the sky tremor bomb of the Dazhai sect is extremely powerful. I believe that many people know its name. If the few of us were to be harmed by the heaven-shaking thunder, then think about it, would anyone know? After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda frowned and said slowly, the scene of the explosion of the sky tremor bomb will definitely be discovered by others. Naturally, they will be able to recognize the traces left by the sky tremor bomb. At that time, I believe that everyone will suspect Zhong Chunren. At that time, Zhong Chunren won't be able to defend himself. Although he used the sky tremor bomb to kill us, he himself, Humph, I'm afraid that he won't be able to escape the punishment of the Shadow League. Du Wudai smiled and nodded. If we can think of this, Zhong Chunren should be able to think of this too. If he uses the sky tremor bomb of the Dazhai sect, it will make others suspect him even more. Although he can use the power of the sky tremor bomb to kill us, he can't escape at the same time. An Hongda smiled and said, if it's like this, Zhong Chunren definitely won't dare to use the sky tremor bomb to deal with me. Because as long as others see the traces left by the sky tremor bomb, they will definitely think that it was done by him. Because we came here to meet him. Du Wudai nodded, it's precisely because the sky tremor bomb is so powerful that it's easier to leave traces. Therefore, Zhong Chunren shouldn't be so stupid to use it. After hearing Du Wudai's words, An Hongda smiled and nodded, then we have one less threat. Speaking of this, An Hongda paused for a while before continuing, it's still a huge threat. Du Wudai smiled and nodded, it seems that Zhong Chunren won't take the risk to deal with us. An Hongda was about to nod when he suddenly sighed, even if Zhong Chunren doesn't use the heaven-shocking thunder to deal with us, it's still a huge threat to us. At this point, An Hongda paused for a moment before continuing, just like what we just said, if he has any powerful hidden weapons, it will still be difficult for us to avoid them. What's more, he might have some kind of medicine that makes it even harder for us to guard against. This is also a huge threat to us. After hearing An Hongda's words, Du Wubao sighed, there are many powerful hidden weapons that make it impossible for one to hide. Even if one wanted to dodge, it would be too late. If Zhong Chunren really has such a concealed weapon, to us, its power is not inferior to the heaven-shaking thunder. An Hongda smiled bitterly and said, that's right, there are many concealed weapons. Not only are they launched very fast, but they are also very small. There's almost no sound of them breaking through the air. This kind of concealed weapon is very difficult to dodge. As long as one is not careful, one will be hit by this kind of concealed weapon. Speaking of this, Anhongdar paused for a moment and sighed before continuing. The most important thing is that these small concealed weapons are often coated with poison. As long as we are hit by a concealed weapon, I'm afraid we won't be able to retaliate. Du Wudai sighed. The most important thing is that we are not prepared at all before this. We have never thought that Zhong Chunren would set us up. Anhongdar smiled bitterly and said, if we had thought of it, then wouldn't we have been prepared long ago? Why would we wait until now to worry? Du Wudai sighed, even if we are worried, we must participate in this date. Just like what Brother Yi said, we must find out if Zhong Chunren has any evil intentions towards us. If Zhong Chunren really has evil intentions towards us, then we will escape immediately and wait for an opportunity to take revenge on him. After hearing Du Wudai's words, Anhongdar smiled bitterly and shook his head. Du Wudai, what I am worried about is that even if we know that Zhong Chunren has evil intentions towards us, we will still fall into his trap. By that time, won't it be too late to regret? Du Wudai turned his head to look at Anhongdar and sighed. Now that things have come to this, we can only take one step at a time. When we reach the rendezvous point with Zhong Chunren, we must be careful and not fall into his trap. Anhongdar smiled bitterly and shook his head. Du Wudai, all of us understand this principle. However, since Zhong Chunren has already made preparations, I am afraid that he has already calculated everything about us. It is really too difficult for us to avoid his trap. Du Wudai sighed. Now I only hope that Zhong Chunren's plan is not so powerful that we can all return safely. The carriage continued to move forward and soon, they arrived at a place not far from their date. Yi Tianhua called for the carriage to stop and alighted. After sending the carriage away, he saw Du Wudai and Anhongdar in front of him and said softly, "The mountain in front is the location of the date with Zhong Chunren. From now on, all of us must be careful." Anhongdar nodded. "Don't worry, brother, we will be careful." Hearing this, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Du Wudai. "Du Wudai, you must be careful too. This time is unusual. If Zhong Chunren has evil intentions towards us, I am afraid that we will be in great danger." Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Du Wudai nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he said slowly, "Brother Yi, Anhongdar and I were discussing this matter in the carriage just now." Speaking until here, Du Wudai paused for a moment before continuing. "Brother Yi, Zhong Chunren is the secret Thunder Sect's deputy hall master. If I am not wrong, he might have the sky tremor bomb. Brother Yi, you must be careful too." Sky tremor bomb. After hearing Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua's expression changed greatly. Just as he was about to speak, Anhongdar suddenly spoke. "Brother Yi, you must be careful indeed. If Zhong Chunren buries the sky tremor bomb on our path, I am afraid that we will definitely step on the sky tremor bomb. At that time, we will be in trouble." Hearing Anhongdar's words, Yi Tianhua subconsciously turned to look at the path leading to the top of the mountain. He was stunned for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "We have no enmity with Zhong Chunren. Is he really willing to put in so much effort to harm us?" Anhongdar smiled bitterly and nodded. "Brother Yi, think about it. If Zhong Chunren did not want to harm us, why would he choose such a remote place? If Zhong Chunren really just wants our compensation, he doesn't need to invite us to this barren mountain. Even a hotel would be better than here." Hearing Anhongdar's words, Yi Tianhua clenched his teeth. "Anhongdar, I know you are right. But since things have come to this, we can only attend Zhong Chunren's date." Speaking until here, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. "If we do not attend his date, I am afraid that we will never know what Zhong Chunren wants to do." Du Wudai nodded. "Brother Li's words are reasonable. If we do not meet Zhong Chunren and explain this matter clearly, if he really has evil intentions and is secretly trying to harm us, I am afraid it will be harder for us to guard against it." Anhongdar shook his head and pointed to the path leading to the mountain peak. He said coldly, "If Zhong Chunren buries the sky tremor grenades on this path, what should we do?" Speaking until here, Anhongdar paused for a moment. But immediately after, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his question and continued speaking. "Among the three of us, No matter who steps on the sky tremor grenades, I am afraid that we will not be able to escape the fate of death. In this kind of crisis, we still want to believe that Zhong Chunren is a good person. Isn't this too ridiculous? Hearing in Hongda's words, Du Wudai looked at the path leading to the mountain peak. For no reason, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It was as if this path was already filled with sky tremor grenades. As long as they stepped on this path, the sky tremor grenades would immediately explode. Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Since we suspect that Zhong Chunren has already set up sky tremor grenades on the path, then we will not take the path." Speaking until here, Yi Tianhua pointed to the forest beside the path and said with a smile, "I think that as long as we go up the mountain from the forest beside the path, Zhong Chunren will definitely not be able to do anything to us." Du Wudai sighed, "This is the only way now. For safety's sake, we will all go up the mountain from the forest." After saying this, Du Wudai turned to look at Shadowless and the other two. "When we go up the mountain later, you guys be careful too. Don't wander around, in case you step on the sky tremor grenades." Hearing Du Wudai's words, Shadowless hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "Master, since it is so dangerous up the mountain, I think that we should not go. What do you think?" Du Wudai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, since Brother Yi has already said so, even if there are too many dangers up the mountain, we must still go." Shadowless looked at the mountain and said softly, "Master, I think that we should just hide here. If Zhong Chunren appears, we can take him down and ask him about the situation. That should not be a problem, right?" Hearing Shadowless' words, Du Wudai was stunned for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. "But what if Zhong Chunren has already gone up the mountain? Then we will not be able to wait for him." Shadowless shook his head. "Even if Zhong Chunren has already gone up the mountain, as long as we are patient, Zhong Chunren will definitely come down the mountain. At that time, we can still catch him." Hearing Shadowless' words, Du Wudai's eyes suddenly brightened. He quickly walked to Yi Tianhua's side and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, why don't we wait for Zhong Chunren here? If he appears, we can catch him and ask him clearly. If he has already gone up the mountain, then we will wait for him to come down the mountain and ask him clearly. What do you think?" After hearing Du Wudai's words, before Yi Tianhua could say anything, and Hongda clapped his hands and said, "Good, as long as we do not go to the place that Zhong Chunren has already set up, he will definitely not be able to do anything to us. Du Wudai, your idea is not bad. Brother Yi, we will wait here. As long as Zhong Chunren appears, everything will be clear." Hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "Everything is just our guess. We can't be sure of the truth of the matter. If Zhong Chunren does not have any ill intentions and only wants to ask for compensation from us, then wouldn't we be breaking our promise by doing this? We will be ridiculed by the world." Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, and Hongda immediately panicked and hurriedly said, "Big Brother Yi, we can't be careless. Like you said, if Zhong Chunren doesn't have any evil intentions, then we're just breaking our promise. But if Zhong Chunren does have ill intentions towards us and set up a large number of sky tremors on the mountain or use other methods to deal with us, then wouldn't we be in danger?" Yi Tianhua shook his head. "Although the three of us aren't considered top-notch martial arts experts in South County, it's definitely not that easy to suppress the three of us at the same time. Maybe Zhong Chunren set up sky tremors on the mountain, but I think as long as we are careful, he should not be able to hurt us." Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, "So I have decided that we still have to go to the mountain to attend Zhong Chunren's date." Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, and Hongda sighed, "Brother Yi, since you said so, I have nothing to say." Speaking of this, and Hongda paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. "But after we go up the mountain, we must be careful. We must not fall into Zhong Chunren's trap, or it will be too late to regret." Hearing in Hongda's words, Yi Tianhua nodded, looked at the sky, and said with a smile, "It's getting late, and Zhong Chunren has not come for so long. Maybe he has already gone up the mountain to wait for us. Let's hurry up and go up the mountain." As he spoke, Yi Tianhua walked up the mountain. And Hongda sighed, "Brother Yi, Zhong Chunren came here so early. I think he must want to set up his plan in advance to deal with us later. Yi Tianhua acted as if he did not hear An Hongda's words. He only sighed silently and did not stop walking toward the forest beside the path. Looking at Yi Tianhua's departing figure, An Hongda sighed. He turned to Du Wubao and said with a bitter smile, Du Wudai, we must be careful when we go up the mountain this time. Du Wudai nodded, you be careful too. After saying this, the two chased after Yi Tianhua. Shadowless and the other two who fell behind looked at the backs of the three people in front of them. They looked at each other and could not help but sigh at the same time. Shadowless said slowly, it seems that we must attend today's date. Yi Tianhua's disciple, Lu Chuan, said with a bitter smile, no matter what, even if we don't want to go, Master and the others are going. We have to go. An Hongda's disciple, Sima Sheng, spat on the ground and said angrily, this hateful Zhong Chunren. We only sold him information about the Flaming Stone, but he blamed Zhong Huasheng's incident on us. This is unreasonable. Chapter 663. After hearing Sima Sheng's words, Lu Chuan sighed, this Zhong Chunren, I don't know what he wants to do. Sima Sheng snorted and pointed at the mountain in front of them, what does he want to do? If he wanted to do something good, would he need to invite us here? At this point, Sima Sheng paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Lu Chuan's reply and continued to speak. So I'm sure that Zhong Chunren doesn't have any good intentions. He must be plotting against us. Shadowless sighed, so what if he wants to plot against us? Master and the others have already agreed to go up the mountain. What can we, as disciples, do? Lu Chuan laughed bitterly, Shadowless is right. Since Master and the others have already gone up the mountain, even if we know there's danger, we have to go up the mountain. Sima Sheng sighed, if that's the case, then let's go. If we continue talking, we'll only get angry but there's nothing we can do. After hearing Sima Sheng's words, Shadowless and Lu Chuan sighed at the same time. The three of them walked down the official road and chased after the three people in front of them. Yi Tianhua led the way, following the forest beside the small path and slowly walking up the mountain. An Hongda and Du Wudai's faces were filled with nervousness. They kept looking around for any movements, fearing that Zhong Chunren had set up a trap and they would fall into his ambush. This mountain wasn't very tall, only a few 100 meters or so. The trees on the mountain were thriving. Other than a few small paths, there were trees of different sizes. Although Yi Tianhua's face was calm, he was very nervous. What An Hongda and Du Wudai said was not without reason. However, even if it was reasonable, he had to participate in this date. Yi Tianhua was a straightforward person. He didn't like to hide things in his heart, especially things like this. He didn't want to guess whether Zhong Chunren was a good person or a bad person. He just wanted to see Zhong Chunren and get a direct answer. He felt that this was better than anything else. So no matter how scary An Hongda and Du Wudai's words were, Yi Tianhua decided to go up the mountain to see Zhong Chunren and get to the bottom of this matter. Everyone knew martial arts, so they didn't need to rest while climbing a small hill that was a few 100 meters high. Although everyone seemed to be walking slowly, they were actually walking much faster than ordinary people. It didn't take long for Yi Tianhua, who was walking at the front, to suddenly see the light in front of him. They had arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the hill, there was a large open space. On the other side of the open space, there were a few people standing there and watching. The person standing in the middle was the main character of this date, Zhong Chunren. Zhong Chunren was a middle-aged man. Although his body was not in shape and he was not tall, he looked very capable. His appearance could be considered decent, but his pair of slightly slender eyes would occasionally flash a cold light, making people involuntarily think that he was a shrewd person. On Zhong Chunren's left was an old man with white hair. This person was the hall master of the secret Thunder Sect's South County Hall, Shuezhizheng. On the other side of Zhong Chunren stood two burly middle-aged men. These two people were both protectors of the secret Thunder Sect's South County Hall. The slightly taller one was called Lu Hushan, and the other was called Yuan Weiqing. Standing behind Zhong Chunren was a thin old man. He was dressed in black clothes that wrapped him tightly. Even his face was covered by a large hood, making him look even more mysterious. In the forest behind the old man, There were more than 10 men standing. Looking at their clothes, they should be disciples of the secret Thunder sect. Yi Tianhua saw Zhong Chunren across the open space and was about to go forward to greet him, but he was pulled back by an Hongda behind him. Big brother Yi, you have to be careful. Yi Tianhua nodded and then walked towards Zhong Chunren. An Hongda and Du Wudai looked at each other and then nervously chased after him. Yi Tianhua came to the middle of the open space and looked at Zhong Chunren, who was standing at the edge. He cupped his fists and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, I have come to keep the appointment." Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren's cold face suddenly flashed with a trace of sadness. "Yi Tianhua, you're finally here." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment before he continued, "I thought you didn't dare to come." Yi Tianhua smiled and shook his head. "How could that be? Why wouldn't I come? The reason I didn't come is because it's not time yet. Look at the sky. I'm afraid it's not time yet. You should be the one who came early." As soon as Yi Tianhua's voice fell, before Zhong Chunren could speak, an Hongda suddenly asked loudly, "Zhong Chunren, let me ask you, why did you come so early?" Hearing this, Zhong Chunren coldly glanced at an Hongda and then lightly said, "Why should I come early? Do I have to tell you?" An Hongda was choked by Zhong Chunren's words. His face suddenly changed and he was about to get angry, but he was pulled back by Du Wudai. Du Wudai pulled an Hongda and said in a low voice, "Let's see what Zhong Chunren wants to do first, then talk." An Hongda fiercely glared at Zhong Chunren, then turned his head away and no longer looked at him. However, Zhong Chunren acted as if nothing had happened and asked indifferently, "Yi Tianhua, how do you plan to compensate for my son?" Hearing this, Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand and said solemnly, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I'm also very sad about your son's situation, but this has nothing to do with the Shadow Alliance. When you came to buy information, you only bought the news of the Flaming Stone on Green Tower Mountain, not the news of the Snow Leopard. I'm also very sad that your son met with such an accident, but this really has nothing to do with us." Zhong Chunren sneered, "Since you know about the Flaming Stone on Green Tower Mountain, you must know about the Snow Leopard on Green Tower Mountain." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused, gritted his teeth, and continued, "Since you know about the Snow Leopard on Green Tower Mountain, although we didn't buy this information, you didn't even warn us." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, the Snow Leopard comes and goes without a trace. When we were looking for the Flaming Stone, we didn't see the Snow Leopard. If we had seen it, we would have warned you to be careful." Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head, "Yi Tianhua, you said you didn't see it, so you didn't see it. Do you think I'll believe you?" Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I know you're very sad, but we really didn't know about this." Zhong Chunren wanted to say more, but Yuan Weiqing suddenly said, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I think you'd better stop. No matter what you say, they won't admit it." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned to look at Yi Tianhua and said loudly, "This time, we're not here to talk about the Snow Leopard. We're here to talk about how you're going to compensate us." LV Hushan also said loudly, "That's right. You'd better think about how you're going to compensate us." This time, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to speak, an Hongda spoke first, "Since it's not our fault, why should we compensate you?" Yuan Weiqing sneered, "So, you're here today because you don't want to compensate us?" An Hongda shook his head, "We're very sad about this, but it's not our fault. It's your own carelessness. You didn't check the situation clearly in advance, and that's why such a big thing happened. Therefore, we can only express our sympathy, but we will never compensate you." After hearing an Hongda's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, "Since you said so, I'll kill your son and let you have a taste of this pain. Then, we'll be even." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, an Hongda's face suddenly changed. He said angrily, "Zhong Chunren, your son was killed by the Snow Leopard. What does it have to do with us? Why are you cursing me?" Zhong Chunren heard this and shouted sternly, "If you had warned us, how could this have happened? In the end, it's your irresponsibility." Yuan Weiqing sneered and said, "I suddenly realized that you guys didn't warn us on purpose. Your purpose was to see us make a fool of ourselves, right?" And Hongda was instantly furious. He stepped forward and said angrily, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. If we knew about the snow leopard, why didn't we warn you? Du Wubao also hurriedly said, that's right. There's no deep hatred between us. If we knew about the snow leopard on Qingling Mountain, why didn't we warn you? Yuan Weiqing sneered and said, so, I know what you guys are thinking. But in short, you guys don't have good intentions. And Hongda said angrily, who is the one with bad intentions? It clearly has nothing to do with us, but you want us to compensate. Tell us, who is the one with bad intentions? Yuan Weiqing heard this and waved his hand. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua and said coldly, Yi Tianhua, we've already stated our conditions. It depends on whether you guys are sincere in apologizing to us. LV Hushan also said loudly, that's right. If you guys really feel guilty, then agree to our conditions. At least you guys have a conscience. And Hongda was furious, it's not our fault. What right do you have to state your conditions? And what right do we have to compensate you? Tell us. Zhong Chuanren's eyes widened as he stared at Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua, we've already stated our conditions. Do you agree or not? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua hesitated. Just as he was about to speak, Secret Thunder Sect's Hall Master Xue Zhizheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Yi Tianhua, we invited you here today to talk about compensation. But now you guys are making trouble for no reason. Do you not want to agree to our conditions? Yi Tianhua turned around and looked at Xue Zhizheng as he let out a sigh. I'm very sad about Vice Head Zhong's matter. If I could meet Vice Head Zhong's condition, even if it's for Zhong Huosheng, I would agree to it. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused, sighed, and continued, Hall Master Xue, you know that Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions are too high. Even if I want to agree, there's nothing I can do. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded and turned to look at Zhong Chunren. He said in a deep voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you have something to say, we can discuss it. Why make a fuss? It won't solve the problem. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren took a deep breath before turning his head to look at Yi Tianhua. He slowly said, Yi Tianhua, do you think these two conditions of mine are too much? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment before nodding. He smiled bitterly and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, they are indeed too much. Whether it's the first or the second, I'm afraid I can't satisfy you. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, don't tell me you don't even have 1 million gold coins. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile and spread his hands. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I really don't have 1 million gold coins. Your conditions are a bit too high. As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, before Zhong Chunren could speak, Yuan Weiqing said loudly, Yi Tianhua, who are you lying to? The leader of the Shadow Alliance's South County branch doesn't even have 1 million gold coins. Do you think we'll believe you? Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile, whether you believe it or not, I really don't have this 1 million gold coins. Yuan Weiqing sneered, Yi Tianhua, I think it's not that you don't have 1 million gold coins, but that you don't want to give us these gold coins. This is just an excuse. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's aggressive question, and Hongda couldn't stand it anymore. He sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, do you have 1 million gold coins? Hearing An Hongda's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at Xue Zhizheng and said loudly, Yi Tianhua is the leader of the South County branch of the Shadow Alliance. How can he not even have 1 million gold coins? I absolutely don't believe it. Du Wudai sighed, Yuan Weiqing, whether you believe it or not, Brother Yi really can't take out 1 million gold coins. If you don't believe it, then there's nothing we can do. After hearing everyone's conversation, Xue Zhizheng frowned and turned to look at Zhong Chunren, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, since Yi Tianhua can't take out 1 million gold coins, why don't you reduce it a little? What do you think? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. He gritted his teeth and said, Hall Master Xue, I'm only giving you face by reducing Yi Tianhua's price by 200,000 gold coins. If Yi Tianhua still doesn't agree to my conditions, then I have no other choice. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing said loudly, Yi Tianhua, did you hear that? Our Vice Hall Master Zhong is offering you a discount of 200,000 gold coins. If you still don't agree, can I suspect that you have ulterior motives?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Yuan Weiqing, the problem is, I don't even have 800,000 gold coins. How can I agree to your condition? Impossible." After hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Yuan Weiqing suddenly became furious and shouted, "Yi Tianhua, I think you just don't want to compensate our Vice Hall leader Zhong. If that's what you really think, then just say it. Don't play these tricks." Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile, "Yuan Weiqing, I really don't have 800,000 gold coins. Even if I want to compensate you, I can't." Chapter 664. Zhong Chunren stopped Yuan Weiqing, who was about to speak. He turned to Yi Tianhua and asked coldly, "Yi Tianhua, do you want to settle this matter or not?" Yi Tianhua nodded, "Since I'm here, I want to settle this matter." Zhong Chunren sneered, "All right, since you want to settle this matter, why don't you agree to my conditions?" Yi Tianhua shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I want to agree to your conditions, but I don't have that many gold coins. Even if I want to, I can't." Zhong Chunren nodded and turned to Xue Zhizheng. He said loudly, "Hallmaster, you heard it. I only want 500,000 gold coins. Is this price okay?" Xue Zhizheng nodded and turned to Yi Tianhua. He asked slowly, "Yi Tianhua, 500,000 gold coins. You should be able to take it out, right?" Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, on account of Hall Master Xue, I'll agree to give you 500,000 gold coins." Zhong Chunren shook his head, "Yi Tianhua, don't forget that I have a second condition." Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. "Yi Tianhua, if you agree to give me 5 years of free information, I'll let bygones be bygones. What do you think?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, before Yi Tianhua could reply, and Hongda said loudly, "Zhong Chunren, don't talk nonsense. Giving you 500,000 gold coins is already the most generous thing I can do. You still want 5 years of free information? Chimph, are you dreaming?" Zhong Chunren ignored An Hongda and looked coldly at Yi Tianhua. He asked loudly, "Yi Tianhua, is this what you want?" After hesitating for a short while, Yi Tianhua let out a sigh, "Zhong Chunren, your son Zhong Huosheng's matter has nothing to do with me. I've already done my best to compensate you with 500,000 gold coins. If you have any other conditions, I have nothing to say." After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren immediately roared, "Yi Tianhua, since you said so, I will also harm your son. Then we will be even. What do you think?" And Hongda couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward and shouted, "Zhong Chunren, don't push your luck. The reason why your son had this kind of thing happen is that your secret thunder sect didn't defend properly. It has nothing to do with our information. You're just being unreasonable." Zhong Chunren sneered. "And Hongda, if you're willing, I can also harm your son. I promise I won't pursue this matter any further. What do you think?" "Nonsense." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, An Hongda was instantly enraged and shouted sternly, "Zhong Chunren, I think you're a villain. It's clearly your own fault, but you want to blame it on us. What exactly are you thinking?" Hearing An Hongda's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly shouted, "An Hongda, since you did something wrong, is this compensation not enough?" An Hongda sneered. "If it's really our fault, we will definitely take responsibility. But if it's not our fault, why should we take responsibility?" As soon as An Hongda's voice fell, Dian suddenly saw a flash of knife light in front of his eyes. Yuan Weiqing had already rushed up with his knife. "An Hongda, if I don't show you my power, you really won't be honest." Seeing Yuan Weiqing rushing over, An Hongda snorted coldly and immediately pulled out his knife to meet Yuan Weiqing. Bang! Their knives collided in the air and suddenly made a crisp sound. After the sound, both of them took a step back at the same time. Yuan Weiqing roared and rushed up again with his knife. An Hongda was not to be outdone. He took a step to the side and dodged Yuan Weiqing's fierce attack. The knife in his hand swept toward Yuan Weiqing's back. Yuan Weiqing didn't panic. He rushed forward and swept past An Hongda's side. With a backhand knife, He blocked and Hongdar's attack. Bang! Their knives collided again, making a crisp sound. And Hongdar quickly withdrew his knife and punched Yuan Weiqing with his right fist. Yuan Weiqing withdrew his knife and raised it in front of an Hongdar's fist. And Hongdar saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly withdrew his fist and blocked Yuan Weiqing's knife. At the same time, the knife in his left hand swept again. Yuan Weiqing raised his knife again to meet the attack. And Hongdar saw that his attack was ineffective and immediately withdrew his knife. While Yuan Weiqing's knife was outside, he fiercely stabbed at Yuan Weiqing with the tip of his knife. Yuan Weiqing was shocked when he saw this. He couldn't care less about attacking. He hurriedly jumped back and dodged an Hongdar's attack. And Hongdar saw Yuan Weiqing retreat and sneered. He stomped hard on the ground and continued to chase Yuan Weiqing with his knife. Yuan Weiqing saw that things were not going well. Before he landed on the ground, he hurriedly withdrew his knife and blocked in front of him. Bang! The sabers in their hands clashed once again. And Hongdar fell to the ground, but Yuan Weiqing was knocked back a few steps by the impact of the saber. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. Yuan Weiqing was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that an Hongdar had raised the knife in his hand and was chopping at him. Seeing the power of an Hongdar's knife, Yuan Weiqing didn't dare to block it again. He hurriedly jumped to the side. An Hongdar's knife missed. As soon as he landed, he turned on his toes and swept the knife in his hand toward Yuan Weiqing again. Yuan Weiqing was shocked when he saw the knife flashing in front of him. He hurriedly held the knife in his hand to his side and blocked an Hongdar's fierce attack. However, although Yuan Weiqing's saber managed to block an Hongdar's attack, the power of an Hongdar's saber was too strong. It actually caused Yuan Weiqing's arm to go numb and he had to take 3 or 4 steps back before he could stabilize himself. An Hongdar snorted coldly. He stomped hard on the ground and bounced up. The knife in his hand suddenly became a ball of light as he chased after Yuan Weiqing. Seeing that an Hongdar's attacks were getting faster and faster, Yuan Weiqing didn't dare to block anymore and could only retreat again. An Hongdar sneered, "You want to dodge? It's not that easy." As he spoke, the knife in an Hongdar's hand danced even more rapidly. It shone brightly and chopped at the retreating Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing saw that an Hongdar was in midair. His eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He suddenly took out a pellet and threw it at an Hongdar. Although the pellet was small, an Hongdar was shocked when he saw it. He wanted to withdraw his knife and retreat, but how could he retreat when he was in midair? An Hongdar gritted his teeth. Not only did he not retreat, but he danced the knife in his hand even more rapidly. However, this time he wasn't brandishing the knife to attack, but to block the pellet. The dazzling saber light almost covered an Hongdar's entire body. The pellets that Yuan Weiqing threw out were shattered by the sharp saber light as soon as they reached the saber light. However, at this moment, the pellet suddenly exploded. A ball of flame leaped out from the pellet and instantly burned an Hongdar's hair. Not only that, the impact of the pellet's explosion made an Hongdar slightly dizzy. Seeing that an Hongdar was in midair with his eyes closed and the knife in his hand had slowed down, Yuan Weiqing was instantly overjoyed. He snorted coldly and stomped his foot. He shot up and rushed toward an Hongdar in midair. In a blur, an Hongdar saw a shadow rushing toward him. He was shocked and wanted to block with his knife. However, how could he make it in time? His knife was only halfway in his hand when he saw a white light flash before his eyes. He subconsciously tried his best to dodge to the side. The white light brushed past his head and fell to the ground. An Hongdar only felt pain in his arm and his strength suddenly disappeared. He cursed in his heart. As soon as he landed on the ground, he used all his strength to retreat. Yuan Weiqing saw that an Hongdar had no strength to fight back. He immediately sneered and brandished his knife and rushed forward again. At this moment, Du Wudai, who saw that an Hongdar was injured, suddenly roared and rushed in front of an Hongdar. He waved his fist and smashed it toward Yuan Weiqing, who was rushing over. Yuan Weiqing did not dodge. He directly waved his knife in front of him and slashed at Du Wudai's arm. Du Wudai saw this and hurriedly withdrew his fist. When the knife light flashed past, He threw out both his fists again and smashed it toward Yuan Weiqing. The knife in Yuan Weiqing's hand had already flown to the periphery. It was too late to block Du Wudai's fist. He could only retreat bitterly. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing had retreated, Du Wudai did not chase after him. He hurriedly withdrew his fist and came to Anhongda's side. Looking at the injury on his arm, he asked softly, "Anhongda, how are you? Are you all right?" Anhongda shook his head. "Luckily, I dodged in time. It's only an external injury." At this moment, Anhongda's disciple, Sima Sheng, also ran over. "Master, let me help you bandage it." Anhongda ignored Sima Sheng. He raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He shouted sternly, "Yuan Weiqing, you secretly attacked others. What kind of hero are you?" Seeing that Du Wudai had already come to Anhongda's side, it was impossible for him to attack again. Yuan Weiqing sneered, "Anhongda, I'm a member of the secret thunder sect. Could it be that using our secret thunder sect's things counts as injuring others?" LV Hushan also strode to Yuan Weiqing's side. Looking at Du Wudai who was beside Anhongda, he shouted sternly, "Du Wudai, you bully others with your numbers. What kind of hero are you? Come, let's fight." Hearing LV Hushan's contemptuous words, Du Wudai suddenly flew into a rage. He suddenly turned to look at LV Hushan and shouted sternly, "LV Hushan, do you think I'm afraid of you?" LV Hushan sneered, "Du Wudai, if you're not afraid of me, then come and fight with me." Du Wudai suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. After laughing, he immediately jumped into the air and punched towards LV Hushan with a fierce wind. Seeing this, LV Hushan took a deep breath and shouted. He also waved his fist towards Du Wudai's fist in the air. LV Hushan's strength was great, so he wasn't afraid of fighting with Du Wudai. Seeing this, Du Wudai sneered. Just as the two fists were about to collide, Du Wudai turned his body and his fist bypassed LV Hushan's fist and smashed onto LV Hushan's arm. LV Hushan cried out and took a step back. However, he immediately waved his other fist and swept it towards Du Wudai who was falling from the air. Du Wudai had nowhere to borrow strength in the air. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only wave his arm to block. Both of their arms collided. Du Wudai groaned and fell to the ground. However, LV Hushan didn't care. He only shook his arm and rushed up again. After the collision of their arms, Du Wudai already knew that LV Hushan's strength was far greater than his. Naturally, he didn't dare to clash with him. Seeing LV Hushan rushing up again, Du Wudai could only take a step back and punch LV Hushan's arm. Although LV Hushan's strength was great, Du Wudai's punch was on his arm, so he couldn't exert strength. He was hit until he staggered and rushed to the side. Seeing this scene, Du Wudai suddenly understood that LV Hushan only had great strength. His real martial arts weren't as good as his. Understanding this, Du Wudai's confidence increased greatly. Taking advantage of the moment when LV Hushan just turned around, he fiercely punched LV Hushan's side. Although LV Hushan had great strength, he would still be hurt if he was hit. Seeing Du Wudai's punch, he could only bend his arm and block his side. Du Wudai's punch landed on LV Hushan's arm. However, LV Hushan's body only paused for a moment before he punched Du Wudai. Du Wudai hurriedly jumped to the side and dodged LV Hushan's punch. At the same time, he punched LV Hushan's side again. LV Hushan repeated the same trick. He bent his arm again and blocked his side. Du Wudai only smiled slightly and raised his arm. His fist actually went through LV Hushan's arm. Ah! LV Hushan screamed and hurriedly retreated. Du Wudai was about to chase after him when he suddenly heard a breeze. He was shocked and hurriedly retreated with all his strength. Just as Du Wudai retreated, the saber in Yuan Weiqing's hand whistled in the wind and landed at the place where he was standing just now. Du Wubao knew that he couldn't defeat the two of them, so he could only take 2 steps back. Then, he shouted sternly, "Yuan Weiqing, do you still want it or not? Don't tell me you want to fight 2 against 1. After hearing Du Wudai's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered, "Can't I?" After saying this, Yuan Weiqing turned to LV Hushan and said softly, "LV Hushan, let's go together." Yuan Weiqing didn't wait for LV Hushan's reply and immediately rushed towards Du Wudai. Du Wudai saw that the two of them were about to join forces. He didn't dare to fight anymore and hurriedly retreated. However, Yuan Weiqing didn't give up. The saber in his hand rolled up a white light and slashed towards Du Wudai. Pa! Yuan Weiqing's saber was only halfway through when he felt a figure flashing in front of him. A white light blocked his saber with a crisp sound. Yuan Weiqing was forced back 4 to 5 steps by the impact. Even his hand felt numb. He was shocked and hurriedly raised his head to look. He realized that the person who came was Yi Tianhua. After Yi Tianhua repelled Yuan Weiqing, he immediately kept his sword and said loudly, "Yuan Weiqing, today everyone is here to discuss things, not to fight. Do you understand?" Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing snorted, "Yi Tianhua, you guys didn't want to compensate first. That's why I attacked. If you want to talk about breaking the rules, it was you guys who broke it first. You can't blame me." Yi Tianhua heard this and shook his head. Chapter 665. Yi Tianhua shook his head, "Yuan Weiqing, no matter who's right or wrong, you hurt an Hongda, so you have to take responsibility." Yuan Weiqing laughed coldly and shook his head, "Yi Tianhua, as long as you agree to our terms, so what if I take responsibility?" Zhong Chunren, who had been watching from the side, suddenly shouted, "Yi Tianhua, Yuan Weiqing is a friend I invited. If there's anything, just look for me." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua nodded. "Zhong Chunren, you can't blame us for what happened to your son, Zhong Huasheng. It's your fault that he was killed by the snow leopard because you didn't investigate properly." Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. "Yi Tianhua, are you saying that you don't want to take responsibility?" Yi Tianhua nodded slowly. "Now that you've hurt an Hongda, I won't pursue the matter any further. Let's call it even. What do you think?" Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and shook his head. "Yi Tianhua, an Hongda was only hurt, but my son was hurt by the snow leopard. How can you compare that?" Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued. "Yi Tianhua, according to what you said, if I hurt your son and then let you hurt me, then can we call it even?" Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing laughed out loud. "Yi Tianhua, if this can last for 2 days, then hurry up and go home to see your son, haha." Seeing that Zhong Chunren and the others were being unreasonable, Yi Tianhua was displeased and shouted, "Zhong Chunren, how can you joke about this kind of thing? I've already said that Zhong Huasheng's matter has nothing to do with us. Since I agreed to compensate you, it's because the dead can't come back to life. However, you've taken an inch and wanted a mile. You actually want more. Zhong Chunren, please forgive me for not agreeing to this." Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren's face was filled with sadness. He turned to Xue Zhizheng and said sadly, "Hallmaster Xue, did you see that? It's clearly their fault, but Yi Tianhua won't admit it." Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, "Hallmaster Xue, if we want justice, it seems that we can only ask you to deal with Yi Tianhua." Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and said in a low voice, "Zhong Chunren, aren't your conditions too high? Yi Tianhua has already agreed to compensate us 500,000 gold coins. That's already done his best. If we ask for a second condition, it doesn't seem appropriate." Hallmaster Xue Zhizheng, Hallmaster Xue's words, if they were kind and righteous, my son would he have been killed by the snow leopard. Master Xue's Xue, Xue's Xue, Xue's Xue, my Xue, Xue, to Xue, and Xue, Xue, Xue. Xue Xue, 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 Xue. Yi, Xue Xue, 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 Xue to. Since they were able to find the flaming soaring rock, they must have discovered the snow leopard as well. Since they have discovered the snow leopard, they have the responsibility to inform us so that we can be more careful and send more people to deal with the snow leopard. But what about them? They didn't say anything. Even if we paid them for information about the flaming crystal, they didn't tell us that there was a snow leopard beside the flaming crystal. Hallmaster Xue, don't tell me you still don't understand what they're thinking. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, "Yi Tianhua, tell me, did you already know about the snow leopard?" Yi Tianhua shook his head. "I don't know. We only know that there are flaming stones on Green Tower Mountain, but we don't know that he has a snow leopard. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply and continued. Hall Master Xue, if we already knew about the snow leopard, why didn't we warn you? You have to believe us. We didn't deliberately hide the snow leopard from you. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded. He turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said softly, Zhong Chunren, I don't think Yi Tianhua is lying. They really didn't know about the snow leopard and didn't intend to hide it from us. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, that's impossible. That snow leopard definitely didn't go there just now. You have to know that every snow leopard has its own territory. It would never trespass into someone else's territory. It would never move so easily. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. This proves that the snow leopard was there a long time ago. If they could find the flaming crystal, how could they not find the snow leopard? They were obviously lying and wanted to deceive us. In the end, my poor Huosheng fell into their trap and was killed by the snow leopard. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown as he pondered over Zhong Chunren's words. Every snow leopard had its own territory. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, if one bought a snow leopard, it would never move. This was certain as well. Just as Zhong Chunren had said, since the snow leopard wouldn't move, didn't that mean that the flaming crystal was in the snow leopard's territory? Since the flaming crystal was in the snow leopard's territory, there was no reason why Yi Tianhua couldn't find the snow leopard. In other words, even if they couldn't find the snow leopard, Xue Zhizheng was certain that the snow leopard could find Yi Tianhua and the rest. Didn't this mean that Yi Tianhua was lying? At this thought, Xue Zhizheng's mood turned sour. He lifted his head to look at Yi Tianhua and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, why did you lie to me? Yi Tianhua was stunned when he heard Xue Zhizheng's shout. He looked at Xue Zhizheng in confusion and asked slowly, Hall Master Xue, what do you mean? When did I lie to you? Xue Zhizheng laughed coldly, Yi Tianhua, we've all been in the pugilistic world for many years. Do you really think that you can fool me with that excuse of yours? Yi Tianhua waved his hands hurriedly. Hall Master Xue, what do you mean by that? When did I lie to you? And why did I lie to you? You better be clear. Seeing that Yi Tianhua refused to admit it, Xue Zhizheng laughed coldly and nodded. Yi Tianhua, since you refuse to admit it, let me ask you. Did you see any snow leopards on Qingling Mountain? Yi Tianhua shook his head. No. If we had seen any snow leopards, we would have told you. Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Xue Zhizheng's eyes widened in anger. He shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, let me ask you again. Will the snow leopard leave its territory? Yi Tianhua shook his head, no. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Every snow leopard has its own territory. They won't leave it easily. Unless they're killed by an enemy, their territory will then be taken over by others. At this point, Yi Tianhua's heart skipped a beat. His face changed immediately, and his brows furrowed deeply. He wanted to continue speaking, but he couldn't. Looking at Yi Tianhua's expression, Xue Zhizheng laughed coldly once more. Yi Tianhua, why aren't you continuing? Go on, go on. I really want to hear what else you have to say now. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua sighed but did not say anything. It was only now that he realized that he was completely wrong. He had thought that Zhong Chunren had no reason to blame him. But at this moment, Yi Tianhua suddenly realized that Zhong Chunren really did have a reason to blame him for not telling them about the snow leopard. In the life of a snow leopard, unless it was killed by someone, it would always stay in its own territory and would never leave easily. Zhong Huosheng was killed by the snow leopard when he was looking for the flaming stone. Didn't this mean that the flaming stone was in the snow leopard's territory? If he went to the snow leopard's territory to look for the flaming stone, even if he couldn't find the snow leopard would come as soon as possible to drive the outsider out of its territory. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua began to feel suspicious. What was going on? Why did the snow leopard kill Zhong Huosheng when he didn't find it? What was the reason? What was the reason for all this? Did the snow leopard not appear when he went to look for the flaming stone? But that couldn't be right. As long as he stepped into the snow leopard's territory, the snow leopard would have found him. What was going on? Seeing that Yi Tianhua didn't answer his question, Xue Zhizheng sneered, Yi Tianhua, what else do you have to say? Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head, Hall Master Xue, I don't know what's going on either. This time, before Xue Zhizheng could speak, Yuan Weiqing spoke first, Yi Tianhua, I think you're pretending not to know? Hearing this, Du Wudai was furious, Yuan Weiqing, who are you calling pretending not to know? Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head, Du Wudai, do you think we don't know what kind of existence the snow leopard is? The snow leopard will never leave its territory. This is enough to prove that the flaming stone is in the snow leopard's territory. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and continued, you found the snow leopard when you were looking for the flaming stone, but you pretended not to know and beat us at our own game. You sold us the information only when we needed the flaming stone. However, you didn't tell us about the snow leopard. You obviously have bad intentions and want to harm us. Hearing this, Du Wudai flew into a rage, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. If we knew about the snow leopard, why wouldn't we tell you? Yuan Weiqing sneered, Du Wudai, since you're going to tell us, why didn't you tell us when we bought the information? You obviously have other motives. It's a pity that Zhong Huasheng was harmed by your scheme. It's not worth it. Hearing this, Du Wudai couldn't help but frown. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua with a questioning gaze. Du Wudai had been in the Jianghu for so many years. How could he not know that the snow leopard wouldn't leave its territory? However, Du Wudai didn't want to believe that Yi Tianhua was deliberately hiding it because Yi Tianhua wasn't that kind of person. From another perspective, Yi Tianhua and Zhong Chunren didn't have any grudges. There was no need to play such tricks. Yi Tianhua looked at Du Wudai's gaze and shook his head with a bitter smile, indicating that he didn't know what was going on either. Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, what do you want to do about my son, Zhong Huasheng? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua sighed, Zhong Chunren, I really don't know why the flaming stone would appear in the snow leopard's territory. I also find it strange. When we sent people to look for the flaming stone, they didn't find the snow leopard. This is definitely not a cover-up, it's the truth. Enough. Before Yi Tianhua could finish, he was interrupted by Zhong Chunren, Yi Tianhua, cut the crap. Let me ask you, how do you want to investigate this matter? Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head, how about this? I'll go back and investigate to see what's going on. After I've investigated it thoroughly, we'll discuss it again. What do you think? Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and shook his head, Yi Tianhua, even now, you're still trying to play tricks. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment before he continued, now that the evidence is conclusive, you can't win against us, so you want to run away, right? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Zhong Chunren, don't worry. Yi Tianhua, am definitely not that kind of person. As long as this matter is investigated thoroughly, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren immediately looked up to the sky and laughed. After laughing, he glared at Yi Tianhua and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, are you planning to leave here and disappear? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, you make it sound nice. If you hide, where can we find you in the south region? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua quickly shook his head, Zhong Chunren, don't worry. I, Yi Tianhua, am a man of my words. I definitely won't hide. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua's tone paused for a moment before he continued, Zhong Chunren, I'm also wondering what's going on. I have to go back and investigate thoroughly. Zhong Chunren shook his head, Yi Tianhua, I don't think that's necessary. I don't have time to look for you again. Let's settle this matter here today. Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment before he shook his head and said solemnly, Zhong Chunren, before this matter is clarified, I can't tell you how to solve it. Therefore, let's wait for me to investigate this matter before deciding how to deal with it. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sneered and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng. He said loudly, Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua wants to take the opportunity to escape. What do you think we should do about this matter? Xue Zhizheng frowned, Zhong Chunren, I think Yi Tianhua's words make sense. Why don't we let him go back and investigate this matter? After the investigation is done, We'll decide how to deal with your matter. Chapter 666. Zhong Chunren asked loudly, Hall Master Shui, do you think I'm lying? Shui Zhizheng shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I didn't suspect you. Zhong Chunren sighed. Hall Master Shui, since you didn't suspect me, why did you let him go? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhizheng's reply and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, we've just said that the flaming rock is in the snow leopard's territory. How could they not have discovered the snow leopard's existence? They were obviously lying and plotting against us. Hall Master Shui, don't you understand? They did it on purpose, not unintentionally. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizheng asked doubtfully, Zhong Chunren, do you have a grudge against him? Zhong Chunren shook his head. No, I don't have any contact with Yi Tianhua. How could I have a grudge against him? Shui Zhizheng frowned. Did your friend offend him? Is that why he set you up? Zhong Chunren shook his head again. No, our dealings with Yi Tianhua are limited to trading information. Although we've bought information from him a few times, we really didn't have any contact. Therefore, I can guarantee that there's no grudge between us. Hearing Zhong Chunren's answer, Shui Zhizheng was even more puzzled. Since there's no grudge between you, why would he want to harm you? He has no reason to do so. Zhong Chunren shook his head. I'm not sure either. No matter what, Yi Tianhua used the snow leopard to harm Huasheng. I can't let him go. Shui Zhizheng's frown deepened. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, why did you do this? Yi Tianhua did not hear the conversation between Zhong Chunren and Shui Zhizheng. When he heard Shui Zhizheng's question, he could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Hall Master Shui, I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just trading information. Is there anything wrong with that? This time, before Shui Zhizheng could answer, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, there's something wrong with this. You knew that the snow leopard was next to the flaming rock but you refused to tell us. Huasheng was harmed by the snow leopard. I think you have an ulterior motive. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, then tell me, what is my purpose? Yuan Weiqing laughed coldly, how would I know? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's mind suddenly moved, and he suddenly exclaimed, could it be that your Shadow Alliance wants to attack our secret Thunder Sect? Nonsense. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was shocked. He shouted, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. We're just trading information. How could it be like that? Yuan Weiqing laughed, I understand, I finally understand. Yi Tianhua, you're so cruel. I'm afraid that the target of your plan is not just Huasheng. It should be someone else, or someone important to our secret Thunder School. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, you know that when we go to mine ore, we send our craftsmen. I'm afraid that your purpose is our craftsmen, right? Huasheng just happened to be killed by the snow leopard at the right time. But your real purpose is the outstanding craftsmen of our Tanlei school. Because you know that the reason why our Tanlei school can produce such powerful firearms is because of our craftsmen. As long as you plan to kill them, you will imperceptibly weaken our Tanlei school. Then, you will take the opportunity to send people to attack our Tanlei school and take away our most important secret. Yi Tianhua, am I right? Yi Tianhua stared at Yuan Weiqing with his mouth agape. After a long while, he said loudly, Yuan Weiqing, you really know how to talk nonsense. I really admire you for bringing up such a matter of buying and selling information. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Shui Zhizheng. When he was about to speak, he saw Shui Zhizheng staring at him with an ugly face. This time, Zhong Huasheng was not the only one who was lost in the search for the flaming stone. 2 senior craftsmen of the secret Thunder Sect were also lost. The reason why the secret Thunder Sect was so powerful and almost no one could shake them was that they relied on their powerful firearms. However, these powerful firearms were quite complicated to make. There were only 8 craftsmen who could make these firearms in the secret Thunder Sect of the South County. However, this time, they had lost 2 craftsmen. Although Shui Zhizheng was heartbroken, he really did not think in this direction. At this moment, when he heard Yuan Weiqing's words, he suddenly had some doubts in his heart. If what Yuan Weiqing said was true, then the loss of the secret Thunder School would not only be Zhongkexing, but also the entire secret Thunder School. There were only 8 craftsmen in the South region's secret Thunder sect. After losing 2 people this time, there were only 6 craftsmen left. If they were not careful and Yi Tianhua sold them false information, they would probably lose even more craftsmen. Thinking that there would be no more craftsmen in the secret Thunder sect in the South region, Xue Zhizheng's heart could not help but tremble. This was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that he did not dare to imagine it anymore. The most important thing was that every time they went to search for ores, these craftsmen had to accompany them. This was because in order to protect the secret of the secret Thunder sect, some special ores were only known by those craftsmen. Therefore, every time they went to search for these special ores, these craftsmen would go together. The only difference was the number of craftsmen each time. This time, they had lost 2 craftsmen. Next time, would they lose 4 craftsmen? Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng felt a surge of anger. Destroying the craftsmen of the secret Thunder sect was equivalent to destroying the secret Thunder sect. Thinking of the terrifying consequences of this matter, Xue Zhizheng looked coldly at Yi Tianhua and asked sternly, "Yi Tianhua, you are so ruthless. What enmity does our secret Thunder sect have with your Shadow Alliance that you have to set us up like this?" Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua was shocked. This was no small matter. Xue Zhizheng was the Hall Master of the secret Thunder sect in the South region. His words were equivalent to the attitude of the secret Thunder sect in the South region. Yi Tianhua didn't want the Shadow Alliance to go to war with the secret Thunder sect. It wouldn't be good for anyone. Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand. "Hall Master Xue, you've misunderstood. We definitely didn't mean that. We really don't know anything about this matter. Please let us go back and investigate and see what's going on." Xue Zhizheng sneered and shook his head. "Yi Tianhua, I think you should make it clear today." Yuan Weiqing said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, your plan has been seen through by us. Are you so scared that you want to slip away?" Yi Tianhua shook his head. "I said I won't slip away. I just want to go back and investigate and see what is going on. Then I will give you an answer." "No." Zhong Chunren shouted sternly, "Yi Tianhua, since we are all here today, you should tell us clearly how to deal with this matter. Otherwise, none of you can leave today." Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Du Wubao asked loudly, "Zhong Chunren, do you want to attack us?" Zhong Chunren snorted, "Du Wubao, since you dare to set up such a plan, we dare to attack you. Even if outsiders know, they will applaud us." Du Wubao sneered, "I don't think so. The things that you've said are all just your baseless guesses without any evidence. Who would believe your words?" Hearing Du Wubao's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly laughed. "Du Wubao, I think you are guilty. If you are not guilty, why are you in a hurry to escape?" Hearing this, Du Wubao was furious. "Yuan Weiqing, why should I be guilty? We did not do such a thing. Everything is just your imagination. What do I have to be guilty about?" Speaking until here, Du Wubao paused for a while before continuing. "Moreover, even if we go back now, we only want to investigate this matter. We have no intention of slipping away." Hearing Du Wubao's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered, "Du Wubao, your words are too nice, but I don't believe you. Huosheng's matter must be settled today. I don't care what results you will find in the future. Today, this matter must be settled." Hearing this, Du Wubao was furious. "Yuan Weiqing, we still don't know the truth. How are we going to settle this matter?" And Hongda, who had been silent all this while, also shouted angrily, "Yuan Weiqing, what you said just now is just your side of the story. You can't take it seriously. This matter in Green Tower Mountain has nothing to do with us. We only sold you the information about the flaming stones, and you only gave us the money for the flaming stones. As for the information about the snow leopard, we don't know about it. Even if we did, you didn't buy the information. Why should we tell you?" After hearing An Hongda's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. He pointed at An Hongda and shouted, "An Hongda, you're right this time. You clearly know about the snow leopard, but because we didn't pay you, you didn't tell us about it. What is your intention?" And Hongda said coldly, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to care about our intentions. We will leave now and investigate this matter thoroughly. Then, we will give you an answer. Hearing An Hongda's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, An Hongda, are you trying to slip away? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for An Hongda to answer his question and continued to speak. You set up such a scheme, and when you saw that we saw through it, you want to slip away. Do you think there is such a good thing in this world? An Hongda turned to look at Zhong Chunren and shouted, Zhong Chunren, what do you want? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren snorted, either you agree to my conditions. If you don't, it will prove that what Yuan Weiqing said was true. You want to provoke a war between the Shadow Alliance and the Tan Thunder sect. I will never let you go. An Hongda sneered and shook his head, Zhong Chunren, do you think you can stop us from leaving? Before Zhong Chunren could speak, Xue Zhijing suddenly said, An Hongda, what if I join in? When Yuan Weiqing saw this, he shouted, me too. LV Hushan took a step forward and shouted, if you want to leave, you have to ask if I, LV Hushan, agree. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand, why are you so angry? If there is anything, we can discuss it. We can always find a solution. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Xue Zhijing and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, although our Shadow Alliance and the Tan Thunder sect don't have a deep friendship, we have never had a dispute. For so many years, we have lived in peace. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, are we going to start a war just because of this? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing suddenly realized that if he fought with Yi Tianhua this time, it would really cause a war between the Tan Thunder sect and the Shadow Alliance. At that time, if the Tan Thunder sect won, everything would be fine. However, the Shadow Alliance was not a weak sect. It would not be easy to defeat them. If the Tan Thunder sect lost, he would be the biggest sinner of the Tan Thunder sect in the South region. Thinking of this, Xue Zhijing took a deep breath and calmed his chaotic emotions. Then, he said, Yi Tianhua, tell me, what is going on? Yi Tianhua shook his head with a wry smile, Hall Master Xue, if I knew what was going on, I wouldn't want to go back and investigate. Just as Yi Tianhua said this, he was interrupted by Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua, I think everything you say is nonsense. You just want to take the opportunity to slip away, right? Hearing this, An Hongda suddenly became angry and shouted, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. We just want to go back and investigate the truth of this matter. How can we slip away? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a sneer, An Hongda, I don't believe you, so please solve this matter today. Otherwise, we will never let you go. Yi Tianhua saw this and sighed, Hall Master Xue, we really just want to go back and investigate this matter. We don't want to take the opportunity to slip away. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, we are all from the South County. Even if I slip away, where can I hide? It can't be that we will never see each other again, right? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing's heart moved. He felt that Yi Tianhua's words made sense. They were all from the South region. Would they really hide for the rest of their lives because of this matter? It was impossible. Yi Tianhua was a reputable person. He was the boss of the Shadow Alliance in the South County. How could such a person hide because of such a small matter? Chapter 667. Thinking of this, Xue Zhijing was about to speak when Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, I don't believe you. You have to solve my son Zhong Huasheng's problem today. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing also shouted, yes, Huasheng's problem must be solved today. Otherwise, we will fight. Hearing this, An Hongda coldly snorted, Yuan Weiqing, do you think that you can beat us because you have more people? Hearing An Hongda's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. After laughing, Yuan Weiqing fiercely stared at An Hongda, you were defeated by me. What qualifications do you have to speak here? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, An Hongda suddenly remembered that Yuan Weiqing had plotted against him. He immediately flew into a rage and pointed his finger at Yuan Weiqing, shouting in a stern voice, Yuan Weiqing, if you didn't stab me in the back, how could you be my opponent? Speaking of this, Anhongdar paused and coldly snorted before continuing, I don't know who was defeated by my saber just now. Hearing Anhongdar's words, Yuan Weiqing's face turned red and he loudly said, Anhongdar, our secret thunder sect is famous for its firearms. As a protector of the secret thunder sect, using the firearms of the secret thunder sect is considered a stab in the back. Anhongdar, a loss is a loss. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? If you are not convinced, we will fight again. Do you dare? Although Anhongdar was injured, hearing Yuan Weiqing's clamor, he immediately rushed forward with his saber. Seeing that things were not going well, Du Wudai hurriedly pulled Anhongdar and whispered, Anhongdar, don't be fooled by him. He is luring you over. Hearing Du Wudai's words, Anhongdar suddenly woke up. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and angrily said, Yuan Weiqing, you despicable person. Sooner or later, I will let you taste the taste of my saber. Yuan Weiqing sneered, Anhongdar, don't make it sound so nice. If you have the ability, come here now and let me see what you are capable of. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Du Wudai sternly shouted, Yuan Weiqing, if you have the ability, come here and let us see your secret thunder sect sneak attacks. Hearing Du Wudai say that it was a sneak attack, Yuan Weiqing suddenly became furious. He pulled out his saber and roared. His body suddenly bounced up and rushed to Du Wudai. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing was really rushing over, Du Wubao's mouth curled into a sneer. He signaled to Anhongdar with his eyes. When Yuan Weiqing's saber came slashing over, he suddenly dodged Yuan Weiqing's sharp saber. Du Wubao dodged the blade and rushed to Yuan Weiqing's side with a leap. He waved his right fist towards Yuan Weiqing's ribs. 2. Du Wudai's attack. His to Du Wudai. To go to the back to 2. Yuan Weiqing had already calculated that even if Du Wudai hit his ribs, he would only suffer a minor injury. However, if Du Wudai was hit by his saber, it would not be as simple as a minor injury. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing was certain that Du Wudai would definitely dodge his blade, and the fist that he had aimed at his ribs would naturally return empty-handed. Just as Yuan Weiqing was waiting for Du Wudai to retreat, he suddenly felt a gust of wind from his back. Yuan Weiqing was shocked. Only then did he remember that Anhongdar was still standing behind him. Yuan Weiqing already knew that the person who had launched a sneak attack on him from behind was definitely Anhongdar. Helpless, he couldn't care less about attacking Du Wudai. His figure dashed forward with all his might, and he fell towards the ground in an attempt to dodge Anhongdar's blade. However, how could Anhongdar's saber be dodged so easily? Although Yuan Weiqing had dodged more than half of it, when he was about to lie down, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted to his brain. It was so painful that he could not help but scream and fall to the ground. Although the pain on his back was unbearable, Yuan Weiqing was, after all, a person with rich combat experience. When he fell to the ground, he immediately rolled a few times to one side. Yuan Weiqing had just rolled away when Anhongdar's sharp saber slashed at the place where he had just laid down. The strong wind brought up a cloud of dust. Although Yuan Weiqing could not see Anhongdar's saber, he could hear the sound of the saber hitting the ground. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He scrambled forward to avoid Anhongdar's next attack. Yuan Weiqing scrambled to his feet. He didn't even dare to look back. Instead, he immediately ran back to his side. Seeing Yuan Weiqing running back, LV Hushan hurriedly greeted him. Yuan Weiqing, how are you? Quickly turn around and let me see. As he spoke, LV Hushan turned to Yuan Weiqing's back and checked the wound. He then said with relief, it's not a big deal. Although the wound is a little deep, it's not serious. It's just an external injury. As he spoke, LV Hushan had already taken out a medicine bottle and sprinkled the entire bottle of medicine on the wound on Yuan Weiqing's back. Feeling the pain on his back, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth and turned to look at Anhongdar. He shouted sternly, Anhongdar, you despicable person. How dare you attack me from behind? Anhongdar sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, since you didn't stab me in the back, why would I sneak attack you? I was fighting you fair and square. You couldn't avoid it because your martial arts are not good enough. You can't blame others. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was furious. He immediately brandished his saber and was about to rush over again. However, just as he moved, a tearing pain came from his back. It was so painful that he screamed and his movements froze. Seeing this, Du Wudai was overjoyed. He sneered and said, "Yuan Weiqing, come over if you have the ability. I'll wait for you here." Yuan Weiqing was so angry that he clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. LV Hushan, who was at the side, shouted sternly, "Why do you want us to go over? If you have the ability, come over and see how I'll deal with you." After hearing LV Hushan's words, Du Wudai was about to say something when Yi Tianhua coldly snorted, "Everyone, don't say any more. I think we should forget about today's matter. Let's go back and investigate. This matter is not simple. If we fight here, there will definitely be people secretly happy. At that time, won't we be fooled by him?" Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. "Yi Tianhua, no matter what you say today, you must solve my son's matter for me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here." Yi Tianhua sighed. "Zhong Chunren, although I also want to solve this problem for you, I don't know the truth of this matter. How can I solve it for you?" And Hongda, who was at the side, also said loudly, "Zhong Chunren, my brother Yi has already promised to give you 500,000 gold coins, but you are still not satisfied. You can't blame us for this. You can only say that you are greedy." Zhong Chunren sneered, "And Hongda, do you think 500,000 gold coins can be compared to my son?" At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for An Hongda to answer his question and continued to speak. "An Hongda, if you can return my son, I will give you 1 million gold coins. Do you agree?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, An Hongda was suddenly stunned. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Seeing that An Hongda was speechless, Zhong Chunren sneered, "An Hongda, do you still think 500,000 gold coins is a lot?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, An Hongda sighed, "Zhong Chunren, I also sympathize with you. However, sympathy is sympathy. This matter has nothing to do with us. We can only help you to the best of our ability. If you are still unwilling, then we can't do anything." As soon as An Hongda's voice fell, Yuan Weiqing said loudly, "An Hongda, do you want to just ignore this matter?" An Hongda shook his head, "I have already said that this matter has nothing to do with us. We only helped you out of kindness. However, since you are so overbearing, we can't do anything about it." Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head, "An Hongda, I can see that you have no intention of getting involved in this matter from the beginning." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for An Hongda to answer him and continued to speak. "An Hongda, it seems that what I said is true. You have no good intentions from the beginning. You really have an ulterior motive for selling us the information about the flaming stones. In my opinion, you really want to lay your hands on our Tanlei sect." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, An Hongda suddenly flew into a rage. "Yuan Weiqing, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you provoke a fight between the Shadow Alliance and the Tanlei sect because of your words, can you bear the responsibility?" Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head, "An Hongda, you are angry. It seems that what I said is right. You want to frame the senior craftsmen of our Tanlei sect first. Then, when our senior craftsmen are all dead and we can't make any more advanced firearms, you can then lay your hands on us. Am I right?" An Hongda angrily glared at Yuan Weiqing, pointing his finger at him, and loudly said, "Yuan Weiqing, I think you're the one who wants to provoke a fight between the Shadow Alliance and the Secret Thunder sect. Otherwise, how could you even say such harsh words?" Yuan Weiqing sneered, "An Hongda, since you dare to do it, don't you allow us to say it. The Shadow Alliance is too overbearing." An Hongda was so angry that he wanted to say something, but Yi Tianhua waved his hand and turned to look at Xue Zhijing, Hall leader Xue. "What do you think about this matter?" Before Xue Zhijing could say anything, Zhong Chunren said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, we will solve the problems mentioned by Yuan Weiqing later." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, "Today, you have to solve my son's problem no matter what." Yi Tianhua sighed, "Zhong Chunren, your first condition is 500,000 gold coins. I can go back and collect it, But your second condition, please forgive me for not agreeing. No. Zhong Chunren roared angrily, Yi Tianhua, if you don't agree to my second condition, then you have to compensate me with 2 million gold coins. Otherwise, you have to agree to my second condition. Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head, Zhong Chunren, I don't even have 500,000 gold coins. I have to go back and collect it for you. If you want me to compensate you with 2 million gold coins, I'm afraid it's impossible in this lifetime. Zhong Chunren snorted, since you don't have 2 million gold coins, then you have to agree to my second condition. Yi Tianhua shook his head, impossible. Our Shadow Alliance mainly sells information. If we give you free information for 5 years, what will happen to our Shadow Alliance in the future? Therefore, I will never agree to your second condition. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed, Yi Tianhua, our Vice Hall leader Zhong knows that you can't afford 2 million gold coins, so he wants free information for 5 years to replace the remaining 1,500,000 gold coins. Don't you understand? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I don't understand what's going on either. After all, I wasn't the one who went to investigate the flaming stone. I'm also wondering why no one told me about the snow leopard. I want to go back and investigate. I want to know why this information hasn't been sent. When the time comes, I'll naturally give you a satisfactory answer after I find out the truth. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, Yi Tianhua, you won't even agree to our second condition. How do you expect us to believe you? LV Hushan also said loudly, yes, as long as you agree to our second condition, you can go back and investigate if you want. We won't stop you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yi Tianhua's heart suddenly moved. He asked in a deep voice, if you don't agree to the first condition, I'll only agree to your second condition. Is that okay? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. He then turned to look at Zhong Chunren. Zhong Chunren was also stunned for a moment. After a while, he shook his head, no, you have to agree to both of my conditions. You can't even give me one condition. Yi Tianhua was also stunned when he heard this. The reason why he said this was mainly to test Zhong Chunren. He wanted to see if Zhong Chunren's main purpose was the second condition. If Zhong Chunren agreed to his conditions and waived the first condition of 500,000 gold coins, it meant that 500,000 gold coins was dispensable to Zhong Chunren. It wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the second condition, which was 5 years of free information. This was what Zhong Chunren wanted the most. However, Yi Tianhua didn't expect Zhong Chunren to not agree to it. He still wanted 2 conditions. He wouldn't give up the first condition just because he agreed to the second condition. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua was a little confused. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Zhong Chunren really just wanted compensation and didn't have any other intentions. The real reason why he wanted 5 years of free information was to earn 1.5 million gold coins from it. If this was the truth, Yi Tianhua didn't mind talking to Zhong Chunren and shortening the time of free information. But what was Zhong Chunren's purpose? Did he really want 500,000 gold coins, or did he say it deliberately? Chapter 668. After a moment of silence, Yi Tianhua slowly said, Zhong Chunren, I will also give you a choice. Either I give you 1 million gold coins, or you choose the second condition. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Zhong Chunren, you can only choose one condition. Zhong Chunren shook his head, Yi Tianhua, I want 2 conditions, but you can only agree to one condition. If I don't agree, you have to agree to both conditions. Yi Tianhua nodded, 1 million gold coins. If you agree, I will prepare the gold coins for you. Zhong Chunren shook his head, Yi Tianhua, you don't have to say any more. I only want 2 conditions. I will not agree to the first one. Yi Tianhua was silent again. After a while, he slowly said, I can promise you 5 years of free information, but I will not give you any more gold coins. That would be too much. Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. No, if you agree, you have to agree to both conditions. Otherwise, you don't have to agree to any of them. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua was even more confused. At this point, Zhong Chunren was still unwilling to give up the first condition. Could it be that he misunderstood him? Just as Yi Tianhua was hesitating, and Hongda suddenly said, Zhong Chunren, Brother Yi has already said that he can agree to your second condition, but the first one must be cancelled. Are you still not satisfied? Hearing An Hongda's words, LV Hushan hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Chunren. Zhong Chunren hesitated for a moment before shaking his head again. 2 conditions, not one less. I will not agree to anything less. An Hongda shook his head, but we can't agree to either of the 2 conditions. You can only choose one. At this moment, Xue Zhijing turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think we should just forget about this. It is useless to ask them for free information. Why don't we ask them to compensate you with 1 million gold coins? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, a trace of anger flashed in Zhong Chunren's eyes. However, this trace of anger disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hall Master Xue, we've already agreed on 2 conditions. I won't make things difficult for them. If they can't take out 1 million gold coins, I'll ask them to take out 500,000 gold coins. However, they refused to agree to the second condition. Doesn't this mean that they are too insincere? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a second before continuing. Head Xue, don't underestimate the 5 years of free information. If we use it well, our tantrum sect will save a lot of money, which is much more than 500,000 gold coins. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing became stunned as he asked tentatively, Deputy Head Zhong, are you asking for the second condition on behalf of Tan Thunder Sect? Zhong Chunren nodded, that's right. Our secret Thunder Sect spends a lot of money to buy information every year in order to search for ores. If we can obtain the free information from the Shadow Alliance for the next 5 years, then we will be able to save a lot of money. Not only that, we can also get more accurate information and find more ores. At that time, the strength of our secret Thunder Sect will definitely improve greatly. We might even become the #1 sect in the South County. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer him. Hall Master Xue, don't you want our secret Thunder Sect to improve greatly and become the #1 sect in the South County? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was a little moved. He didn't expect that Zhong Chunren would still think of the secret Thunder Sect when he lost his only son. This was really rare and precious. Xue Zhijing stepped forward and patted Zhong Chunren on the shoulder. He smiled and said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, it seems that I misunderstood you. It turns out that you are thinking of the secret Thunder Sect. Zhong Chunren nodded and replied solemnly, Hall Master Xue, as the Deputy Hall Master of the secret Thunder Sect in the South County, how can I not think of the secret Thunder Sect? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer him. Hall Master Xue, I hope you can support me and let Yi Tianhua agree to my second condition. Hearing this, Xue Zhijing nodded. Then, he raised his head to look at Yi Tianhua and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, I think you should agree. You agreed to the first condition, so why don't you agree to the second condition? Yi Tianhua shook his head and said with a wry smile, Hall Master Xue, it's not that I don't want to agree, but this matter is too important. If I agree rashly, I'm afraid I'll cause trouble. Zhong Chunren snorted coldly, Yi Tianhua, what trouble? I think you just want to do it half-heartedly. You don't have any sincerity to repent. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, An Hongda was furious. Zhong Chunren, if we're not sincere, why did we come to the appointment? Zhong Chunren shook his head, An Hongda, if you don't come to the appointment, I'll immediately spread this matter and let everyone in the South County know who the Shadow Alliance is. An Hongda sneered, Zhong Chunren, I think you're being unreasonable. This matter clearly has nothing to do with us, but you want us to compensate. This is clearly the act of a villain. Zhong Chunren sneered, your Shadow Alliance deliberately framed us. Is this a righteous act? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, An Hongda shouted sternly, Zhong Chunren, don't talk nonsense. We didn't know about this matter, so how can we frame you? Yuan Weiqing said coldly, An Hongda, you're too shameless. You used fake news to frame me, but you don't dare to admit it. What kind of heroes are you? LV Hushan also said loudly, that's right. Since you dare to do it, you have to dare to admit it. What are you doing but not daring to say it? If this isn't a villain, what is? After hearing the words of the two, Anhongdar was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He shouted sternly, "Don't talk nonsense. What evidence do you have to prove that we framed you?" Yuan Weiqing sneered and said, "Evidence? Anhongdar, we all know that the snow leopard won't wander around. Other than its own territory, the snow leopard won't go anywhere. Since that's the case, it's enough to prove that you already knew about the snow leopard, but you didn't tell us. Why is that? Who would believe that you didn't have bad intentions?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Anhongdar couldn't help but frown. He still didn't understand what was going on with the snow leopard. If the snow leopard was found in the place where the flaming stone was found, it was enough to prove that it was the snow leopard's territory. But why didn't he know? Thinking of this, his frown deepened. Seeing that Anhongdar was speechless, Yuan Weiqing sneered again, "Anhongdar, you have nothing to say. Now that the evidence is conclusive, it's your Shadow Alliance that deliberately didn't tell us this information, causing Zhong Huaxing to be killed by the snow leopard." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, "Not only that, our secret Thunder sect also lost 2 senior craftsmen. How are we going to settle this debt?" Just as Anhongdar was speechless, Du Wudai suddenly said loudly, "I understand. Yuan Weiqing, I understand now. There are no snow leopards on Qingling Mountain. All of this is just nonsense. Your goal is naturally to frame us. Yuan Weiqing, am I right?" Hearing Du Wudai's words, Anhongdar suddenly realized that he had been acting according to Zhong Chuanren's arrangements. Hearing Du Wudai's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment before saying loudly, "You're talking nonsense. If there's no snow leopard, how could Zhong Huaxing and our 2 senior craftsmen be killed?" Hearing this, Du Wudai shook his head, "Yuan Weiqing, I don't care how they were killed. I just want to tell you that your lies can't fool us." Hearing Du Wudai's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly snorted, "Du Wudai, your words are so nice. Why don't you let me kill your son and then you can lie to me? What do you think?" LV Hushan said loudly, "Du Wudai, you're really talking nonsense. How could our Vice Hall Master Zhong talk nonsense about such things?" Du Wudai shook his head, "I'm not talking nonsense. On Qingling Mountain, we really didn't find any snow leopard. If we did, we would definitely warn you. Just now, you said that snow leopards wouldn't leave their territory easily. However, we didn't find any snow leopards there. This is enough to prove that there's no snow leopard on Qingling Mountain. There must be another reason why Zhong Huaxing and the 2 senior craftsmen were killed. That's why such a tragedy happened." After hearing Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua suddenly realized that he had actually walked into the wrong place. If what Du Wudai said was true, then there was no snow leopard on Qingling Mountain. Zhong Huaxing and the 2 senior craftsmen were killed for other reasons. If that was the case, then this matter could be explained. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and said loudly, "Hallmaster Xue, you heard it too. There's no snow leopard on Qingling Mountain. Everything they said was false." Zhong Chunren sneered, "Yi Tianhua, are you trying to say that we're lying?" Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued to speak. "Yi Tianhua, then tell me why I said that. Also, how did my son and the 2 senior craftsmen die? Can you tell me?" Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment before he shook his head, "I don't know. I only want to say that there's no snow leopard on Qingling Mountain because we didn't warn you." Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before he continued, "So, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's your own fault that you made such a big mistake." After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing started to believe him. He turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and asked softly, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, is there a reason that we don't know about?" Zhong Chunren shook his head, "Hall Master Xue, this is all nonsense. Our people clearly found snow leopard on Qingling Mountain, but they said that there was no snow leopard on Qingling Mountain. If this isn't a lie, then what is?" Hearing this, Xue Zhijing frowned, "But why would he want to harm us?" Speaking of this, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment before he continued, We've bought information from the Shadow Alliance a few times, and there's never been a mistake. But this time, why are there so many mistakes? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua is ambitious. Who knows what he's thinking? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before he continued. However, what Yuan Weiqing said just now is right. If Yi Tianhua really thinks this way, then our Tanlei sect is in danger. Hearing this, Xue Zhijing shook his head slightly. This is just Yuan Weiqing's guess. We and the Shadow Alliance have not interfered with each other for so many years. Why would they want to harm us? Speaking of this, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued. Even if Yi Tianhua's plan succeeds and all 10 of our Tanlei sect's senior craftsmen are killed, so what? Even if they destroy our Tanlei sect, what can they get? If you think about it carefully, the Shadow Alliance won't get anything in the end after destroying our Tanlei sect because the most important things of the Tanlei sect are firearms and those senior craftsmen. But if those senior craftsmen are all killed, what is left of the Tanlei sect? If the Shadow Alliance defeats the Tanlei sect, they will only get some territory. Could it be that the Shadow Alliance is doing this just to get these territories? Hearing Xue Zhijing muttering to himself, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. Hallmaster Xue, let's not speculate about these things for now. The most important thing now is the matter of my son, Zhong Huasheng. They deliberately concealed the matter of the snow leopard, causing my son and 2 senior craftsmen to be killed. We must settle this account clearly. Hearing this, Xue Zhijing nodded. This account indeed needs to be settled. However, if we misunderstood Yi Tianhua, then wouldn't it be too wrong of us to do this? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly turned his head and asked loudly, Hallmaster Xue, are you suspecting me? Seeing this, Xue Zhijing hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hallmaster Zhong, you misunderstood. I am just stating the facts. I am afraid that we have done something wrong. Hearing Xue Zhijing's answer, Zhong Chunren sighed. Hallmaster Xue, don't blame me for being angry. If what happened to me happened to you, I can guarantee that you would be angrier than me. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing suddenly remembered the matter of his son, Zhong Huasheng. He couldn't help but sigh and nod sympathetically. Huasheng's matter is really regrettable. Zhong Chunren shook his head and said bitterly, Hallmaster Xue, do you think I would joke about my son's matter? Hearing this, Xue Zhijing hurriedly shook his head. How is that possible? How could you joke about this? Chapter 669. Hearing Xue Zhijing's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded. Hall Leader Xue, since you trust me, can you help me this time? Xue Zhijing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay, I can help you. Tell me, what should I tell you? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua harmed my son. I just want him to compensate me and get some benefits for the secret Thunder sect. But Yi Tianhua doesn't want to compensate me and doesn't want to agree to my conditions. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. If he really doesn't agree, then we'll have to take action. Take action? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was shocked. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, that's not necessary. Zhong Chunren shook his head and said fiercely, if Yi Tianhua doesn't agree to my conditions, I'll fight him to get justice for my son. Seeing Zhong Chunren's indignant look, Xue Zhijing sighed inwardly. No one would feel good if this happened to them. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yi Tianhua and shouted, Yi Tianhua, I'm asking you now, do you agree to my conditions? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I can only agree to your first or second conditions. I can't agree to all of them. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered and nodded. Okay, then I'll choose the first condition, 2 million gold coins. If you give me 2 million gold coins, I won't bother you anymore. Hearing this number, Yi Tianhua was shocked and said in a trembling voice, Zhong Chunren, that's too much. Where can I get 2 million gold coins for you? Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, this is your problem. If you give me 2 million gold coins, I'll let this matter pass. Yi Tianhua shook his head again. I don't have 2 million gold coins. If you want, I can only give you 500,000 gold coins at most. I really don't have any more than that. Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Zhong Chunren laughed wildly. After a while, He lowered his head and glared at Yi Tianhua, saying with hatred, Yi Tianhua, is my son only worth 500,000 gold coins? Yi Tianhua sighed, Zhong Chunren, you know that's not what I meant. I've already done my best to gather 500,000 gold coins for you. If you're still not satisfied, then I really can't do anything about it. And Hongda also said loudly, Zhong Chunren, don't push your luck. Your son's matter has nothing to do with us. We have nothing to do with you. Brother Yi is willing to compensate you 500,000 gold coins. That's enough. What do you want? Zhong Chunren sneered, and Hongda, you make it sound nice that it has nothing to do with you. Then tell me, what's the matter with the snow leopard? And Hongda shook his head. How would we know about the snow leopard? Besides, we don't even know if there is a snow leopard or not. Do you think we can do whatever you say? Zhong Chunren shouted sternly, and Hongda, are you saying that I'm lying to you? And Hongda sighed, Zhong Chunren, it doesn't matter if you're lying to us or not. But I can tell you clearly that your son's matter has nothing to do with us. We'll compensate you 500,000 gold coins as friends. If you don't agree, then I'm sorry, we won't even give you 500,000 gold coins. After hearing An Hongda's words, Zhong Chunren was so angry that his teeth almost cracked. He shouted, Yi Tianhua, since you can't take out 2 million gold coins, then I want the second condition. 5 years of information for free. If you agree to the price, then we'll call it a day. Zhong Chunren's words fell into silence. Yi Tianhua and the others didn't say anything. They just looked at Zhong Chunren quietly. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren frowned. Yi Tianhua, what do you mean? Are you going back on your word? Yi Tianhua shook his head. When he was about to speak, and Hongda spoke first, Zhong Chunren, I see that you've been talking for a long time. Your main purpose is the second condition, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing shouted, and Hongda, what do you mean? You asked us to state the conditions. Are you really going back on your word? And Hongda shook his head with a sneer, Zhong Chunren, you don't want gold coins, but you want free information for 5 years. Can you tell me why? Zhong Chunren sneered, and Hongda, why should I tell you? I just want to ask you, do you agree to my condition? Du Wubao suddenly smiled and asked, Zhong Chunren, can I ask you why you want this condition? This time, before Zhong Chunren could speak, Yuan Weiqing said, Vice Hall Leader Zhong wants to ask for some benefits for the secret Thunder Sect, so that we can find more ores. Can't we do that? Du Wubao shook his head, is that so? Yuan Weiqing said angrily, isn't that so? What is it? Du Wubao nodded, in that case, we can promise you 5 years of free information, but there must be a certain limit. At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued to speak. The free information we provide for these 5 years is only limited to the ores that the secret Thunder Sect needs. We won't mention anything else. What do you think? And Hongda also smiled and said, that's it. We will only provide you with information about ores. Other than that, don't even think about it. Hearing the two's words, Zhong Chunren was shocked and said quickly, how can this be? I've paid such a high price, but I can only get such little information. I absolutely won't agree to this. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua smiled, Zhong Chunren, since your condition is mainly for the benefit of the secret Thunder Sect, then our free information will be released for the ores that the secret Thunder Sect needs. If you agree, then we will sign the contract now. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Xue Zhizheng coughed lightly and interrupted him. When Xue Zhizheng saw Zhong Chunren turn his head to look at him, he said slowly, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, didn't you just say that your purpose is to get this kind of information? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Zhong Chunren sighed, Hall Leader Xue, do you think it's worth 2 million gold coins for such little information? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng was stunned. After calculating in his mind, he found that according to Yi Tianhua's condition, it was indeed more than 2 million gold coins. Zhong Chunren sighed, Hall Leader Xue, although I'm devoted to the secret Thunder Sect, I also need to make a living. I'm willing to give up 2 million gold coins for the secret Thunder Sect. Is it just for such little information? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, what do you want? Zhong Chunren clenched his teeth. I want them to promise me free information for 5 years, not only about the secret Thunder Sect, but all the information. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Zhong Chunren, that's impossible. Yi Tianhua will never agree to that. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sneered. If he doesn't agree, then don't blame me for being impolite. Xue Zhizheng was shocked. Do you want to fight? Zhong Chunyun nodded slowly. If Yi Tianhua doesn't agree to my condition, we can only fight and force him to agree. Xue Zhizheng said hesitantly, that's not good. Yi Tianhua has already taken a step back. If we fight, it won't be good for us. Zhong Chunren sneered, they harmed my son, is that good? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused, turned to look at Xue Zhizheng, and continued, Hall Leader Xue, will you help me? Xue Zhizheng hesitated for a moment, but did not answer immediately. Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, Hall Leader Xue, isn't it a bit unkind of you to do this? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhizheng's answer. You're very happy that I'm doing this for the benefit of the secret Thunder Sect, but can't you fight for me? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng could not help but frown. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, these are two different things. How can you mix them up? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Leader Xue, you're wrong. This is the same thing. We can only force Yi Tianhua to agree to our condition. Only then can we use this free information to make the secret Thunder Sect more powerful. At the same time, I can earn back my 2 million gold coins. What's wrong with that? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's theory, Xue Zhizheng felt that something was wrong, but he could not refute it at the moment. After a while, he sighed. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I think it's better to give up this condition and ask for gold coins directly. This will save a lot of trouble, and it won't hurt our friendship. Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Leader Xue, since you think they'll agree to the first condition, you can talk to them. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, and then continued, as long as they agree to give me 2 million gold coins, the second condition will be invalid. What do you think? Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng was stunned. After coming to his senses, he slowly said, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, Yi Tianhua just said that he only has 500,000 gold coins, not 2 million gold coins. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Xue Zhizheng, and said word by word, Hall Leader Xue, can my son's problem be solved with 500,000 gold coins? Xue Zhizheng shook his head, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you know I don't mean that. Hu Sheng has already gone, and we have to continue. If we offend the Shadow Alliance because of this, it's not good for either of us. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you have to think carefully. Don't act rashly. Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Master Xue, could it be that you want me to swallow this humiliation in silence? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhizheng's answer. Hall Leader Xue, that's impossible. I want them to compensate me until I'm satisfied. Otherwise, I won't agree. Xue Zhizheng sighed, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I know you're sad, but I think the 500,000 gold coins Yi Tianhua gave you is not a small amount. Why don't we just let it go? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head, no, they set me up. How can I let them go so easily? Otherwise, I'll be sorry for my Hu Sheng. Seeing that Zhong Chunren was determined, Xue Zhizheng could only sigh helplessly in his heart, and said no more. Seeing that Xue Zhizheng was silent, Zhong Chunren asked in a deep voice, Hall Leader Xue, I just want to ask you, will you help me or not? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, Xue Zhizheng sighed, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I promise you, but let me make it clear in advance. I'll only help you, but I'll never hurt anyone. If you don't agree to my condition, I can't do anything. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren immediately cupped his fists. Thank you, Hall Leader Xue. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong. I'm afraid we're no match for him. If you can hold Yi Tianhua back, we'll deal with an Hongda and do Wudai. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, no matter what, we are all from South County. Don't go too far. Try not to hurt people if you can. As long as the matter is resolved, it will be fine. Zhong Chunren nodded. Hall leader Shui, as long as Yi Tianhua agrees to my condition, I promise I won't do anything to them. But if he still doesn't agree, then please hold Yi Tianhua back for me. You don't have to worry about anything else. Seeing that Zhong Chunren had made up his mind, Shui Zhizheng was at his wit's end. After all, Zhong Chunren's son, Zhong Huasheng, had been killed. Seeing that Shui Zhizheng had agreed to his request, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, my son's matter must be solved today. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being rude. Yi Tianhua heard this and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I know you're sad about losing your son, but everything is reasonable. We did sell you the information about the flaming stone, but we didn't know there was a snow leopard next to the flaming stone. You can't blame us. Your son was killed by the snow leopard when he was looking for the flaming stone. Speaking of which, you can only blame it on your own carelessness. You didn't take the necessary precautions, which led to this disaster. You can't blame us for this. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. However, I didn't hold it against you because you were sad about losing your son. You said you'd compensate me with gold coins, so I'll do my best to compensate you with some gold coins to ease the pain in your heart. However, not only are you not grateful, but you're also aggressive and want to get more benefits. Zhong Chunren, I'll say it again. This matter has nothing to do with us. Your son was killed by the snow leopard and it's your own business. The reason I'm compensating you is not because I did something wrong, but because I sympathize with you. Chapter 670. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was furious and shouted, Yi Tianhua, you still don't want to admit that it's your fault. Don't you have any conscience? Du Wubao suddenly said loudly, Zhong Chunren, Big brother Yi has already said that this matter has nothing to do with us. The reason why he will compensate you with 500,000 gold coins is because you have lost your son. That's why he will compensate you. Zhong Chunren turned to look at Du Wudai and said coldly, Du Wudai, according to what you said, you have no responsibility for my son's death. Du Wudai nodded and said without hesitation, No, this matter has nothing to do with us. We only sold you the information about the fire soaring stone. As for other accidents, it's your own problem. Zhong Chunren sneered and nodded, Du Wudai, if you say it has nothing to do with you, then let me ask you, what's going on with the snow leopard? Du Wudai shook his head, I don't know. If you let us go back and investigate, we will definitely find out the truth. Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, I think you don't want to go back and investigate this matter, but want to take the opportunity to slip away. Du Wudai shook his head again, such a big thing happened, do you think we can slip away just because we want to? At this point, Du Wubao paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued to speak. Even if we go back, we just want to investigate this matter clearly. When we find out the truth, we can discuss how to solve it. Isn't that better? LV Hushan suddenly said loudly, Du Wudai, you're talking nonsense. Now that the evidence is conclusive, it's your fault. Even now, you still dare to lie to us. Do you think our secret thunder sect is easy to bully? Du Wudai shook his head, how could it be like this? I really don't know why the snow leopard appeared there. I just want to know the truth, why such a thing happened. When Yuan Weiqing heard this, he instantly let out a sneer. Du Wudai, stop pretending. This is obviously your plan. How could you not know about it? Du Wubao shook his head. No, this has absolutely nothing to do with us. We, the Shadow Alliance, sell information. If we know about the snow leopard, even if we don't remind you, we will find a way to sell this information to you. Yuan Weiqing sneered, Du Wubao, do you think I will believe you? Du Wubao smiled bitterly and said, whether you believe it or not, we really don't know. If we knew, we would definitely remind you. Zhong Chunren suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, I don't care if you know about this or not. I can tell you that if some other monster had appeared beside the flaming stone, I wouldn't have blamed you. However, if a snow leopard that doesn't wander around appeared, I will never forgive you. Yi Tianhua, let's cut the crap. You know what I mean. The snow leopard wouldn't have wandered around. This proves that it has been beside the flaming crystal for a long time. However, You guys refused to tell us that such a big thing had happened. So no matter what, you must settle this today. Otherwise, I will never let you leave. When Yi Tianhua heard this, he turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and asked with a bitter smile, Hallmaster Xue, what do you think? Xue Zhizheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Yi Tianhua, this is indeed your fault. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before he continued, Vice Hallmaster Zhong is right. If something else had appeared beside the flaming crystal, it could be said that this monster had suddenly appeared or was just passing by and Huasheng and the others had encountered it. They could only say that they were unlucky and we would never blame you. However, the snow leopard is different from other monsters. It has its own territory and will never leave it easily. This means that the flaming crystal is indeed in the snow leopard's territory. And you guys really didn't tell us about this. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, even if you had sold this information to us, I wouldn't have blamed you. However, you knew that there was a snow leopard there and you didn't warn us, causing us to suffer a great loss. Based on this alone, Yi Tianhua, do you think I can forgive you? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Hallmaster Xue, I've already said that I really didn't know about this. The snow leopard does have its own territory and I know that they won't leave it easily. However, I'm also wondering why no one told me about this. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Xue Zhizheng to answer him and continued speaking. Hallmaster Xue, you must know that the Shadow Alliance mainly relies on selling information. We investigate every piece of information in great detail. If there was a snow leopard beside the flaming crystal, our people would definitely know about it. Even if we didn't sell this information to you, I should have known about it, right? However, I just didn't know. No one told me that there was a snow leopard beside the flaming crystal. Therefore, I'm also wondering why this would happen. Hallmaster Xue, give me some time to go back and investigate. I'll find out what the problem is. What do you think? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, before Xue Zhizheng could say anything, Zhong Chunren spoke first. Yi Tianhua, everything is based on the word reason. Let me ask you. Even if you go back and investigate clearly, can you not end this with me? Yi Tianhua hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. I won't. As long as I find out the truth, I'll definitely settle this matter. Zhong Chunren nodded. Yi Tianhua, since you know that you're in the wrong and you'll have to settle this sooner or later, why don't you settle it now? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his question and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, that's why I don't believe you. You're definitely trying to take the opportunity to slip away. You're not sincerely trying to solve this problem. Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, that's right. Perhaps Yi Tianhua is behind this. His goal is to target the Tan Thunder sect. That's why he doesn't want to settle this with us. Zhong Chunren heard this and glared at Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua, since you'll have to settle this matter sooner or later, why don't you settle it now? Yi Tianhua was stunned when he heard Zhong Chunren's question. Then, he said, Zhong Chunren, the matter hasn't been clarified yet. How dare you say that it's our fault? Yuan Weiqing was furious when he heard this. Yi Tianhua, since you know that the snow leopard won't wander around, the flaming crystal must be in the snow leopard's territory. Do you think there's anything wrong with that? Yi Tianhua shook his head. I don't know. I just want to find out the truth. Zhong Chunren said in a low voice, Yi Tianhua, after all this talk, you just don't want to care about this matter. Yi Tianhua shook his head. That's not what I mean. If it's our fault, I'll find a way to compensate you. But if it's not our fault, then there's nothing we can do. Zhong Chunren said angrily, Yi Tianhua, you're talking nonsense. Do you think I'll joke about my own son? Yi Tianhua shook his head. No, I don't believe in that possibility either. But we can only make a judgment after we find out the truth. Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, does that mean you don't want to compensate us today? Yi Tianhua nodded. No matter what, I have to find out the truth and find out where the problem lies. Zhong Chunren nodded with a cold smile when he heard Yi Tianhua's answer. He turned to Xue Zhijing and said in a low voice, Xue Zhijing, Xue Zhijing, Xue Zhijing will not admit defeat. Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua won't admit his mistake. We can only use force. When I say we're going to attack, you just need to stop Yi Tianhua. I'll take care of the rest. Hearing this, Xue Zhijing was stunned. He frowned and asked, Zhong Chunren, are we going to attack now? Zhong Chunren nodded. If I don't get justice for my son, I won't be able to swallow this. Hall Master Xue, please. Seeing that Zhong Chunren had made up his mind, Xue Zhijing sighed secretly and nodded slightly. Vice Hall Master Zhong, we just need to get justice. We can't hurt anyone. If it causes a fight between the Shadow Alliance and the Secret Thunder Sect, it won't be good. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sneered and nodded. Then he turned to Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, I'll ask you again. Will you compensate us or not? Yi Tianhua shook his head. I have to tell you the truth before I can give you a clear answer. Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth and asked, my two conditions are 2 million gold coins and 5 years of information. Don't you want to choose one? Yi Tianhua shook his head with a wry smile. Zhong Chunren, I want to choose the first option, but I don't have 2 million gold coins. If 500,000 gold coins is enough, I can agree to your first condition. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. As for the second condition, I will not agree to it. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, a cold light flashed in Zhong Chunren's eyes. He suddenly turned to Xue Zhijing and shouted, Attack! As soon as Zhong Chunren's voice fell, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan rushed towards An Hongda and Du Wudai. Zhong Chunren stared at Xue Zhijing. Seeing that Xue Zhijing didn't move, he couldn't help but shout, Hall Master Xue, what are you waiting for? Hearing Zhong Chunren's second shout, Xue Zhijing sighed. He pulled out his long sword and rushed towards Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua originally wanted to help when he saw Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan rushing over. However, he was shocked when he saw that Xue Zhijing was already rushing towards him. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were very high. Among the people present, he was second to none. The only person present who could stop Yi Tianhua was Xue Zhijing. Seeing that Xue Zhijing was rushing towards Yi Tianhua, Zhong Chunren's lips curled into a smile. He then jumped up and rushed towards An Hongda. Seeing that the enemy's experts were all out, Yi Tianhua felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't panic because of his high martial arts. Seeing that Xue Zhijing was rushing over, he hurriedly pulled out his long sword to meet him. Pa! The two people's swords collided and made a crisp sound. Xue Zhijing used the force to land on the ground. He turned the sword in his hand and attacked Yi Tianhua again. Although Yi Tianhua's martial arts were high, he didn't dare to be careless when Xue Zhijing took the initiative. He hurriedly withdrew his sword and met Xue Zhijing's long sword. Yuan Weiqing's back was injured. Although he forcefully rushed forward, the pain from his back made him suck in a breath of cold air. His opponent, An Hongda, was also injured in his arm. However, An Hongda's injury was on his left arm. Although it affected a part of his martial arts, the effect was minimal. LV Hushan directly rushed in front of Du Wubao and swung his fist towards Du Wubao's face. Du Wudai saw LV Hushan's fist flying towards him and hurriedly lowered his body to dodge it. At the same time, he punched towards LV Hushan's ribs. LV Hushan's punch missed. Seeing Du Wudai's fist coming towards him, he hurriedly lifted his leg to block Du Wudai's fist. At the same time, he didn't retract his fist that missed and directly smashed towards Du Wudai's back. Du Wudai's punch missed. He had already expected that LV Hushan would attack his guard. He hurriedly leaped out and dodged LV Hushan's attack. LV Hushan and Du Wudai fought fiercely. An Hongda and Yuan Weiqing were slightly weaker. Both of them were injured. If they moved vigorously, they would immediately pull at their wounds. That kind of pain was something that neither of them wanted to experience. Looking at Yuan Weiqing's painful face, An Hongda was secretly happy. He knew that Yuan Weiqing's injuries were more serious than his. Therefore, he pretended to be seriously injured and prepared to take Yuan Weiqing by surprise. When Yuan Weiqing let his guard down, he would defeat him in one fell swoop. Yuan Weiqing's injuries on the ground were very serious. Every time he used his saber, it would cause a heart-wrenching pain. In addition, they still had Zhong Chunren who hadn't made a move yet. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing wasn't in a hurry. As long as Zhong Chunren arrived, he could easily defeat them. And Hongda naturally knew this, so he wanted to end the battle quickly. However, Yuan Weiqing didn't give him the chance. Although his back was injured, the saber in his hand was constantly waving in front of him to neutralize an Hongda's attack. Yuan Weiqing defended with all his strength. It wasn't an easy task for an Hongda to end the battle quickly. At this moment, an Hongda heard a loud shout from afar. When he turned his head, he saw Zhong Chunren rushing towards them. He was instantly shocked and hurriedly took 2 steps back to distance himself from Yuan Weiqing. Zhong Chunren rushed to the front of the two. Without saying a word, he directly waved his saber and rushed towards an Hongda. Seeing this, an Hongda knew that it was too late to dodge. He also wanted to test Zhong Chunren's martial arts, so he hurriedly drew his saber and went forward. In this attack, both of them had the attitude of testing each other's martial arts. Therefore, both of their sabers collided accurately. Instantly, a crisp sound was heard. After the sound, Zhong Chunren took a step back and stabilized his body. Chapter 671. However, an Hongda was forced back 3 or 4 steps by the impact before he managed to stabilize himself. Zhong Chunren sneered and rushed forward again with his saber. An Hongda did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly waved his saber and blocked Zhong Chunren's saber. Zhong Chunren's saber turned, and the shiny steel saber brought out a saber light. It bypassed an Hongda's saber and continued to slash at him. Seeing this, an Hongda hurriedly swept the saber in his hand and shook off Zhong Chunren's saber. At this moment, an Hongda was about to withdraw his saber when he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind from the side. He was shocked and wanted to dodge to the side, but Zhong Chunren's saber was blocking him. He had no choice but to jump into the air. Who knew that before an Hongda could jump high, he felt a chill on his leg. Following that, a sharp pain came. It was so painful that he could not help but scream. He flew out diagonally in the air and landed on the ground. As soon as he landed, an Hongda felt that the injury on his leg hurt even more. It was so painful that he almost fell to the ground. An Hongda was shocked. Before he could react, he saw a white light flash in front of him. Zhong Chunren was attacking again. An Hongda hurriedly waved his saber to block. The 2 sabers collided. An Hongda's legs went soft and he fell to the ground from the force of the saber. Yuan Weiqing also rushed up and chopped an Hongda's other leg with his saber. Feeling the pain on his leg, an Hongda screamed again. He wanted to get up, but the injury on his leg hurt so much that his forehead broke out in cold sweat. He could not stand up. Zhong Chunren sneered and no longer looked at an Hongda. He turned to look at the battle between Du Wudai and LV Hushan. Then, he signaled to Yuan Weiqing with his eyes. Yuan Weiqing immediately understood and silently rushed towards Du Wubao. An Hongda's scream just now had already alarmed Du Wudai. Looking at an Hongda who was lying on the ground, Du Wudai was shocked. He knew that things were going to be bad this time. Yuan Weiqing had only taken 2 steps forward when he suddenly heard footsteps from the side. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the 3 young men who had been standing behind Yi Tianhua and the others rushing over. Yuan Weiqing sneered and immediately stopped. He turned his head and looked at the 3 young men. Suddenly, he let out a low roar. His figure turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the young man who was in the front. Following a blood-curdling scream, Sima Sheng, who had rushed to the front, was already lying on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Qiuan and Shadowless, who were under Sima Sheng's body, couldn't help but stop. Run! Just as the 2 of them were in a daze, Du Wubao's urgent voice sounded from the side. Don't just stand there. Run! You're no match for them. After hearing Du Wudai's words, Lu Qiuan and Shadowless froze for a moment. They immediately turned around and wanted to run, but it was too late. Yuan Weiqing's martial arts were far superior to theirs. It was basically impossible for them to run away from Yuan Weiqing. In the blink of an eye, along with Yuan Weiqing's cold laughter, Lu Chuan was also slashed to the ground by Yuan Weiqing. Shadowless Qinggong was slightly better and he actually dodged this attack. Seeing that the situation was not right, he quickly turned around and ran. But who knew that just as he ran, there was a whooshing sound behind him. Before he could react, a rock smashed into his back. Ah! Shadowless screamed and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Du Wudai was shocked. He couldn't care less anymore and hurriedly turned his head to look at Yi Tianhua not far away and shouted, "Brother Yi, don't worry about us. Run." Yi Tianhua also saw the situation here, but he couldn't do anything. Although Xue Zhizheng's martial arts were slightly weaker than his, if he wanted to win, it was definitely not something that could be done in a short period of time. If Yi Tianhua dared to do anything else when fighting with a master like Xue Zhizheng again, he might not even be able to protect himself. After hearing Du Wudai's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. He knew that the situation was irreversible and his heart immediately sprouted the thought of retreating. Seeing that Yi Tianhua wanted to leave, Zhong Chunren knew that it was not good. He hurriedly gave Yuan Weiqing a look and immediately rushed towards Du Wudai with his sword. Du Wudai's martial arts were slightly better than LV Hushan, but he was only suitable for Zhong Chunren. Now that he was surrounded by 3 masters, it only took a moment for his arm to be hit by a sword. Du Wudai knew that it was not good. His eyes turned and he suddenly roared. A black ball of light suddenly flew out from between his 2 hands and smashed towards LV Hushan, who was directly opposite him. Seeing the black ball of light, LV Hushan's face suddenly changed. In a panic, he wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He could only try his best to jump to the side, trying to avoid Du Wudai's attack. Seeing that LV Hushan had left his position, Du Wudai was overjoyed. He hurriedly exerted force on his feet and his whole body suddenly bounced up and rushed forward with all his might. Boom! Just as Du Wudai rushed out a few steps, not far in front of him, there was a sudden explosion. A ball of fire ignited in front of him. Du Wudai was shocked and hurriedly stopped. But just as he stopped, Zhong Chunren and the other 2 people surrounded him again. Zhong Chunren sneered, "Du Wudai, want to run? It's not that easy." Just as Zhong Chunren's voice fell, he saw Du Wubao, who was in front of him, suddenly spring up and leap towards a tree at the side. At the same time, Yuan Weiqing, who had been paying attention to Du Wudai, also hurriedly rushed towards him. Just as Du Wudai landed on the tree, a white light flashed by the corner of his eyes. He was shocked and hurriedly stepped on the treetop, wanting to jump to another tree. But Yuan Weiqing's speed was too fast. If Du Wudai did not care, he would definitely be hit by Yuan Weiqing. But since things had already come to this, Du Wudai had no other choice. Borrowing the force of the treetop, he jumped towards another tree. Just as the tree branch bounced up, Yuan Weiqing's sword had already chopped the tree branch, cutting it off. Although Du Wudai still jumped away, his strength was reduced by a lot. He did not jump to another tree, but landed on the ground. LV Hushan, who had been waiting under the tree, saw Du Wudai land and immediately roared. He waved his fist towards Du Wudai, who was in the air. Before Du Wudai landed on the ground, he was sent flying by LV Hushan's fist. Just as Du Wudai landed on the ground, Zhong Chunren had already rushed in front of him and punched him. Du Wudai only felt his vision turn black. He screamed and fainted. Looking at the fainted Du Wudai, Zhong Chunren turned his head and looked at Yi Tianhua, who was fighting with Xue Zhizheng. He sneered, "Yi Tianhua, it's your turn." Yi Tianhua saw that everyone had been defeated and was shocked. He pushed back Xue Zhizheng with his sword and said angrily, "Hall Master Xue, what do you mean by this? Do you really want to start a fight between Shadow Alliance and Secret Thunder Sect?" Xue Zhizheng sighed, "Yi Tianhua, I have no choice in this matter. You made a mistake first, so I can only seek justice for Vice Hall Master Zhong." Bulsh *T. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua was enraged. "Hall Master Xue, before the matter is investigated, how can you be so sure that it's our fault?" Clap clap. Just as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Zhong Chunren walked over slowly and clapped his hands. He sneered, "Yi Tianhua, even now, you still want to quibble. Looks like I have to take you down today." After saying this, Zhong Chunren waved his saber. A flash of saber light rose in front of him and flew towards Yi Tianhua. Looking at the bright flash of saber light flying towards him, Yi Tianhua sighed. The sword in his hand danced 3 times and gently waved in front of him, pushing Zhong Chunren back. Zhong Chunren, you keep saying that it's our fault. What proof do you have? Zhong Chunren was shocked that he was pushed back by Yi Tianhua. But with Xue Zhizheng present, he was not afraid. He laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, isn't the snow leopard incident enough proof? Yi Tianhua shook his head. I've said it before. I don't know what's going on. No one told me about the snow leopard. I only heard about it from you today. Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't spout nonsense. When I sent the letter, I already told him to tell you. Why are you denying it now? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. Only then did he remember that the messenger did say that Zhong Huasheng was killed by the snow leopard. But at that time, Yi Tianhua did not think in this direction, so he did not care. Seeing that Yi Tianhua did not reply, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly again. Yi Tianhua, now you have nothing to say? Yi Tianhua laughed bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I really did not think in this direction. But now that I know, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. When the time comes, as long as I find out the truth, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I don't want you to give me an answer in the future. I only want you to give me an answer now. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But immediately after, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to reply, and shouted loudly. Yi Tianhua, you must agree to my 2 conditions today. If you don't blame us for being merciless. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua turned to look at An Hongda and Du Wudai. His heart sank as he said bitterly, Zhong Chunren, because of this matter, 2 of my brothers have already been injured by you. What more do you want? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, can you blame us? If you had agreed to our conditions, this would not have happened. Yi Tianhua laughed bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, of your 2 conditions, I can agree to the first one. But please forgive me for not agreeing to the second one. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren's eyes turned cold and he shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, you really don't agree? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. When the time comes, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. What else do you want me to do? When Yuan Weiqing heard these words, he immediately shouted out, Yi Tianhua, we are not begging you. It is your shadow alliance that is trying to harm our secret thunder sect. If you agree to our conditions, it is because you are repenting for the things that you have done wrong, not because we are begging you. Yi Tianhua, since you are not willing to make up for what you have done, then don't blame us for being impolite. Yi Tianhua laughed coldly. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said indifferently, Yuan Weiqing, do you think you can beat me like this? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed coldly and said, Yi Tianhua, you are the only one left. Do you think you can beat the 4 of us by yourself? Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I hope that we can discuss this matter peacefully. Don't go too far. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for the others to answer him and continued to speak. If you really want to go too far, then bear the consequences. At the end of his sentence, Yi Tianhua's eyes were filled with frost. Seeing Yi Tianhua's cold eyes, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. For some reason, he actually felt a little scared. Seeing the coldness in Yi Tianhua's eyes, Zhong Chunren was also shocked. However, when he turned to look at Xue Zhizheng, he felt much more at ease. Zhong Chunren was very clear that Xue Zhizheng might not be Yi Tianhua's match, but he was definitely not that far off. If the 3 of them joined forces, Zhong Chunren was sure that even if Yi Tianhua was extremely powerful, he would definitely not be a match for the 4 of them. Understanding this, Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth and turned to look at Yi Tianhua. He shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, don't talk so much nonsense. I just want to ask you, do you agree to my conditions? Yi Tianhua shook his head again. He looked coldly at Zhong Chunren and said word by word, Zhong Chunren, I have already said that after I investigate this matter thoroughly, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, what if I ask you to answer now? Yi Tianhua shook his head, raised the sword in his hand, and sighed, Zhong Chunren, I don't want to fight with people because I don't want to hurt people. Now, you've already hurt 2 of my brothers, so I can let it go. However, if you continue to be so aggressive, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, are you trying to scare me? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Zhong Chunren, I have said that I don't want to fight with anyone. However, if you insist on fighting, I can only advise you not to fight. If I accidentally hurt you, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. Then, he threw his head back and laughed. After laughing, Zhong Chunren glared fiercely at Yi Tianhua and shouted sternly. Yi Tianhua, very well. You have already used the snow leopard to harm my son. Now, go ahead and harm all of us here. Only then will you be considered capable. Yi Tianhua, do you dare? Chapter 672. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment. His original intention to hit Zhong Chunren had faded a little. Zhong Chunren, I don't want to do it either, but you're forcing me, so I can only do it. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Zhong Chunren, now that you've injured so many of us, why don't we all stop fighting? This matter has already become so big, if we continue to fight, I'm afraid we won't be able to end it. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren nodded, Yi Tianhua, you're right. As long as you agree to my conditions, we'll forget about this. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua turned to look at An Hongda and Du Wudai, then at Shadowless and the other 2. He sighed, Zhong Chunren, you've injured a total of 5 of us. I can agree to your conditions, but what do you want to do with the 5 of us who are injured? As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, before Zhong Chunren could say anything, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, the 5 of them deserve to be injured. If you had agreed to our conditions earlier, they wouldn't have gotten injured. In the end, it's all your fault. If you want to take responsibility, you should take responsibility. What does it have to do with us? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua's expression changed. He said coldly, Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing looked up to the sky and laughed, An Hongda and Du Wudai overestimated themselves and wanted to go against us. They're lucky that we didn't kill them today. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua's expression darkened, Yuan Weiqing, we're here to negotiate, not to fight. If you continue to be so rude, don't blame me for hitting you. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. He knew that Yi Tianhua's martial arts were strong and he was definitely not his opponent. However, after seeing Yi Tianhua's opponent, Xue Zhizheng, Yuan Weiqing's confidence increased. Xue Zhizheng was the hall master of the Tantric Thunder sect. His martial arts were unfathomable. Yuan Weiqing was sure that Xue Zhizheng's martial arts were not below Yi Tianhua's. As long as Xue Zhizheng was present, Yi Tianhua would never be able to hurt him. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing immediately raised his head and sneered, Yi Tianhua, you don't have to threaten me. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, if you know what's good for you, quickly agree to our conditions. Otherwise, you'll end up like An Hongda and Du Wudai. As soon as Yuan Weiqing finished speaking, he saw a white light flash in front of his eyes and a chill quickly hit him. Before he could react, his arm was cold, followed by a piercing pain from his arm. Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but cry out in pain and subconsciously took a few steps back. Xue Zhizheng wanted to go forward to save them, but it was already too late. At this moment, Xue Zhizheng was truly horrified. Xue Zhizheng suddenly realized that Yi Tianhua didn't seem to have used his full strength when sparring with him. If Yi Tianhua had attacked Yuan Weiqing with his sword, Xue Zhizheng wouldn't have been able to block it so easily. Yi Tianhua slowly sheathed his sword and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He said coldly, Yuan Weiqing, I'll teach you a lesson so that you won't hurt people with your words. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, if there's a next time, my sword won't cut your arm. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing's face was pale as he covered his wound with his hand. He looked at Yi Tianhua in shock and couldn't say a word. Yuan Weiqing wasn't the only one who was shocked. Zhong Chunren was also shocked. He never thought that Yi Tianhua's martial arts would be so high that he could injure Yuan Weiqing in front of Xue Zhizheng. Zhong Chunren thought of Yi Tianhua's sword and his forehead broke out in cold sweat. If that sword had been aimed at him, it would have been terrible. However, although Yi Tianhua's martial arts were high, it only made Zhong Chunren nervous. It was impossible for him to be afraid. Zhong Chunren turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and saw that he was looking at Yi Tianhua nervously. Only then did he feel relieved. Xue Zhizheng's martial arts were high. If he fought with Yi Tianhua, it wouldn't be so easy for Yi Tianhua to hurt others. Thinking of this, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Yi Tianhua and shouted, Yi Tianhua, do you dare to hurt people? Yi Tianhua sneered and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, Yuan Weiqing speaks without thinking. I was just teaching him a lesson just now. I want him to understand that he shouldn't speak carelessly to avoid trouble. Is there anything wrong with that? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, Yuan Weiqing is a member of our secret thunder sect. Do you have no right to hurt him? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued, Yuan Weiqing is right. Moreover, what Yuan Weiqing said makes sense. If you had agreed to my conditions earlier, why would we have acted against an Hongda and Du Wudai? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, we'll talk about your matter later. You've hurt so many of our people. Do you want to just let it go like this? Zhong Chunren shook his head. You can't blame us for this. You're the one who asked for trouble. If you had agreed to our conditions earlier, we wouldn't have had the time to deal with you. Yi Tianhua sneered. Zhong Chunren, it's true that your son was killed by the snow leopard. It was your own carelessness, but you came to us and asked us to agree to your rude conditions. Is this the right thing to do? Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. Zhong Chunren, these brothers of mine have nothing to do with you. However, you were so vicious and hurt them so badly. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua took a step forward and closed the distance between him and Zhong Chunren. Then, he shouted sternly, Zhong Chunren, no matter what, you have to settle this matter for me today. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Do you understand? Looking at Yi Tianhua's fierce gaze, Zhong Chunren subconsciously took a step back. He still felt a chill in his heart, but he forced himself to remain calm. Yi Tianhua, I've already said that if you had agreed to our conditions earlier, they wouldn't have been hurt. You can't blame us. Yi Tianhua shook his head. I don't want to talk about this matter anymore. I only know that everyone should talk things out. Even if someone did something wrong, you can't be so heavy-handed. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Zhong Chunren, don't tell me that you were so heavy-handed and hurt them so badly. Do you have an explanation? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren roared, Yi Tianhua, as long as you agree to my conditions, I'll compensate you. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I'm talking about this matter now. I just want to ask you, an Hongda and Du Wudai were injured by you. How do you want to deal with them? Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, as long as you agree to my conditions, I'll treat them immediately. What do you think? Treat them? Yi Tianhua laughed coldly and turned to look at Zhong Chunren. He suddenly said loudly, Zhong Chunren, if it's just treating them, do you think I still need you? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but before Zhong Chunren could answer him, he suddenly shouted, what the hell are you doing? Zhong Chunren, you have to give me a solution today. If you can't find a solution, none of you can leave today. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed coldly, Yi Tianhua, I admit that when it comes to bragging, none of us can compare to you. Haha, speaking of this, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, He snorted coldly and said slowly, Yi Tianhua, do you think that you alone can keep all of us here? Ha ha. Towards the end, Zhong Chunren laughed again. Yuan Weiqing, whose face was originally filled with pain, laughed at this moment. Yi Tianhua, I admit that I'm not your match. But do you think that all of us together are not your match? Yi Tianhua turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and laughed coldly. Yuan Weiqing, do you still want to try? Looking at Yi Tianhua's cold eyes, Yuan Weiqing was so scared that he hurriedly took a step back. However, he didn't back down. Yi Tianhua, our hall master Shui is here. Do you dare to be impudent? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng could only cough lightly and say loudly, Yi Tianhua, it's not appropriate for you to say that. I admit that your martial arts are strong, but if you want to take on so many of us at once, it doesn't seem very possible. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Hall Master Shui, to tell you the truth, I only used 50% of my strength when I fought with you just now. If you don't agree to my conditions, then don't blame me for not going easy on you. 50% of your strength. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Shui Zhizheng suddenly exclaimed. He never thought that Yi Tianhua would only use 50% of his strength in the fight just now. Shui Zhizheng also admitted that he didn't use his full strength just now. Even so, he used 80% of his strength and was almost defeated by Yi Tianhua. What did this mean? It meant that he was definitely not Yi Tianhua's opponent, and was probably much weaker. Yi Tianhua suddenly sighed. Hall Master Shui, I came here with sincerity, but look, what kind of conditions are you offering? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Shui Zhizheng to reply and continued speaking. You want me to compensate with gold coins? I'll accept it. Seeing that Zhong Chunren lost his only son, I'll compensate you with some gold coins as an apology. But you're not satisfied and want a second condition, which is 5 years of free information. Hall Master Shui, do you think that's possible? If I ask for a large amount of free firearms from your Tantric Thunder sect, will you agree? At this point, Yi Tianhua snorted coldly and didn't wait for Shui Zhizheng to reply. Hall Master Shui, I believe that you definitely won't agree. Hall Master Shui, since you won't agree, how can I agree to such a rude condition? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Shui Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head, but didn't say anything. Because in his heart, he felt that this matter wasn't very appropriate. The Shadow Alliance relied on large amounts of information for a living. Asking for 5 years of free information was indeed unreasonable. It was almost like cutting off their rice bowl, and no one would agree. Although Shui Zhizheng didn't say anything, Zhong Chunren sternly shouted, Yi Tianhua, you only have yourself to blame. If you didn't have bad intentions and deliberately didn't tell us about the snow leopard, my son wouldn't have been killed by the snow leopard. Since your information is harmful, why don't you give it to us so that you won't harm others? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sneered and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, you keep saying that our information is harmful. Then let me ask you, what evidence do you have to prove that our information is harmful? Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, you actually want evidence? Haha, my son was killed by the snow leopard. Isn't that evidence? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I don't know what happened to your son, Zhong Huosheng, so I can't answer you. Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question, and continued speaking. Zhong Chunren, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and find out the reason for this situation. When the time comes, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua turned his head to look at An Hongda and Du Wudai, then continued, Zhong Chunren, that matter hasn't been investigated thoroughly, so I can't promise you anything. However, An Hongda and Du Wudai's matter is clear. They were injured by you. Today, you must give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren said angrily, Yi Tianhua, don't talk nonsense. If you had agreed to my conditions, An Hongda and Du Wudai wouldn't have been injured. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, it's useless to say those things. I only saw you suddenly injuring An Hongda and Du Wudai. You have to give me a satisfactory answer. As for other things, we can talk about them after the investigation. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth and shouted, Yi Tianhua, I'm telling you, if you don't solve my son's matter today, I won't talk about anything else. Hearing Zhong Chunren's answer, Yi Tianhua sneered, Zhong Chunren, is what you said true? Chapter 673. Yi Tianhua sighed, Zhong Chunren, do you really want me to do it? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was taken aback. But seeing Xue Zhijing beside him, he felt a little more confident. Yi Tianhua, cut the crap. Today, I'll make you agree to my conditions. If you don't, before Zhong Chunren could finish his words, he saw a white light flash in front of him. Then, he heard a crisp sound of metal colliding. Zhong Chunren was so scared that he tried his best to retreat. After he steadied himself, he saw that Xue Zhijing was already in front of him. Xue Zhijing's expression was ugly. He didn't expect that Yi Tianhua would dare to attack Zhong Chunren in front of him. Yi Tianhua, what do you mean by this? Yi Tianhua sneered, Zhong Chunren is talking nonsense. I want to teach him a lesson. Is there anything wrong with that? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing was annoyed. He shouted, Yi Tianhua, let's talk things over. Why do you have to do this? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Zhong Chunren and sneered, Zhong Chunren, let me ask you now. How do you want to settle the matter of an Hongda and Du Wudai? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren looked at Xue Zhijing in front of him. Knowing that Yi Tianhua couldn't hurt him, he shouted, Yi Tianhua, we'll talk about an Hongda and Du Wudai later. Today, we have to settle the matter of my son first. Saying this, Zhong Chunren paused for a while before continuing, Yi Tianhua, as long as you agree to my two conditions, we'll call it a day. Hearing Zhong Chunren's answer, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Xue Zhijing and sighed, Hallmaster Xue, you heard it. Zhong Chunren wants me to agree to his conditions first. He wants to settle the matter of an Hongda and Du Wudai later. Do you think that's reasonable? This time, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to speak, Zhong Chunren spoke first, Hallmaster Xue, if they had agreed to our conditions, how could we have injured an Hongda and Du Wudai? This is all their fault. They were the ones who acted shamelessly first, which was why we acted. You can't blame me for this. Yi Tianhua sneered, Zhong Chunren, my two brothers were seriously injured by you. No matter what you say, it's the truth. If you don't resolve this matter, I won't let you off. Zhong Chunren shook his head. There's a sequence of events. It was you who harmed my son first, which led to today's date. But you didn't solve my problem, so I had to take action. Yi Tianhua, if you had agreed to my conditions earlier, I wouldn't have attacked you. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, that's not important. You hurt my brother, so you have to give me an answer today. Otherwise, we'll have a good fight today. Hearing this, LV Hushan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly roared, Yi Tianhua, do you think the four of us will be afraid of you? Before LV Hushan could finish his words, Yi Tianhua frowned and rushed out like lightning. The sword in his hand turned into a white light, slashing towards LV Hushan. Seeing this, Xue Zhijing wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He could only roar and rush forward with his sword. Stop! Although Xue Zhijing's speed was very fast, Yi Tianhua's speed was even faster. Before LV Hushan could react, the sword light had already arrived and slashed his arm. This was also because Yi Tianhua had shown mercy. If he had been ruthless, LV Hushan would have been killed by Yi Tianhua in this round. After Yi Tianhua stabbed LV Hushan with his sword, he felt a breeze behind him. He quickly dodged and retreated a few steps to avoid Xue Zhijing's attack. Yi Tianhua, what do you mean by sneaking an attack on LV Hushan? What kind of hero are you? Xue Zhijing's sword missed, and seeing that LV Hushan was injured, he suddenly shouted angrily. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua sneered, Hallmaster Xue, you guys sneaked an attack first and injured an Hongda and Du Wudai. I'm just copying you guys. Xue Zhijing was stunned. He remembered that it was just as Yi Tianhua said. His side was the first to sneak an attack and injured an Hongda and Du Wudai. Yi Tianhua's sneak attack seemed to be copying him. LV Hushan covered his injured arm and roared, Yi Tianhua, you didn't agree to our conditions first. If you agreed, we wouldn't have attacked an Hongda and do Wudai. Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, that's right. Your Shadow Alliance is in the wrong this time. You should compensate us, but you didn't agree, so we could only sneak an attack. Yi Tianhua nodded, since it's a sneak attack, then let's all sneak attacks. As Yi Tianhua's voice fell, he moved again. A bright sword light flashed in front of everyone and pierced through the void, piercing LV Hushan's other arm. Seeing Yi Tianhua's second sneak attack, Xue Zhizheng was really angry. He stopped talking and roared, thrusting the long sword in his hand towards Yi Tianhua's back. Yi Tianhua's sword slightly flicked in front of him and slanted behind his back, blocking Xue Zhizheng's sword. Xue Zhizheng's sword missed, but he wasn't discouraged. He took a step forward and flicked his wrist. 3 sword flowers rose in front of him, pausing in the air for only a moment before flying towards Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua smiled and waved his sword in front of him, creating a light screen in front of him. Ding ding! A few crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out. Xue Zhizheng's long sword was knocked back, but Yi Tianhua didn't move at all. He sneered and said, Hall Master Xue, you're not my match. Let's not fight. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng snorted coldly and attacked immediately. His sword was like lightning and his steps were like thunder, rushing towards Yi Tianhua. Seeing this, Yi Tianhua sighed. As he sighed, he raised the sword in his hand again. With a slight flick, Xue Zhizheng's sword was sent flying, and the attack was immediately disintegrated. Xue Zhizheng was shocked. He quickly took a step back, but he didn't retract his sword. Instead, he slashed down in the air towards Yi Tianhua. Seeing this, Yi Tianhua dodged to the side. His hand shot out like lightning and pierced Xue Zhizheng's arm just as it was about to rise. Ah! Xue Zhizheng was in pain. He couldn't care less about attacking anymore. He quickly retracted his sword and retreated 5 or 6 steps back before stabilizing himself. He glared at Yi Tianhua angrily. Yi Tianhua, how dare you hurt me? Do you really want to start a war between the Shadow Alliance and the Secret Thunder Sect? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand and said apologetically, Hall Master Xue, I'm really sorry. I accidentally stabbed you just now. It wasn't intentional. Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted from the side, Yi Tianhua, don't talk nonsense over there. You stabbed our Hall Master Xue and we all saw it. You definitely didn't injure him by accident, you did it on purpose. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was enraged. He shouted, Zhong Chunren, it was an accident. How could it be intentional? Saying this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he turned to Xue Zhizheng and said apologetically, Hall Master Xue, I really didn't do it on purpose just now. I was caught off guard and injured your arm. Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, what are you thinking? My son was killed by the snow leopard and you said you didn't know about it and didn't do it on purpose. Now, you hurt our Hall Master Xue in front of so many of us and you're saying you didn't do it on purpose. Don't you think it's funny? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was furious. Zhong Chunren, why do you always talk nonsense? I really didn't know about your son. I didn't even know about the snow leopard. How could I have done it intentionally? Just now, I accidentally stabbed Hall Master Xue. That was an accident. How could I have done it intentionally? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng felt that Yi Tianhua's words made sense. In a duel, even if there were occasional mistakes, it was still very possible. Furthermore, he had been in a hurry just now. Even if Yi Tianhua's martial arts were higher than his, it was almost impossible for him to think of so many solutions in the instant he made his move. Understanding this, Xue Zhizheng's anger subsided. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly yelled, Yi Tianhua, you said it was an accident. Is it really an accident? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued. Earlier, when Hall Master Xue attacked you with his sword, anyone could tell that it was merely a feint. His purpose was merely to force you to retreat. However, you clearly knew that it was a feint. Thus, you took advantage of that and attacked Hall Master Xue with your all-out attack when he was completely unguarded. That was how you managed to injure him. Yi Tianhua, you did it intentionally. Could it still be considered an accidental injury? Yi Tianhua laughed coldly. Zhong Chunren, you really know how to spout nonsense. What right do you have to say that Hall Master Shue's attack was a feint? And what right do you have to say that I saw through Hall Master Shue's attack and used it to injure him? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren roared, Yi Tianhua, don't try to quibble. Even we could see that Hall Master Shue's attack was a feint. Your martial arts are higher than ours. Do you think we would believe that you couldn't see that it was a feint? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. He really could see that Xue Zhizheng's attack was a feint. When the two of them were fighting, Yi Tianhua's first attack had broken Xue Zhizheng's attack. However, Xue Zhizheng's momentum was not over yet. It was impossible for him to retreat quickly. Xue Zhizheng was afraid that Yi Tianhua would take the opportunity to attack him, so he attacked at a slanted angle with his sword. His goal was to attack Yi Tianhua in a large area and force him to retreat. Then, he would stabilize himself and retreat as well. Logically speaking, Xue Zhizheng's attack was a proper way to fight. Yi Tianhua should have retreated to avoid the sharp edge of Xue Zhizheng's sword. However, Yi Tianhua was bold and didn't take Xue Zhizheng seriously, so he didn't retreat. Instead, he chose to attack. Yi Tianhua naturally could see that Xue Zhizheng's attack was a feint, but he still didn't move. Because he thought that Xue Zhizheng would dodge his attack. As long as Xue Zhizheng dodged, both of them would be fine. However, Xue Zhizheng didn't dodge. Maybe Xue Zhizheng couldn't dodge, or maybe Xue Zhizheng didn't want to. Anyway, Xue Zhizheng was stabbed by this ordinary attack. Seeing that Yi Tianhua didn't speak, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, now you have nothing to say. Yi Tianhua said angrily, why do I have nothing to say? That was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose. Don't you understand? Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, if you dare to do it, then you have to admit it. Since you dared to stab our Hall Master Xue, why don't you admit it? Yuan Weiqing suddenly laughed and said, Yi Tianhua is the kind of person who doesn't dare to admit it. What happened to Vice Hall Master Zhong's son was deliberately done by him. He hid the news of the snow leopard and wanted to harm our secret thunder sect. He dared to do it, but he doesn't dare to admit it. He's not a man. Yi Tianhua sneered, Yuan Weiqing, are you done? Yuan Weiqing was stunned when he heard this. Seeing the coldness in Yi Tianhua's eyes, he was shocked. He quickly took a step back and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, what do you want? Since you did something wrong, can't others say it? Zhong Chunren also said loudly, Yuan Weiqing, you're right. Since you did it, why don't you allow others to say it? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua's reply. He sneered and continued to speak. I know. So you're afraid of others saying it because you did something shameful. Yi Tianhua, am I right? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was instantly enraged. He turned to look at Zhong Chunren and shouted, Zhong Chunren, I saw that you lost your only son and he didn't want to argue with you. Now that you're so aggressive, do you think I won't dare to touch you? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was shocked and took a step back subconsciously. He turned to Xue Zhizheng and said loudly, Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua wants to fight. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng was furious. He turned to Yi Tianhua and shouted, Yi Tianhua, don't push your luck. Do you think we're no match for you just because you hurt me? Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, to tell you the truth, don't think we can't do anything to you just because you're strong. Don't forget that we're from the secret thunder sect. If you really piss us off, we won't let you off. Yi Tianhua, do you really want to try? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.